Go ahead and start him on up. All right. So you go. It's your time.
Yeah, okay, bro. I think that I really like what you do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to inform a lot of brothers, because what I have noticed is that if you listen to or check out the comment section of a lot of YouTube videos, brothers are so far behind in the intelligent curve
Mm-hmm.
and what's going on that they really need somebody to break it down to the ABCs.
Mm-hmm.
And so you do a good job of that. So I was kind of amazed at how, when it came, down to the Section 8 thing, how
Mm-hmm.
how you, how you kind of you giving people a little bit more benefit of the doubt
Why you say that?
than what they deserve, as far as like the Trump era and the current era of the Section 8 tax cuts and all that stuff, because as a person like myself who's been
Mm-hmm. You still
for
there?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. People have been studying this field for the last 40 plus years, or
Mm-hmm.
at least the last 35 years,
Mm-hmm.
that it just you seem to know a lot what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
and from my observation,
Mm-hmm.
you come from the macroeconomic theory of examining the world,
Mm-hmm.
which is that's not unique. That's been around for several decades, and I think like a lot of us, we have confirmation bias.
Mm-hmm.
So like if a person is a plumber, they tend to see everything in the plumbing field. If you have a hammer, you tend to see that every issue you're gonna fix with a hammer. That what confirmation bias is. So
Mm-hmm.
if you're looking at the world of macroeconomics
Mm-hmm.
with the current Section 8 and the tax cuts and all that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
then you would tend to have that confirmation bias at that point, which is less important or less as relevant to what the current people are working with. They don't
Okay.
get.
So, well, clarify it for me. What do you
Okay.
think? What do you do instead of telling me what you think about me? Because I am staunchly Pan-African. If you don't know that, you don't know anything.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not examining from the Pan-Africanist
Well,
perspective.
you're not, and
Yeah.
and it's not just macroeconomics. It's it's geopolitical, which is the way I was trained. Macroeconomics came later because you can't if you don't match the money with the politics, then nothing works. So it's not it's more than just macroeconomics. Okay, macroeconomics move there's power structures, there's geopolitical positioning, there's a whole lot of other things that go along with just economics. Economics is just a portion.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm there. I'm right there with you. So when you're looking at what's going on with the Section 8
Mm-hmm.
and the current tax cuts,
Mm-hmm.
the Trump, Paul Ryan, Mitch
Mm-hmm.
McConnell
Mm-hmm.
angle, right-wing power right now is not focused on macroeconomics as a reason or rationale for what they're doing. Like you're assuming
No. Explain
okay.
it to
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking you're assuming that that's what they're thinking of. They're thinking about, well, we need to cut this budget because we have a problem with the deficits, X, Y, and Z. We have the problems with the dollar might crash and all that stuff. They're not thinking about that whatsoever.
So when you say there, who's there? Who is there or not?
The Trump administration, the budget director came up and he gave a speech.
Mm-hmm.
And I put that in a link in one of the comment sections.
Mm-hmm.
Try to interpret what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say anything about the debt, the dollar. He said the reason why they're making these cuts is because he has sympathy for the taxpayer. That was it.
That's a lie.
Right. But I'm saying that's what he said.
Okay.
So I'm saying let's not assume that he's being dishonest with what he's saying. Let's just at first take face value of what he's saying. The reason why he wants to he has sympathy for the billionaires and the millionaires is just making the taxes. So I'm just let's go with that. Let's not even go deeper.
What do you with Trump at the very beginning of even before he became president? Why was he trying to cut taxes? What was he trying to do? What was he trying to tell the multinationals to do?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, exactly. We go there. We can borrow.
No. What was he trying? What was he trying to tell the multinationals to do? Do you follow this stuff? You disagree with me? Why do you think he's trying to give the multinational? Why did his stated reason for giving the multinationals tax cut?
Yeah, that goes right back to the whole Ayn Rand. No, this is it. This is it. This is the key. This is the key.
What did he say? I know. I've read about 3 Ayn Rand books. I've been looking at Ayn Rand for the last 20 years. I know who Ayn Rand is and objectivism. I disagree with. I know why she does it, because Ayn Rand's family was run out of Russia by the Soviets.
Correct.
By the Bolsheviks. She was run out of. So she went the opposite.
But
way.
You're getting at
instead of collectivism, which is socialism, as she likes to call socialism collectivism, and she wants rugged individualist capitalism, which she calls objectivism, which some people agree with and some people don't. But Ayn Rand has a lot of flaws in her ideology. She borrowed that. It wasn't something she came up with. She just gave another name to it. And a lot of people, because she writes so well, seem to follow her.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. That Paul Ryan is a disciple of, and the whole libertarian movement is a disciple of Ayn Rand. That's where they're getting their objectivism tax cuts from. They're not thinking about saving the dollar or macroeconomics and the state of the economy and all that stuff.
Yes, they are.
But they're saying specifically, BGS, these white supremacists are saying specifically, we're cutting this because we have sympathy for the billionaires and the trillionaires. That's what they're saying.
Why do you think they're cutting it? That's why I'm trying to get you to understand. Why do you think they're telling the multinationals they want to cut the tax rate? You're not giving me the right answer.
Yeah, I'm giving you the answer. What they're saying, it's objectivism. Because they're white supremacists.
Dude.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm listening. Yo, go ahead, bro.
You have trillions. The multinationals have about $6 or $7 trillion outside of the United States that they won't repatriate because they're going to get taxed. What he wants to do, number one, bring that money back. Number two, he wants them to bring jobs back into the United States, but they will not do that. They're trying to strong arm him by forcing a tax cut so they can repatriate the money, which physically is not going to work. And everybody knows that. That's how come that's why that budget is DOA. Now everybody knows since 2008 that this mountain of debt that you're compiling is unsustainable, and they were told 6-7 years ago, well, actually more than that. All their economists, all the financial people, everybody told them that this is unsustainable. You need to lower this debt. You cannot continue to borrow money and spend it on on what they call entitlements, what they call welfare, to keep people going. What they should have done, which they thought they were going to do, which is the other theory, which is what the FDR theory. Don't do that. If you're gonna put that money out there, you have to put that money out there and put people to work with shovel ready. That's like Obama started with shovel ready programs.
Right. Yeah, I'm right.
The theory.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
There was the theory. Okay, but but the thing is, this is a liberal country.
But simultaneously to that, like there are economists who are thinking about what you're saying.
Okay. Let's follow your logic out. Okay, let's follow your logic out. You're $40 trillion in debt.
Correct.
Okay, you're $40 trillion in debt. If you got 100 million adult people that there is no work for, and the only thing that are keeping them from tearing up your country, tearing up your society is basically what? The entitlements that have been steadily going up.
Right. I'm always glad that you mentioned that because other people don't really know that. But
If everybody that follows my channel should know, because I posted this stuff for about a year and a half. It's not every you guys ask me the same thing every week. Do you guys not write this stuff down?
no, but yes, I'm right there with you. That's why I'm congratulating you for saying for putting that out there because people don't know this.
They do know this because I've been saying it for a year and a half.
No,
they do know this. Did you well, hold on a second. Did you not look at the video when I put up the Simpson Bowles Council on Debt?
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I want more politics and less coonery. I don't want to, that whole coonisphere stuff. I'm not into that. I'm into the politics. You're talking about language right now. So yes.
But the thing is, you know why I took politics out?
Why is that?
Because you guys, every time you guys find something you disagree with, you flip all over. You guys do headstands.
No, we want to conversate. We want to get it. We want to get knee deep in it, brother.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't get knee deep in it. You conversate instead of. Okay, you guys want to conversate. Okay, you guys want to argue over stuff, right? I'm here. You're here listening to me because, assumingly, I'm a little further along than you guys are, and I show you this guy stuff. You guys argue about it instead of learning from what I'm trying to show you. There's two. If you looked at the demographics, you understand what demographics is. You would have noticed that I keep saying this. The last election with Trump, with the Trump election.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there were two different arms, right? There were two different polls.
Go ahead. You might be breaking up, or I might be breaking up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
There were two different ends of the poll, right? You had a socialist poll, you had a populist poll.
Yes.
Okay. The Democrats killed the socialist poll, and then the DOD killed Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was not going to win. The only reason Donald Trump won is because the DOD was not going to let Hillary Clinton be president.
Okay, you say DOD. What are you referring to?
The military intelligence, the Department of Defense.
Okay. Yes, I would totally disagree with that as a rationale.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me ask you this: have you ever seen an election where 35,000 emails of one candidate was dumped and put in public?
Right. I think that they're.
I asked you a question.
I couldn't hear it. You kind of broke up. Repeat it.
Have you ever seen a candidate get sabotaged by somebody dumping 35,000 of their internal emails into the public sphere?
No, we haven't.
Have you ever seen a week before an election somebody dump 650,000 emails against one candidate onto the public sphere?
Yeah, no, we haven't.
So what does that mean to you?
Yeah, we have an investigation in the House, the Senate, and the FBI to determine this.
Use your common sense.
I don't have to use no common sense on this. There's an investigation on hand. We just let the investigation play out.
Use your common sense. If you've never seen it before and all of a sudden pops up against one candidate, what does that indicate? Whether you have proof or not?
Well, my confirmation bias is going to say white supremacy. That's what my confirmation bias is going to say.
Against a white person?
Yes, because the white supremacy, what they wanted was Trump. That's what the white supremacists want.
No, they didn't.
Okay, that's what they got.
No,
that's what they want.
No, they didn't. The CFR, the Council of Foreign Relations, hates Trump to their core. That's how come he's getting so much kickback. The Washington Consensus does not like him. They hate his guts.
Okay, well, the white supremacists love him.
Who are the white supremacists?
A slim majority of the white people in this country.
The disaffected white males that are out of work and slowly committing suicide. Are you talking about them?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, why didn't they go with the white supremacists back in 2008? Because they were there then.
Democrat.
Huh?
And because they didn't go with her because she's a Democrat, and Democrats are multiracial, and the white supremacists are not down with multiracial unless one's a coon.
Where are you getting these theories from?
This is not a theory. This is this is data. I showed you the data I showed you the data in the article.
I predicted Hillary Clinton would not win 2 years before she even ran.
Yeah, there's a lot of people make that, but I pointed to you
I told you why she would not win.
Okay, but I know but
if it had not been for the emails that the intelligence,
the reason why the data is already there. We don't have to speculate. All we have to do is read the data.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second, dude.
Yes, sir.
Did Hillary Clinton did she not win the popular vote?
She absolutely did. But we live in a system of racism, white supremacy.
But what do you do you think the managers of this civilization care about some hicks in the South, or hicks that don't like black people? Do you really think that? Do you think they really care about white trash?
Well, you're assuming. See, this is what you're assuming. You're assuming that the white supremacists aren't those people who are in charge, and that's what I'm talking about. The people who are in charge.
Neely Fuller always even Neely Fuller always said the white supremacists are not the people that you're talking about. The white supremacists are the ones that are pulling the levers.
That's what I'm talking about too. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
They don't care about those dudes.
They're all the same, BJs.
Okay, if they cared about those people, those voters that you're talking about, why they ship their jobs out of the country?
The white supremacists have a bigger economic goal.
What is that?
The theory of Ayn Rand objectivism. That's what they've been running on that for the last 40 years. That's why Paul Ryan is in power. Paul Ryan is the disciple.
Do you know why? Do you know why Paul Ryan is in power?
I just told you. He was the lead disciple of Ayn Rand theory, which is the theory of Ayn Rand objectivism about greed is good and objectivism. I gave you I put the link in the description.
Do you know?
I didn't make this up, BGS.
Huh?
I don't make this up. I post links to back up everything that I say.
Okay, there's two parts of understanding something.
Yes, sir.
Reading the facts correctly, and the other one is doing the proper analysis. Now, I always say your facts might be correct, but your analysis is fucked up. Paul Ryan, it was led by what do they call them? They called them the Tea Party. And the Tea Party arose because they didn't want the bank bailouts back in 2008, 2009. That's why the Tea Party arose, that was actually set off by investors back in 2008. It was a Tea Party because they did not like the bailout, the bank bailout, and that's what they ran on. And that's how come Paul Ryan is in office, and two, that he's headed the Democrats, head of the Republicans in Congress. But that stuff is not going to get through. Paul Ryan can't get that through.
Right. Right. I'm trying to say. Okay. The Tea Party came up.
Okay. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, man. But one, stop with the conspiracy. Lay down your facts and lay down your arguments. Go ahead.
Okay. The current tax cuts, Section 8 discussion, has less to do with the state of the dollar or world currency, and much more to do with the philosophy of the current right-wing white supremacists in office and in power: Trump, Paul Ryan, and Mitch McConnell.
That's it.
And 16 election, the white supremacists, they're focused on building their particular branch. They have exactly till the 2018 election to get as much money from the United States Treasury into the hands of the rich and powerful white supremacists as they can. It's like a blockbuster movie heist. They just trying to heist the Treasury as much as they can. Every kind of tax reform, tax cut that they can get.
To what end?
They don't care about the deficit. They don't care about the dollar. If you just listen to the dude who come up there, that's 2 weeks ago. It was on May the 23rd.
I'm asking you a question. To what end?
They want to cut the size of the government, keep the money in the hands of the powerful white supremacists. I'm not talking about the Hicks. I'm not talking about the Hicks. I'm talking about the powerful. I'm talking about Ryan, Trump, McConnell. Right? They're trying to get their money and all their friends.
Okay. We're assuming that these people are smart, right?
Yes.
They're as smart as you are, right? What do you think the result of that would happen if they did that?
Well, the same. It's cyclical. They do this when the Republican
question.
I'm trying to answer it. When a Republican
what do you if 100 million people are already out of work and they're actually surviving on SNAP cards and food stamps and whatnot, and if you cut that off, what do you think is going to happen to your country?
Yes, if you look at Anne Ryan's theory of objectivism, she does not give a crap. Her whole objectivism is screw the people, right? That's what objectivism is, right? Are we missing something? Can we be on the same page of what Anne Ryan's theory of objectivism is?
Is Anne Ryan in office?
Yes, Paul Ryan is the disciple of Anne Ryan. Everybody knows this. There's no secret. Everybody knows Paul Ryan is the disciple of Anne Ryan.
How many people in Congress are there?
Oh shoot,
535 Congress people.
Right, and they put him in charge.
They have to answer. They have to answer to their populace. They have to live in this country.
Yes.
Do you think they're that you think they're that crazy?
White supremacy is that crazy? Yes, I do believe that. BGS.
What I'm saying, okay, if they do this,
yes,
and you know what, I'd be more than happy if they did this. You know, if I would live in the United States, I'd be giddy if they did this, because you know what? They'd be tying a big anchor to white supremacy and throwing it overboard.
I believe you. Yes, sir.
Do you really think that these people are that stupid? The thing is about folks. You know, I'm not going to say you, but I'm saying, but hold on a second. I gave you your time to talk. The thing is about people like you, right? People that think the way you do, is you think that these people on Capitol Hill can't count and are stupid, and they're not. They're not stupid. They do not want they do not want riots in the streets. They do not want their cities burned down. They do not want to be out of office. And they do, you know, because the first thing that's going to happen is your military is going to get contracted, because the folks that are actually fighting are going to have to come home and protect their people, protect their families. You will get riots in the streets if you do not feed people.
You know what?
If you read as much about Section 8 and Ben Carson did much research as you talk about Anne Ryan, you would notice that they're trying to transition these people to what they call a Section 3. With Section 3 of the HUD program, forces these people that they're going to kick off a Section 8 to actually get into a Section 3 program where they have to work, or they have to be in an education program, or they have to be in a trade program. That's what they're going to do, because they know that the one thing politicians do, including the Republicans, they want to keep their jobs, and they will not keep their jobs if they do this. If they were going to do this and they felt this way, you know what would have happened already?
Go ahead.
If Paul Ryan was as influential as you think he is, you know what would have happened already? That what Obamacare would have already been passed. It have sailed right through, because that's $1 trillion right there that they're cutting. How come that hasn't passed?
Because I think deep down these people know it won't work. Just like they do they
Well,
propose.
That's the first factual thing that you've said this whole hangout, because it won't work.
Right. But the thing is, it doesn't. As long as they get their money, it's like if they get their money first, they don't care if the trickle down doesn't work. Right? When Reagan proposed trickle down, George Bush proposed trickle down. That was a theory. They didn't really care if it worked or not, as long as they got their money up front. So they got their money up front. They was cool with crashing the economy later.
Where can they take the money if you don't have a country or an economy to back up the dollars that you have?
Yeah. The thing is, they know that it ain't going nowhere. That's what they know. They know.
The World Economic Forum says there is no place to run. They will come after you. Because if you sink the United States economy, the whole cookie rot goes along with it. Because if you sink the economy in the United States, the Chinese are going to try to do. There's going to be a big rush of dollars trying to dump dollars, and the United States will go down faster than the Titanic and carry the whole global economic structure right along with it.
Right. I think right now
that's the part you do not understand.
No, I think we both understand that. I think right. No, I think we both. I actually think we both. I think we both know this. I think we both.
No, you don't understand. Otherwise, let me tell you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be giving me these cockamamie theories.
I'm not giving you a theory. I'm giving you the facts. I'm giving you the facts. I'm giving you facts. I'm giving you the facts.
It's not.
I haven't given you theory. I think right now we're approaching theory right now.
Has it passed yet?
Has what passed?
Has the budget passed yet?
No, that budget is not going to pass. BGS.
Well, then, I guess the white supremacists are not that strong, are they?
BGS. They just want their money, and they have a little time to get it.
They already have the money.
Wait, let me explain this real quick. Let me explain this.
The United States they already have the money.
Right. Let me explain this. BGS. They're trying to get the money. They're trying to get their money first, right? Every time the Republican come in, he's getting his money first. Reagan getting his money first. George Bush getting their money first.
There is no money to get.
They get their money first, BGS.
There is no money to get.
But they got their mony already, BGS.
Do you understand? Do you understand what this economy and what these social programs are actually funded by? You know what they're funded by?
The debt.
No, they're funded by the debt. There's no. In other words, they're basically, it's a credit card. If you actually punch in a credit card, do you have money?
No, but they don't care. But BGS, I'm trying to. They don't care, BGS. Come on, that's what I'm saying. Come on, it's you and me, man. Right? They don't care. They don't care, BGS. As long as they get their money first.
Okay. Let's put it this way. I'm gonna give you a scenario since you're not getting me.
No, I'm getting you.
No, you're not. Listen to me.
You're trying to disagree with me for whatever reason.
No. Listen to me.
I'm listening.
How much is Confederate dollars worth?
0.
Why is that?
Because there is no Confederacy.
Because there is no system to spend Confederate dollars in. Am I correct?
I think I might have lost you.
If there's no system to spend Confederate dollars in, am I correct?
Please repeat that. I think I might have lost you.
All right. Can everybody else hear me? Can you guys hear me out there?
I turned my video off, so maybe that'll say.
Can anybody else hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, BGS.
Okay.
Yes.
In other words, if you wreck the system that you extract the money from, If you erect the system, you extract the money from, there is no place for you to spend those dollars. If you wreck the system, if you wreck the system that defends your corporations, because the only reason the United States corporation can actually go out there and do what they do is because the United States military backs them up.
You are 100% correct.
So if you wreck the system and its internal strife, you would not have a military to actually protect your rights. And the Chinese will gobble you up. They're already ready to gobble you up as it is. They're
okay,
not
stop.
stupid.
Right, stop right there, BGS. Right there, you're 100% right. As long as that ship, destroyers, those nuclear weapons, those satellites is in the air, as long as those F-16s are roaring around the country, you got bases around the world, then that dollar ain't going nowhere, and these white supremacists know.
The dollar is going to go anyway. It's just a matter of time. And
$60 trillion in debt. As long as they got that, they can wipe out an Arab, Indian, Chinese. As long as they can do that, they don't care how much debt they got on their books.
What I'm saying, I have explained this to you guys for a year how the system works.
BGS, we already know. I
said you guys.
Right, we know, BGS.
No, you don't know.
We know.
No, you
BGS,
don't. No, you don't. Okay, explain. Okay, explain it.
Something, BGS.
How does
the world existed before BGS existed?
No. Explain to me how the global architecture works. Go, because I've explained it. You say you know. Go ahead. Explain.
No. I don't even. We're dealing with. We're trying to.
I asked you a question. You said you know, and you said you've been listening to me, and you know. So explain it to me.
BGS, I'm not gonna sit here and explain the whole world.
No, because you don't know. You haven't been listening.
BGS. Acknowledge me this: the world does not resolve around BGS.
I mean, you know what, bro. Bro. No, hold on a second. You know what? It doesn't revolve around me. And you know what? I really do not have to do this.
What are you talking? I can't hear you.
I mean, all this stuff that I do, all this stuff that I put up, all this stuff that I go through, all the books that I recommend. And you think I'm here because I want the world to revolve around me. You don't even know who the hell I am. If I wanted the world to revolve around me, would I not show my face and give my name out there?
No, I'm just saying, BJ. The world is not, brothers are not limited to going to BGS to understand what the world is. Right? We're having a discussion, BGS.
We're having a discussion. The reason that people are here, I'm assuming people are here, is because I know more than they do and they're trying to learn. That's what I assume they're here for. If you know more than me, and you understand the way the world works and how the architecture works, you should be out writing books instead of being here on YouTube with me, because you already know. Because it took me a hell of a long time to acquire this knowledge. I used to read articles and study 20 hours a week. That's on top of books, on top of having to work 50, 60 hours a week. I put a hell of a lot of time into this. I put a hell of a lot of time here on YouTube telling you guys stuff that was going to happen before it happened. I have a track record, brother. I have a track record. You can go to the books. You can look this stuff up. I mean, out of 90% of the stuff that I have, that articles that I have and links that I have are probably too dense for most people to understand. And I do not feel like putting it out there. So and basically you guys debating about nothing when you don't understand the way the damn thing works, even though I have been telling you how it works for a year and a half. And it works exactly the way I described. The Chinese are taking over and assuming power exactly the way I described. I told you why. I told you who predicted. I told you how the architecture worked. I told you about Russia. I told you about China. I told you about the Middle East and all that stuff. And you guys, you still don't get it. Why do you refuse to get it? I'm not telling you know what? The reason the DOD listens to me and bugs me is because I am accurate. They don't bug me because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm accurate. And I'm here doing what I'm not supposed to be doing, which is telling black folks how the world works. That's what I'm doing. If you do not understand how the world works, how are you going to understand? If you don't understand why it rains, you just think there's water. You think your head is wet. And that's what you were running around thinking, that your head is wet. White supremacy will go down. White supremacy is basically over. Now, you're dealing with prejudice. You're dealing with a little racism here and there. But white supremacy, for the most part, is over. You guys didn't believe me when I said Europe was going to break up. What is Europe doing right now? Because we saw this stuff coming a long time ago. We have articles going back to 2009 saying that Germany was going to break off. The German tribes and the Northern Europeans were going to break off and go east toward Russia. What is Merkel talking about now? We talked about that. We talk about all this stuff. We talk about all this stuff, and sometimes I'm thinking I'm talking to a freaking wall. Because you're not getting it. If you want to be smarter than me, be smarter than me. I'm not giving you these books and everything I know and putting up these videos and taking my time making sure I give you the right information for nothing. I'm giving it to you so that you can learn. And you're debating about why you think I'm wrong instead of learning from the information.
BGS, you're not listening.
I told you about the fourth industrial revolution, and in fact, you were one of those people that when I said about the fourth industrial revolution and automation and the universal basic income, you said it wasn't going to happen. Guess what, boss?
What? Wait a minute, hold on now. You might be getting me confused with somebody else. That whole automation thing, you was 100% accurate.
Yeah,
everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Everybody. No, they didn't. No, everybody. No, they didn't.
Well, I'm saying, BGS, you're not the only source. You're not the only source. You're not the only source for automation. That's what I'm saying.
The only person. Did you? Okay, where did you hear about the fourth industrial revolution first?
I heard about the automation.
No, where did you hear about the term fourth industrial revolution first?
That term flew right by my head.
Automation has been around since the 60s. Where did you hear about the fourth industrial revolution and why it was coming? Where did you hear about it first?
I never paid attention to that term. But when you say automation, everybody knows where automation is going. Everybody knows that the automation.
In other words, you know what? I think it's because black people are raised in a matriarchal structure. And
that's the excuse. That's the excuse, BGS.
And black people take on their mother's need to be right. Okay.
You can't deal with black people. Other black people are educated, and you can't deal with that. You think that only black people can only come listen to a BGS or somebody like that in order to understand something. But we can't. We're not smart enough to go through the information on our own.
Hold on. I'm going. Everybody's here. I'm going to mute myself. You enlighten us. You teach.
I'm not trying to teach BGS. I was specifically dealing with. I said,
teach. You give us your theory. You write it down, and we'll see if it comes to fruition. Okay, you go.
BGS said that Section 8 cuts had to do with something about world currency and the dollar and all that. I said no, BGS.
I said no, BGS. You don't understand. Okay.
I thought you was gonna let me teach.
Wait, hold on a second. Didn't you just say you didn't want to? Didn't you just say you didn't want to teach? Didn't you just say that? Did you not just say that?
I'm following BGS. I did say that, BGS. I did say that. I'm following your lead.
Did you not just say that?
I did say that, BGS. I heard you mute, so I was going to talk.
So do you want to teach or do you not want to teach?
I would rather conversate.
No. Well, let's.
I don't even know why are we yelling. Why are we yelling?
Because you're yelling.
I know. I'm saying why are we yelling?
You're yelling. You're talking over me. That's why. Because you don't have any. You don't have any facts. That's why.
The BGS. I support everything.
All you have is an opinion. They're giving you an
I support everything I say with a fact, with the data.
they're giving you an opinion.
Everything I said, I followed it with a
They're
fact.
giving you an opinion. These people are
Who's
not.
giving?
You're giving me opinions. You're not giving me facts. I'm giving you data. I could give you more
I'm
data,
giving
but I
you
don't think.
no. I'm giving you the data, and you're giving me some conspiracy theory, brother.
No, you're giving me
Can we?
conspiracy. Okay, what conspiracy theory have I given you? Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. What's the conspiracy theory? Tell me.
This, people who delve into microeconomics theory, they have a bunch of conspiracy theories around here.
Okay, what am I conspiracy theory am I spinning?
Brother, you said a lot tonight, man. I'm not
No,
sitting around here taking notes.
Give me one. Give me one.
You put me on the spot.
Because you're not listening to me. You want to
I am listening to you.
No, you're not. Give me one. You said
the matriarch. Okay, here's one right there. I got one for you.
Hold on a second. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to mute you. Okay. Did you just not say I'm spinning conspiracy theories, right? Did you just not say that?
I did. I got one for you. I got one for you right there.
Okay, go ahead.
Your assumption is that if a black man has an opinion, he must be from a matriarchy. That's a conspiracy theory. That's put out there by people.
That's my opinion. That's not
okay. That's why. Well, that's my opinion. That's okay. That's what people say. People say that.
That's a
people say
that we're from.
Right. People say that.
What people say? What?
That if black dudes does not agree with another black dude, their theory is, oh, he must be from a matriarchy or blah blah blah. They always have an excuse. They can't face that.
How is that a conspiracy theory?
It falls in line with brothers talking in the barbershop. Brothers talking in the barbershop about who's better, Jordan or Magic Johnson. They just come up there and spin something. We can't just have a conversation.
What I'm saying is you got to remember this. This is recorded, and you're gonna have to listen to yourself. So I would say I would have less barbershop debate about bullshit and start giving me some facts. Why do you think your theory is correct?
I just said the Section 8 cuts. I'm specifically trying to focus on the taxes and the Section 8 from the Trump and Paul Ryan. Specifically.
Now, why? Now, I said I had that. You argue with me out of a 6-hour hangout. We were talking about all kinds of stuff, and it was just a small little piece where I even mentioned that because it was a question that she asked. Now, I didn't listen back to it because you didn't put a time stamp where you disagreed with me. Now, what specifically did I say that you disagreed with? And to give me details and stop giving me this runaround.
Yeah, there's
no way. Why am I wrong and why are you right?
Right. I'm just saying there's no way I'm sitting around listening to a 6-hour hangout unless I'm doing a road trip or something and I need a distraction in the background.
Well, I don't even know how the hell you found that. You must have listened to most of it.
I listened to the first hour probably. And I
listened to more than that.
And I said in there. So anyway, you were challenging on a lot of stuff.
And the first thing you said that it had more to do with race than it had to do with income. It was racism. That's what you're trying to tell me.
Right. The comment that I left was about the social safety net, and it proposed it didn't have anything to do with the system crashing or that kind of stuff. It had to do with the people trying to get a tax cut because of they're trying to get a tax hike. That's it. That was it. It had nothing to do with
tax cut. You mean?
I mean, yeah, heist. I meant to say heist.
Okay.
And it didn't have to do with. It didn't have to do with, the gold and the dollar. That book you had quoted to somebody. You said, "Oh, read this book about this." And I was trying to say to you, these people aren't reading those books. They didn't come up there. They didn't come up there and say, as is a Muchin, the guy that had an interview. I put in the link. I had put the post of his video, and he said that why he was doing these tax cuts, right? Why he was doing it, he said because he had sympathy for the taxpayer. That's what he was saying.
Because it's bullshit.
I know. Yeah, they know. Yes, we know it's bullshit, right? But we know what's bullshit. But the thing is, this is what he said. So I'm just going by. Let's take the dude on what he said. Let's take the surface. He has sympathy for the millionaires and the trillionaires. This has
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So it wasn't like all of a sudden they looked at the numbers, BGS, and said, "Oh man, we got to make some cuts on this budget because we got to cut the Section 8 because our economics is going to crash." He didn't say that. He said, "Man, we gonna cut this budget we gonna cut this budget because we trying to give some money to the billionaires." That's exactly what he said, right? So I'm saying, go for it, dude. Say exactly what you mean. Don't try to don't come in here with no BS. Say exactly what you mean. You want to cut the Section 8 because you think a billionaire need another yacht. Thank you for being honest. You white supremacist.
So white supremacists are cutting white people's Section 8 and white people's food stamps, and because he's a white supremacist.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Do
As I
you
had
know?
mentioned
Do
before.
you know how?
Wait,
Do you
wait,
know how much?
hold up, BJ, hold up. Because I had mentioned
Wait, can
before.
I speak, please?
Oh, go ahead, bro.
How much sense does that make? If you're cutting everybody, white people included, because most of the people that are on SNAP cards, especially now, are white people, because those are the people that are out of work. So does it make sense? So a white supremacist is going to hurt white people?
Yeah, absolutely. Right,
Okay.
right. White supremacists, right? White supremacists have always hurt white people.
Okay.
The system of white supremacy, they will hurt white people.
Okay.
Right. So they will cut their Social Security, right? When they say when they cut Medicaid and Social Security and privatize and export jobs and all that stuff, they know that in Flint, Michigan, when the white folks get cut off, the objectivism don't give a shit.
So objectivism is not about white or black. Objectivism is about naked capitalism.
Exactly, and
So it's
capitalism
so it's
has
so
exactly to do with white supremacy.
come on, dude.
Wait,
That's a come on,
wait a
dude.
minute, BGS. Wait a minute,
So
BGS. You telling me that white
so,
supremacy and
so one plus
capitalism
one
is
so
not
one
is,
plus four so 1 plus 4 equals 2.
BGS? Are you trying to tell the American people? Are you trying to tell Black and American people that capitalism and racism is not entwined? Is that what you're trying to tell Black people?
Capitalism does not care what color you are.
BGS, are you serious, BGS? You're
So
trying to tell
so
the American people.
so
You're trying
white
to tell the
so
American Black people.
so in other words, if your
My
theory is
theory is
hold on a second, let me give me some room here just for a second, see if I understand you, because I want to understand you, and I want the people in the chat room to understand you too. So and let me see if this is clear. So your theory is, by shipping white people's jobs out of the country, by cutting their food stamps and letting them go hungry, by white people going homeless, is going to enhance white supremacy. How?
that's their plan, BGS.
No, I'm asking you a question. How? Because this is your theory, and you saying you know what they're getting ready to do. So how?
BGS. You're trying
No,
to
no, no.
tell me
How? How? Give us the answer. You got this theory nailed down. You got it written down, man. Give me the end game. How? How this is
object
going to help white superior?
objectivism. That's what they're.
What
Are we? Can we be clear about the objectivism of Paul Ryan?
objectivism?
And right? Can we be clear about that?
I know what I studied objectivism for about 10 or 15 years. It has nothing to
Right.
do with color.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that you would
Read it for
tell the
yourself.
American people.
Where
I can't
where
believe that you would tell the
where,
American people that Ayn Rand and her objective had nothing to do with race.
have you ever
She's a white supremacist.
have you ever heard Ayn Rand say objectivism was for white people only?
not in those direct
Have you?
words, but she.
So how are you interpreting her words and saying that it's for white people only?
I didn't say it was for white people
So,
only.
so
Her
in other words,
objectivism, it has to do with
in
racism.
other words, in other
Survival,
words,
survival of the fittest.
it is social Darwinism, and it is naked capitalism. But where is it in Ayn Rand's writings has she ever said that objectivism was for white people only?
You can go to the interview that she had with Phil Donahue on the Phil
I'm
Donahue show,
asking you a
and
question.
he specifically asked her about uh, uh, racism and all that stuff.
Okay,
And
Ayn Rand,
right, so
Ayn Rand is
anybody,
Ayn Rand, especially if you read her books. Ayn Rand does not make distinctions about color. It is Ayn Rand says that objectivism is that the most capable people, no matter who they are, should be have the freedom and the fortitude to rise to the top by any means necessary. That's Ayn Rand's objectivism, which is rugged individualism, has nothing to do with color.
uh, okay, you can believe that if you want to, BGS.
Read her books. Ayn Rand,
That's not.
Ayn Rand has said she said my philosophy is in my novels. That's what she said.
Anybody has a Google can Google Ayn Rand and racism
And
and social Darwinism.
social
Anybody can do that.
social Darwin
Anybody can do that.
social
Go ahead.
Darwin. Ayn Rand has never said anything about race. She had never said in other words, she didn't care. She said that herself. She didn't care. It's about the best people, regardless of color. She believed now. Did she believe that white people were more capable? She probably did. But regardless of color, it didn't matter. And Ryan Rand wanted to get rid of the useless white people. She hated them.
Exactly. And you ask me why do they cut white people's jobs? And you ask me that.
So what does that have to do with racism?
The system of racism, white supremacy.
Okay, dude. All right. You got anything else for me, man?
That's it. I guess we can leave it at that.
I have told people when I first got on here about the Simpson Bowles Council on Debt and what they have to cut. Now, whether they cut it, Obama didn't cut like he was supposed to. He didn't, even though President Obama froze Section 8 4 years ago. In fact, you can go in and look it up. 2013, President Obama froze Section 8. He didn't. The only thing that they were supposed to cut that they didn't, and it got out of hand. It got way out of hand. In fact, you can look at. I just looked up the. Let's see if I still got it in my Evernote. I do believe I do. The only thing, and I said it back in 2009, the only reason you don't have riots in the streets is because of SNAP cards. If people couldn't eat, people can always find a place to live or find a shelter. But the thing is, to eat is where the problem is going to come in. And it's the SNAP cards that you need to worry about. The SNAP Section 8 is nothing. That doesn't, that's neither here nor there. And they only cutting like 12% off. Not like they're cutting it in half. They might be cutting 6 billion here, 6 billion. Basically, the reason that they're actually cutting the budget for the most part, because they know basically most of the tax stuff is not going to get through. The reason they're cutting the budget is because they want to increase the military. That's where the money's going. The money is not going to pay tax, for taxpayers. That's bullshit. But most people will get upset if they found out that they're cutting to increase the military. That's why, because the money has to come from somewhere. If it doesn't come, the last time they wanted to increase military increases like that, and I think it was in 2000, when they debate that, 2011 or maybe 2012, they wanted to actually, they had to rebuild the missile system. They had to replace the missiles. Had to rebuild a missile system and actually put out. They had another carrier that was on dock, and basically they had Republicans across the aisle said, you want to increase military spending and have our cities burned down and have old people out on the street. And they told him it's not going to happen. They told him it's not going to happen. That's, you know, Medicaid is a part of Obamacare, and a part of your when Obamacare came in, a part some of your Medicare or your Medicaid was incorporated into Obama. In other words, it got shifted into the Obamacare, into the Obamacare. So we actually going into people would have, instead of having Medicare or the Medicare card, they would actually have health plans, right? So
Yes.
now they want to cut that. But the thing is, the people that are on Medicare have these plans, you're going to boot them off. And cutting $1 trillion off of Medicare is probably not going to happen. That's where the big money, this Section 8 shit is just chump change. The big thing is when you get down to the SNAP cards and when you got down to the healthcare. That's going to be the battle. That's how come he was talking about that. That's what he was talking about, tax cuts. He feels sorry for billionaires. That's the only thing he could actually say. They know it's not going to pass. It's not going to pass. That's going to come to Congress, actually pass the shit. It's not going to get through the Senate. Senate's not going to do that because
right. But you will acknowledge that it did pass in the House, right?
Why do you think it passed in the House? If you,
well, I'm just saying you acknowledge that it happened, right?
Why do what I'm saying is I'm trying to get you guys to stop thinking like sheep and start thinking like freaking. I'm gonna cuss. I'm getting ready to cuss. I'm trying to get you guys to think like fucking shepherds instead of thinking like fucking sheep. Why do you think the goddamn thing did? Why do you think the goddamn thing passed through Congress?
Paul Ryan.
No, it wasn't Paul Ryan. Why do you think it passed through Congress?
I do remember there was a Trump sat in front of the at the White House with a bunch of people, and he thanked Paul Ryan. He thanked Paul Ryan.
Think for a change. What was happening with President Trump at the time that this bill was slated to go through? Why do you think they passed the goddamn thing?
You will acknowledge, at least you would acknowledge that Trump stood in front of all the people that passed it and said thanks to Paul Ryan. You will acknowledge he said that.
No,
right?
What I'm saying, I played the goddamn video for you guys. You still don't fucking get it. Morning Joe said if this president was going to survive, he needed a win. He needed to win something because everything else he tried to propose failed. He needed a win. So in other words,
I got you, but at least acknowledge what I said.
Hold on, dude. I'm talking right now. The master teacher's talking right now.
Go ahead,
be quiet.
Go ahead, BGS.
President Trump had everything that President Trump tried to do had failed. The only two things that President Trump, even that wasn't a success. We fired off those missiles, and he got a little bump. But Morning Joe said the president needs a win because your first 100 days, if everything goes down in smoke, it portends a bad presidency. He may not last. He needed a win badly, even though Paul Ryan said the first time that thing tried to go through. What did Paul Ryan say about the Obamacare plan? What did he say about it? What did he say the first time he tried to get it passed? It was dead on arrival. It was dead on arrival. They had to twist arms. They had to twist freaking arms because those congressmen would have to go back to their hometowns and go in front of their people and their good white, honest white people that put them in office and tell them why they were fucking cutting them off their fucking healthcare plan and basically throwing them to the wolves, right? And they had just done that. All right, they had to twist their arms and had to basically say that this president will not survive if this bill does not go through. And the only reason it went through because they knew that the goddamn thing was not going to go through the Senate. They knew it wasn't going to get passed. They count votes. They already knew ahead of time what the bill that they passed is not going to be the one that they do in the Senate, and they already know that. So they passed it to give him a win. That's what it's called politics. But the thing is, if you don't read and you don't observe and you don't even look at the stuff and try to absorb the stuff I put up, I don't put this shit up for no reason. When I put up a video, it's to tell you something. specifically something. You know, the
And BG,
reason people bitched about me putting up the video on demographics, I put that shit up for a goddamn reason so that you will learn and it will open your eyes to a new avenue to think of something greater. Give you a top-down version. But the thing is, if you want to muddle down with the rest of the sheep, man, and look at sheep tails all day, you can do that.
but BGS, I'm just saying, BGS. At least you acknowledge that Trump said he thanked Paul Ryan, and my TV gets Morning Joe too. I saw that. I did. I saw that on. I saw that on Morning Joe too.
If you saw it,
I didn't disagree with it, BGS. That's just because I saw it. Well, I was supposed to disagree with it because I saw it.
If you saw it,
I agree with it.
The thing is, how come you? If you saw it, how come you don't know why the damn thing passed?
I do know why it passed. Because they want to cut Medicare, Obamacare, and send trillions of dollars of tax cuts to the rich. That's why they did it.
You still don't get it.
Do the rest of the Democrats get it? But BGS, do the rest of the Democrats get it? BGS?
They know why they have to trim this stuff. They know why it has to, because it's unsustainable. They know why they have.
So BGS, would you acknowledge it? Answer me this, BGS. Does the Democrats know what's going on?
Yes, they do.
Are they all in that? And what did they say? They said the same thing I'm saying. They saying the same thing I'm saying.
You know what the definition of politics is? The fine art of compromise. There is no free lunch. You have to take it from one end and give it to somebody else. If you take trillions of dollars and give a tax cut of trillions of dollars, it's going to have to come up somewhere. Either it's going to have to, you got to borrow more money, and the deficit will get way out of control, or you're going to have to put people on the street. People on the street are not very happy, are they? They tend to do what when they're not happy?
Right, BGS. That's exactly what Elizabeth Warren told the budget director when he came in front of Congress. She's like, exactly what you just said. That's what she said.
And why are you?
And more or less. More or less.
She's basically saying, and all the senators are basically saying, this shit is dead on arrival. It's not going to happen.
Right. So I'm just saying the Democrats are saying the same thing that I'm saying, BGS. I'm saying they're saying BGS. They're saying this to BGS without BGS knowing. They're saying BGS. Listen to me real quick. Okay. They're saying this. They're saying they cutting millions and billions of dollars out of healthcare to send money to the rich. Do I have to? I can get a quote. I can get a YouTube link of racist Bernie Sanders saying the exact same thing. I can just click it right now and just play it. He's saying the exact same thing I'm saying. I'm saying, BGS, this is what's going on. I'm not the only one.
Dude. I'm trying to tell you what's going on. You don't even want to acknowledge it, even look at the stuff. And you don't even want to acknowledge it. If you're $40 trillion in debt, you know you're $40 trillion in debt, and basically the debt is increasing, you know that this anvil is over your head. When are you going to cut? When the damn thing crashes?
Yes, I understand. BGS. I know this. You know this. Paul Ryan know this. So you think Obama knows this? They know this. Everybody knows this, but they don't care. They don't care. BGS.
Yes, they do care. Why do you think it hasn't passed?
Obviously, they don't, because they just passed it.
They passed the budget.
No, I said they passed in the House. Well, when Trump stood there and thanked Paul Ryan for doing what he's doing, and it's already kicking off to the Senate. The Senate is supposed to do what they're supposed to do, so they can get reconciliation.
Did we just not go over that?
Yes, we understand. That's what they're trying to do, BGS.
In other words, you instead of rehashing it, you can just say you disagree with me.
Disagree with what? I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying. What are you trying to do? You're trying to find an argument between us.
No, I'm not. Dude,
you're trying to make an argument, BGS.
Dude, did I email Covinaman and shove my theory down his throat? Did I do that?
You post a video for the world to snack on,
And
and the world is snacking on it.
was I talking to you? Were you on that call?
No, but you put it on the air for the
Were,
world to look
no,
at. You didn't put it on private. You could have put it on private,
hold on a sec. Hold
but
on
you
a
put
sec.
it on the world
Hold on.
for the world to examine it.
Were you on that? Were you on that call? I want to ask you, yes or no.
I was not on that call. I'm on this call.
In other words, I was not disagreeing with you because I didn't care. Did I go to you and say, Covinaman, this is what you think? I disagree with you? Who's disagreeing with who?
Obviously not. I objected to something that you said on there, BGS.
So in other words, what you're saying is you disagree with me, which is why we're on this call.
Correct.
My track record speaks for itself. I don't have to defend it. You have to defend yours. You have to prove. You have to prove your theory.
Yeah, I'm not questioning your track record. I'm questioning. I add objection to what you put on the air. You put something out there. You put politically streaking, and I objected to something that didn't look right.
It didn't look right to you. But the thing is, I'm saying I'm giving you a chance to prove your theory, and you're not doing that well, boss. I'm telling you.
BGS, I told you that the tax cuts, this is my objection to BGS. The whole thing is this. Those tax cuts was not designed, or those Section 8 cuts and stuff.
Well, let's go back.
Let me finish.
No, hold on a second. Let's go back and get your exact words. Okay?
Yeah, okay, here, let's look at them.
Let's go back and get your exact words. Come on, BGS. White supremacists are what? Are proposing cutting Social Security to save the system from crashing. They are doing it in order to fund their $1 trillion U.S. Treasury heist called tax cuts, right? It's all a scam.
And I post a link right there to follow up what I was saying.
And I asked you, do you know why he's trying to do that? He said that because he's trying to get these corporations to repatriate the money.
What does cutting the safety net have to do with repatriating the money? How does that work? What does that fit in?
The safety net doesn't have anything to do with the tax cuts. Those are two separate issues. Those are two separate issues. Those trims actually started with President Obama, believe it or not.
Right. No, I'm not even objecting to that. I'm saying that those tax cuts.
And I'm giving you the very reason or my reason for why they have to come, which is backed up not only documents, but backed up by an article that I put up called Another L. I just posted an article on BGS Ibmore. In fact, a whole lot of women dislike that article about Republicans cutting stuff and the L. And they you know what they mentioned in the article? The $21 trillion of the deficit that needed to be trimmed. That's what they mentioned in the article. Politico did an article. I posted. I don't know if you read the damn thing or not. You probably didn't. But
I did not read that particular article.
Well, in other words, had you read the article, and you didn't have to read the article, you could just listen to the video because I read the article verbatim for a very good reason. And everybody focused in on Section 8 and them cutting, and they missed the part about the deficit, about the deficit that's been hanging over the United States for the last damn near 10 years. Probably more than that, but the deficit actually rocketed. It went from the 5 trillion. The 5 trillion actually happened to fund Bush's Middle East war. That's like it went 5 trillion in debt because Clinton had cleaned up most of the deficit for a whole lot of reasons. And Clinton cut welfare by 2/3, which people don't even look at. But
yeah, some of that needed.
The deficit was $5 or $6 trillion, and then after the bank bailouts and the currency swaps, the deficit ballooned to like $12 trillion, and then after the economic downturn
When
because
you,
of all that stuff, because of all the they had to do what they extended. Remember what they extended?
I think
Back,
you missed something important in there, in
what is
between
that?
there, BGS.
What's that?
You missed the Bush tax cuts. You missed that. Right? Remember when Clinton was in office, they had a budget surplus. They had more money. They had took that. Remember that clock that sits on the wall that says the deficit is ticking. They had took that thing, shut it off, and
What?
they had moved that 2 minute to midnight. They had moved it to 3. They had moved it back. Bush came in, tax cuts, and everything went back off the
So
rails.
basically that whole uh, Iraq Afghanistan war we've been fighting for the last 15 years didn't cost anything.
I didn't say that, but the Bush tax cut is what bankrupted the country.
Do you remember? Do you remember? There's an old article. I don't know if I still have it or not. It's called a $5 trillion war.
Trickle down economics. There's a whole thing where Reagan did the same thing.
Dude.
Bush did the same thing. Now Trump is trying to do the same thing.
You know who you're sounding out. You know who you sounding like right now.
Who's that, bro?
Pure butterfly spirit. That's who you sounding like. You're jumping all over the place.
I thought we was having a good conversation.
Everybody's saying the same thing.
Now hear me.
You jumping.
How you want to try to insult the brother?
No, I'm saying, dude, you keep jumping all over the place. I'm trying to tell you what happened. It's a $5 trillion war that they had to have finance to go over there. The wars are not cheap. They spent $5 trillion, and that's not including the veteran benefits coming back. That's what made Stiglitz famous, is because he's the one that said that he said that back in 2005, I want to say, that the Iraq Afghanistan war was going to total. At first, he said it was going to cost $3 trillion, and then after the surge, he said it's going to cost us $5 trillion. So by the time 2008 2009 rolled around, the budgeted deficit was $5 trillion, which was the amount of the war that they were fighting. And then when you want to bail out the banks and bail out the other industries like the car industries because you've wrecked the economy, that added another, I think they added another 2 or 3 trillion on top of that. And then after all these people are out of work, what did he have to do? He had to extend what? The unemployment insurance. Remember that? Unemployment was supposed to be like 6 months, right? Remember that?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just muting. I don't want to speak over you.
Remember that? If you remember that, how much did they have to spend to give? Mostly white men, because mostly it was white men that lost their jobs. Okay, it was white men that were put out of work. In fact, the feminists even mentioned that it was a they call it a man session. In other words, they threw 40% of the men out of work. So they had to to keep them rolling along. They had to give them the ability to survive and maintain some semblance of a lifestyle. They did what? They extended their unemployment insurance paid by the federal government for what, 2.5 years. They had to give them health care. They had to give them SNAP cards and food stamps. Remember that? All that stuff adds up.
Yeah, I remember that. That had nothing to do with Bush's tax cuts.
And then on top of that, they weren't paying down the debt that was already there. So basically after 2008, your deficit went from 5 or 6 trillion to 21 as it stands now, less than 10 years later. And basically, if you give them trillions of dollars in tax cuts, so you're going to get one or two things. You're going to get a debt, a public debt. We ain't even talk about the private debt, but a public debt of about $30 trillion. And you're going to have riots in the streets. So any sane congressman, would they get on board for that shit?
They just passed the thing. So as you said, sane, and I would say no.
Not
but let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick, BG, because you
$850 billion Medicare bill, which is the Obamacare bill, that was a rider that basically that passed through Congress. Has it gotten through the Senate as yet?
It has not gotten through the Senate.
So it has not been passed.
It has not been passed.
Well, how do you pass any kind of legislation? You have three branches that have to sign off on it. Who are they?
You are correct. Congress, the Senate, and the president. I'm not disputing those facts. We already got the. We don't have to worry about. We don't have to argue about facts that everybody's on the table. We just try to argue.
Somebody who is astute, as you say that you are, I'm taking it on your word that you say that you are in politics, that has been studying politics for 30 years, I would say that you should know this. And I'm going to use my dear Dr. The late Dr. Brzezinski's words on you at this point before I open up this session.
Go ahead, bro.
Your knowledge of this issue is shockingly superficial. Okay.
Okay, I understand that. When brothers, what often happens when brothers when they disagree with each other is they call each other names. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And they say that, oh, you sound like a woman, you a sinner, blah blah blah. Okay, that's fine. I expect that from Negroes. I expect that.
I'm trying to keep you on track. I'm trying to get you to formalizing so we can go on a straight line, and you're bouncing all over the place. Stop bouncing all over the place. And I know the reason you're bouncing all over the place is because okay, you bouncing all over the place because you don't think I can return serve if they're scattered all over the court. That's not true. I know this shit. I know this shit backwards.
BGS. I was the one that was specific about what I was referring to. You took it off in another direction. I'm specific. I was specific, talking about a specific issue, a specific disagreement. You listed 15 things that we did not disagree on. 15 things. I didn't agree. I didn't disagree with that, BGS. I was disagreeing with this one thing over here.
You disagreed with me, and I told her. Because you didn't specifically tell me what part of my statement you disagree with. I told her that these cuts were about the budget. Okay, these cuts should have been done a long time ago, and no matter whether it was Republican or Democrat, it does not matter. These cuts will have to come. Now, all the other superficial stuff that swirls around it doesn't get around that fact. That's how come this tax cut that they have proposed, and Congress has not even passed a tax cut. But this particular budget, basically that Obamacare bill was for. The reason it didn't pass the House the first time is because it was DOA, and they had to redo it, and they had to twist a whole lot of arms just to get that through, and it barely squeaked through, even though it was a Republican-dominated Congress and a Republican-dominated Senate. So if Paul Ryan was that powerful, it would have ridden all the way through, and Donald Trump would have signed it, which it did not.
Right. And okay, before we get off track, let me address that specific area, just that specific.
And the thing, when you put white supremacists in it, you basically killed most of your argument. Okay, you killed it.
Okay, let me do a specific area here with the
read. Okay, you got your article in front of you. You read your article and you tell me, because it was written. You read a socialist paper basically, and they're telling you about the $1 trillion tax cut, and they do not mention. They did not mention the deficit that the country is in. And these cuts will have to come.
Right, because here's the thing right there. That's right there. That's specific. Let's just hypothetically say that Nancy Pelosi was the leader of the House, and Schumer was the leader of the Senate, and Hillary Clinton was the president. Would the country be like, oh, we need to cut this Section 8 money because of the deficit. No, only reason why these these current people are focusing on that is because they have an objectivism idea. It's not having to do with the debt. They don't care about they're not thinking about the debt. BGS is thinking about the debt. Other economists are thinking about the debt. Microeconomics people are thinking about the debt. These people are not thinking about the debt.
Prove it. Prove they're not thinking about the debt. I just read.
Well, you can't prove a negative. You can't prove a negative, BGS. I'm stopping.
I put up an article just saying the exact thing that I just said, and out of Republicans' mouths, out of their own mouths.
Okay, BGS, go back to that quote. I mean, where that thread where we had, and at the bottom thread, I gave you a link to what the guy who's Muchin, is that the guy? He specifically said what he was cutting the debt, what he was cutting it for. He specifically said, I gave you a video of his own language. I didn't say nothing. Right? That's what he said. That's the proof. You asked me to prove it. There's the proof right there. That's what I'm saying. That's my proof.
And I prove that is wrong.
But BGS, this dude he's in power. He's in power. The president of the United States had this guy in office. The president of the United States told this guy to go up there in front of the nation and say what he said. He didn't ask BGS approval. He didn't say, BGS, may I stand up there? He asked the president of the United States to go up there and say that. That's what he said. And you want to disagree with him.
There was two things. There were the two things that you were wrong on. One, that was Medicare. And the second thing that we were talking about Section 8, were we not?
You lost me there. Say that again.
In other words, the bill that you were talking about was the Obamacare bill, right?
No, I wasn't addressing Obamacare specifically. I was talking about all the tax cuts.
You were talking about all the tax cuts. Well, the thing is, you were talking the speech he gave. What it was, the $1 trillion or the $850 billion that they were going to cut off of Medicare, right?
Yeah, that is correct. He specifically said, right, wait a minute, hold on. He specifically said he doesn't care. He no longer wants to focus on what kind of programs are being cut.
I asked you a question.
Give me it to me one more time.
What bill were they arguing in the Senate?
What do you mean what bill they're arguing in the Senate?
What bill were they arguing in the Senate? They were talking about the Obamacare bill, right? The budget, they're not even debating that right now.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I wasn't even referring to what was in the Senate. The Senate's not doing anything. Are we talking about the House? The House and the president right now is the one that was speaking. Remember the clip of the guy who says the reason why they're making the tax cuts, the reason why they're cutting these programs. He specifically said from his mouth. This is not from my mouth, not from your mouth. Specifically from the president of the United States and that office. The office said the reason why they're making that tax cut is because he has sympathy for the taxpayers and not for the programs.
And that is bullshit.
Okay, but that's according to BGS. I'm just taking the president of the United States and the power that he has, and it's been invested in him.
Is that the only article that you have?
That's the most current, accurate article that he had. It was from May the 23rd. It's from May the 23rd of last week.
Is it the only article that you have? Because I had. Okay, Republicans. Okay, what is it? Where is it? Where did I put that? I actually put it. Up. It was one that you did not listen to, which I am not surprised about.
No, don't assume that. If you put it up, I'll listen to it. I listen to everything you post.
No, you just said you didn't hear it.
I thought you said it was something to read. If you posted it, I read. I'm into your politics. Remember, I'm the one that said talk more politics and less Coonisphere stuff.
Okay, let me, because I actually read it verbatim. It was May 14th, 2017. It's political. Let me just read this again, okay? Under pressure to balance the budget and align with Trump, the House Republican has his eyes on food stamps, welfare, and perhaps even veterans benefits, right? House Republicans voted to slashed billions of dollars in health care for poor as part of the Obamacare replacement. They are now they're weighing a plan to take the scalp of the programs to provide meals to the needy kids and housing, education assistance for low-income families. As President Trump refusal to overhaul Social Security, President Trump's refusal to overhaul Social Security and Medicare, and his pricey wish that for infrastructure, a border wall, and tax cuts is sending the House budget vote writers scurrying for pennies to politically sensitive places, safety net programs for the most vulnerable. Under enormous internal pressure to quickly balance the budget, Republicans are considering more than $400 billion in slashing more than $400 billion in spending through a process to evade the Democratic filibuster, Politico says. The proposed budget would be part of the House Budget Committee's fiscal 2018 budget. Won't specify which programs will get the axe. Instead, it will instruct committee to figure out what to cut to reach the savings. But among programs most likely on this chopping block, sources say, are food stamps, welfare, income assistance for the disabled, and perhaps even veteran benefits. If enacted, such a plan would curb safety net programs, all while juicing the Pentagon's budget, slicing corporate taxes. So there's two things would amount to the biggest shift in federal spending priorities in decades. Atop that, GOP budget writers would also likely include Paul Ryan's Wisconsin proposal to privatize Medicare in their fiscal 2018 budget, despite Trump's unwavering rejection of the idea. While that proposal is more symbolic and won't become a law under this budget, is just another thorny issue that will have Democrats again accusing Republicans of pushing Granny off the cliff. The Budget Committee is trying to force the entire conference committee of jurisdiction to focus on ways to bring down the deficit, said senior budget panel Republican Tom Cole. Republicans have long sought to tackle the nearly $20 trillion debt, but Trump has tied their hands by ruling out cuts to Social Security and Medicare. The Oklahoma Republican, however, acknowledged that mandatory spending reductions could become very tough issues, though he declined to name which programs would see major cuts. Read that again. The Oklahoma Republican, however, acknowledged that mandatory spending reductions could become a very tough issues. Mandatory, you get that? Though he declined to name which programs would see major cuts, these are hard for anybody, no matter where you're at on the political spectrum. While budget writers are well aware of the sensitive nature of their proposals, they feel that they have no choice if they want to balance the budget in a decade, which goes back to what? It goes back to the Simpson-Bowles Council on what? On debt. They propose for years and give Trump what he wants. Engaged by Democrats claiming victory after the last month's government funding agreement, White House officials in recent weeks have pressed Hill Republicans to include more Trump priorities in the fiscal 2018 budget. House budget Republicans hope to incorporate those wishes and are expected, for example, to budget for Trump's infrastructure plan. Tax reform instructions will also be included in the budget, paving the way for both chambers to use powerful budget reconciliation process to push through a partisan tax bill through Congress on a simple majority of votes, as well as the $400 billion in mandatory cuts.
There's bingo. All I say is, can I say bingo? Can I say bingo?
Why? Where do the mandatory cuts come from?
Yeah, he said he would like to have it, but what was he
Where
proposing?
do
What are they proposing?
where
Can I
does
get my bingo?
where does the mandatory cuts come from? Where do you think that idea comes from? Mandatory cuts. I just read it.
Yeah, there is no mandatory cuts. Back that up. Back that up. Back that up. Read that again. So we be clear.
The Oklahoma the Oklahoma Republican, however, acknowledged that the mandatory spending reductions could become very tough issues, though he declined to name which programs would see the major cuts. These are hard for anybody, no matter where you are on the political spectrum. While the budget writers are well aware of the sensitive nature of their proposal, they feel they have no choice if they want to do what? Balance the budget in a decade.
Right. Do you understand the words that are coming out of your mouth? He's
Okay,
telling
I'm
BGS,
opening. I'm gonna open it
BGS.
up. I'm gonna
Okay,
open it up. I'm
but
gonna open it up,
BGS.
man. I'm
All I
done.
say is
I'm
bingo.
done. I'm done,
Yeah,
man. I'm
not
done, man. I'm
bingo.
done. I'm done,
Bingo.
man.
Can I
I'm
collect
done,
my
man.
money?
I'm
Can I
done,
collect?
man.
Okay,
Done.
I'm
I'm
collect.
done, dude. I'm
Uh,
done, dude. I'm
Let
done.
me collect my
I'm
money,
done.
man.
I'm
I can
done.
collect my money and go
I'm
home.
done. I'm done. Where do you what did I say in that? What did I say in the hangout? What did I say in the hangout? Why are they cutting this stuff? What did
Can
I
I?
say? What did I say?
What
What
are
did I
you
say?
saying? Wait. What are you saying? What are you
What
saying?
what did
Tell
I
me.
say?
Tell me.
I said the reason they're cutting this stuff, they have to cut this stuff because they were mandated they're mandated by what President Obama did, and Simpson and Bowles proposed back in 2011 to basically do what? To balance the budget in a decade, and you have a $21 trillion deficit.
Yeah, I don't
How
think. Yeah,
how
I don't think
how
you understand what's going on because I don't
okay,
think you understand,
dude.
BGS.
Okay, all
Hold
right,
on,
I'm
BGS.
done. I'm done.
Just
I'm
pause two
done.
seconds.
I'm done. I'm
Pause two
done.
seconds,
I'm done.
BGS.
Okay, I'm
Under
pausing for
the
2 seconds. Okay, you got 2 minutes, man, and I'm gonna open it up
Yes,
because
yes,
I'm
please,
done.
thank you.
I'm done.
Under the rules of reconciliation, which you just read and just totally ignored that. Under the rules of reconciliation, they have to balance the budget in 10 years. That's the rules of reconciliation. In order to pass a partisan tax cut, that's what you just read. They have to balance the budget. Now, if it was a non-reconciliation, they wouldn't have to do it. But because
Okay.
he's proposing you say 2 minutes, because they're proposing a partisan tax cut under reconciliation rules, it has to be balanced. So they said we're gonna cut the taxes, but we don't know where. And according to the rules, if they do this, they have to be balanced according to their rules. But because he said I don't know where that's gonna come from, I have no idea where it's gonna come from. But if that's the reconciliation they have to do, I think you need to understand what's going on in reconciliation, and then maybe you'll understand what's going on in the government. I think you
That,
lost something,
okay,
BGS.
dude. Okay, dude. Okay, all right, dude. You know what? Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I read it to you. I read it to you.
Yeah,
I
you
read
didn't.
it to you.
You didn't understand what you just read, brother.
Dude,
I'm
okay,
gonna get. I'm gonna
dude,
collect my bingo and go home, man.
dude. Okay, collect your bingo, man. Collect your bingo. If that's gonna make you night, collect your bingo.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Understand what reconciliation is, and then get back with me. Understand what that is, and
What do
get
you,
back
okay?
with me, the man.
Okay, no. You tell me what reconciliation means.
I just explained it to you, BGS. Under the rules of
No,
reconciliation, I'm
what?
gonna tell you one more time. It's not even
What?
gonna take me a minute. It's not gonna even take me a minute.
Okay,
Under the rules of reconciliation, they can get a 50%, a 50 vote in the Senate. In order to do that, they have to balance the budget in 10 years. That is the rules of reconciliation. They have to do it. So if they make the tax cuts, they have to make it up somewhere else in cutting the budget. This white supremacist said he don't know where they're going to balance it from, but he's guessing it have to come from the cuts. He's guessing if you're going to use reconciliation, he has to balance it. But for whatever reason, BGS doesn't understand reconciliation because he's worried
oh,
about something else.
please. Okay, all right.
But I'm with you, brother. I'm with you.
No, you're
Brother,
not. No, you're not, dude. No, you're not. No, you're
I don't,
not, dude. No, you're
brother,
not.
I
No,
don't
you're
lose.
not, dude. No, you're not. No,
Okay,
you're
I
not.
didn't lose no respect
No,
for
you're
you.
not.
I just want you to understand reconciliation. You're my man.
You basically you have your parting shot, dude. You got your parting shot.
Okay.
I've explained it to you. I've showed it to you.
No, but you don't understand it. You don't understand what you're reading, BGS. You
Oh,
lost it.
really?
You lost it.
Dude, I just read it to you.
Yeah, but you didn't understand it. I understood it. You don't understand
Why?
reconciliation.
What budget do they have to balance? In what do they have to cut in a decade? What deficit do they have to cut?
Under the rules of reconciliation. Do you understand? Do you understand what that is?
Do you understand my question? Do you understand my question?
Please say it. Please state it again.
What what deficit do they have to cut to balance the budget in 10 years?
In order to make any cuts in
No,
the
no, no. That's not the question I asked you.
yeah, there is not. There is not.
Wait.
You're missing the whole thing.
Wait a minute. Let me rephrase the question. What deficit do they have that they have to make up to balance the budget in 10 years?
The budget deficit.
Well, how large is the budget deficit?
Right now it's $1.5 trillion.
Are you okay? Okay. All right, dude. All right, just fall back, man. Just fall back. I'm done. Okay. I'm just.
Yo,
okay.
can I?
Yeah, you don't understand,
man? Can I get a piece of this, man?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
First of all, I noticed something you said a while back about white supremacy, and they're trying to get all of the money before the system collapse or before they. Do you realize that that's just like saying I'm gonna collect all my monopoly money before you leave with the board? Once the system is going, the money doesn't mean anything. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, I never said that. I don't believe in that. I never said that. That was BGS bringing it up.
No, you said that. You said that.
You said they don't care. You said they don't care.
No, I said they don't care about adding to the deficit. That's the only part I said. I'm not pushing the theory that this.
But why would they not care? Why would they not care about adding into the deficit?
Because as BGS had pointed out earlier, as long as they have their military, they don't care how much debt they have.
If there's no system, there's no military, dude. In other words, you believe they can run up the debt to be $200 trillion and it doesn't matter, right? That's what
I'm saying they don't believe that. I'm not saying what I believe. I don't know.
I'm asking you a question.
I have no idea. That's not exactly. I have no idea.
That's the one thing we agree with, man, throughout the whole session. That's one thing we agree with. I agree with you on that one. I agree with you. Because right now,
I'm not one of those.
Right now, I want to run outside, man, scream and bang my head up against the wall. I really do.
Yeah, I'm not one of those that's going around saying that, the sky is falling, they're going to collapse the system and all this stuff, and the world's going to collapse and all that. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those.
Okay.
I'm not one of those.
Okay. All right, you're not one of those because you believe they can run deficits in an infinitum forever, right? That's what you believe, right?
So what? So let me ask him a question. What problem do you have? What problem do you have with what he's saying about what he's saying, what I'm saying, what pretty much all of us are saying about the NATE cuts and the welfare cuts?
Yeah, my as I pointed in the link, you probably didn't see my comment that I said to BGS, and I said BGS, they're not doing this in order to balance the budget. That's not what they said. I'm going by what they had said out of their mouth. They're doing this in order to fund tax cuts. That's what the Democrats saying. That's what the Congress is saying. That's what the Republicans say. Everybody's saying that except for BGS. And I'm saying BGS.
Okay,
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Because
you seem to be missing something. You do know what politics is, right? You do know that the concept of politics is, right? You do realize that politicians tell the public one thing, but ultimately they have certain things that they have to do and certain agendas that they have to get done for bigger purposes. You know that, right?
Yeah, I understand what this is, but I understand people just throw things out there.
So hold on back for a second. Before you try to jump into another branch, on the tree. All right. Because one of the things I noticed while you were talking, and I think we had this issue on my blog talk radio, you have a tendency to debate the same way women do. Jump off a topic when somebody's talking about something. And here's the thing. The reason why BGS is not repeating what the politician said is because BGS knows how to analyze the data. See, a politician can say whatever the fuck they want to say. But at the end of the day, if you analyze the data and you analyze what the bare bones of what's going on, you can figure out what's really being done. A politician is always going to tell. It's just like on that movie Men in Black when Tommy Lee Jones is telling Will Smith about the aliens, and Will Smith is like, well, why can't we tell the public? You know, people are smart. Tommy Lee Jones said a person is smart. People are dumb. You have to tell people certain things in order to, and that's part of politics, is telling people what they need to hear so that they won't riot and go crazy and flip out and all of that shit. But that doesn't mean just because a politician said, well, we're doing this for this purpose, that doesn't mean that that's the purpose they're doing it for. You do understand that, right? Are you there?
Yeah, I mean, I just had myself muted, but yes, I understand that people can say whatever they want to say. That's it, right? We're in a country free. We're in a free country. But this is what they said.
Hold on. That's not what I said. Hold on.
Yeah,
that's not what I said.
Go ahead.
That's not what I said.
Let's break it down.
What I said was specifically, you do realize that politicians, and this is why I was waiting for you to agree with what I'm saying, because you're jumping all over the place. You do realize that politicians say certain things for certain purposes. That has nothing to do with people having the right to say whatever the hell they want to say arbitrarily. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is politicians say certain things for certain purposes. You do agree with that, right?
Hello?
You can't hear me. Now you can't hear me. Can you hear me, BGS?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
So now he can't hear me. I'm not gonna repeat that, dude. You heard it.
Okay, yeah, okay. You're asking me. Let me summarize. You're asking me if I believe that politicians say things for the public and they have a different meaning behind it. Is that what you're asking me specifically?
And they have a different agenda, not a different meaning.
Okay. Yeah, that's all. That is very well possible, but that's not what they're doing right now. He's being brutally honest. He's being brutally honest. He's keeping it 100. And for whatever reason,
how do you know? Hold on for a second. Let me ask you a question. Hold on for a second. Let me ask you a question. How do you know that? Based on what?
How do you prove a negative? How do you prove a negative, dude?
What do you mean? How do you prove a negative?
Exactly.
If somebody is doing something, their motives are gonna become realized just by paying attention to what the fuck is going on.
You're making an assumption.
I could tell you that's not an assumption. I could tell you that I don't plan on washing my car today. But if you see me outside washing my fucking car, then I'm washing my damn car. You're making an argument about something. You're saying that, well, a politician is saying this and he's being 100% honest. Well, if he's being 100% honest and what he's saying is the reality of what he's saying, reality has a foundation. You can see if somebody's saying some shit, that's exactly what the fuck they're going to do.
All I know is that this is what the data says X, and I'm reading the data. And you're telling me what the data, actually what you should do with the data is don't actually read the data. You should just interpret it what the data is.
Let's do this.
Let's see what he said.
Oh no, let's do this right now. Okay, I'm gonna read the article that he posted to me. We're gonna read it verbatim, okay? And we're gonna let everybody else basically analyze it for themselves. Okay, this is from CNBC. There's a $2 trillion mystery in the middle of Donald Trump's budget. Okay. The centerpiece of President Donald Trump's plan to revive the American economy is a package of massive tax cuts for the businesses and households, that the administration has promised will pay for itself. But after the White House released its budget this week, there's a lot of head scratching over there over how that actually works. Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin has repeatedly emphasized the administration expects the tax cuts to kick the economy into high gear. Businesses will invest and hire more workers, which is part of his plan, because he said if you want the tax cuts, you're going to have to do what? He said that of his
Hire
campaign
more people,
promise. He said if I'm going to give you tax cuts, you got to do what? You had to bring what? Jobs back into what?
jobs back,
You had to
jobs back
bring
into
jobs
America.
back into the United States. Those newly employed workers will spend their paychecks, the economy will grow, and the government will ultimately reap the benefits to higher tax revenues as a result. Mnuchin estimates that the virtuous cycle known in policy circles as dynamic scoring will lead to a sustained 3% economic growth and generate an extra $2 trillion in tax revenue over the next decade. Any plan we put forward, we believe should be paid for with economic growth, he told lawmakers on Capitol Hill last week. So it was not surprising that the White House included an estimated $2 trillion in economic effects in its budget. The problem, the money isn't being used to pay for the tax cuts. It's being used to eliminate the deficit by 2027. Did I not say that? That begs the question, how does the administration plan to pay for tax cuts? The budget director says one thing. Economist Lawrence H. Summers, who served as a director of National Economic Council under President Barack Obama and Treasury Secretary under President Bill Clinton, accused the administration of double counting, applying the $2 trillion to both toward paying for the tax cuts and toward paying down the deficit. Budget Director Mick Mulvaney brushed aside that criticism Thursday during the testimony on Capitol Hill. Pressed by lawmakers, Mulvaney said the budget assumes that the tax cuts will be paid by raising taxes elsewhere, a different method of accounting known as static scoring. The actual policy will be put in place the way you put the budget together, was that the tax reform package would be static, Republican Senator Corker said. Correct, Mulvaney replied. The Treasury Secretary says another. One of the ways to raise revenue outlined in the single page of tax return principles released by the administration last month is to eliminate nearly all personal deductions except for mortgage interest, charitable donations, and retirement plans. That's a tax increase. The administration has not listed which corporate deductions will be headed for the chopping block. And it has not estimated how much any of these new moves might raise or whether they would indeed be enough to pay for the deep tax cuts that the administration has championed. Mnuchin attempted his own balancing act during his separate testimony Thursday before Congress. He said that the tax plan will be paid for both through economic growth and through increasing revenue in other ways, but he did not provide a breakdown. Mnuchin said the details have yet to be hashed out. When the president's budget was done, we were not ready to have a full-blown tax reform plan that we could put into the budget, he said. I assure you, when we present a tax plan, we will not be double counting the growth. And the Democrats pounce. Democrats seized on the discrepancy. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon called it Bernie Madoff math. Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey compared it to Enron. And Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill chided the secretary for including economic benefits from the tax plan in the budget without including any estimate of its cost. How can this document be even being taken seriously, she asked. There is a $2 trillion riding on the answer. It says, watch Trump's tax plan math. So all the stuff you're saying, where is that in this article?
Right? Did you not just hear them say $2 trillion? That phrase $2 trillion. Didn't you just hear that say that?
Where did they
I'm
say?
just trying to make sure. Yeah, we're gonna break it down all the way down. I just want to make sure we got our
No,
points
no.
correct.
Where what I see the $2 trillion. I'm saying
Okay.
where in that is remotely uh even included in what you're saying remotely.
I'm asking. Did you not hear? Did you not
No,
hear
no,
the $2 trillion? Did that come out your mouth? $2 trillion or not? Did
dude.
they? Did they?
Okay,
Did they?
all right,
Did that?
all right, all right, all right.
Wait.
I'm done.
Okay. Obviously, we heard the two
I'm done.
trillion dollars.
I'm done.
We heard
I'm
the
done.
$2 trillion.
What point are you trying? Yo, what point are you trying to make, dude?
I'm trying to make sure you.
Like he's asking you where in that article was any of what you just said.
Mhm.
That's what he's asking you.
Did you not hear? Did you not hear the word $2 trillion?
I'm asking you. I read the article. I'm
Right,
asking you to break it down.
What does the word?
I'm not.
What does $2 trillion have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything?
That's what the Democrats are
Break it
asking
down.
the question to the Trump budget declaration. How are you going to take these $2 trillion tax cuts and not pay for them? And Munchin is saying, well, he's assuming he don't have any specifics, as Munchin said. We don't have the specifics yet, but he's assuming that there's going to be a $2 trillion offset somewhere. And like I said, well, let me almost finish. I'm almost
No,
finished.
no, what I'm saying is he did say where they plan to get the offset from. What did you read the article, man?
Of course, I read the article.
Where did he say the offset was going to come from?
He said it was going to come from $2 trillion in growth. Trickle down economics, right? That's what he said. Trickle down economics, right? And the Democrats objected to that. The Democrats objected to that. And they said, "Well, let me just finish. Let me just finish my statement." The Democrats objected and said, "How are you going to give $2 trillion of tax cut?" And the Democrats are asking, and it assumed that those $2 trillion tax cuts are going to trickle down to budget deficit. That's what they're asking. That's what they're asking, right?
In the article, why did he say he was giving these businesses $2 trillion in tax cuts?
They want their money first, BGS. That's what I took. That's what we said earlier. We established that they want their $2 trillion first.
This is the article that you sent me, right?
Right. That's what they said. They said
what did it say in the article?
I don't think you guys understand what the heck you just read.
You want me to read it again?
Do we understand?
You want to read? Dude, come on, man. It's in the article. What they said? They said that they were giving them the $2 trillion in cuts, so they would do what?
Finish that sentence.
So that they would bring businesses back into the country and do what? Hire people. That's where they said they were going to get the offset from because they would use the $2 trillion in the businesses, hire more people, and they would tax those people out of their wages, and that's what they call that plan.
That's where the offset would come from. The offset.
That's what they call. In fact, he said that's what they call the virtuous cycle. Do you read the articles?
The offset would come from if he's giving a tax break to corporations to stop using overseas labor and have these companies bring their businesses back into America, and they hire more people are employed, therefore more people can be taxed. Therefore, the taxes that they get from those newly employed people, in addition to everybody that's already employed, is where the offset would come to pay down on some of the deficit. That's what it's saying, dude.
Go back. No, just stop right there.
You know what I think your problem is? I think you don't understand economics. I think you don't understand basic economics.
I understand economics fine. I'm agreeing with the Democrats on this. The Democrats is saying they object to this. So basically,
why?
Because it doesn't make any sense. Because it doesn't make any sense to them.
How does it not make sense?
Because it's a discrepancy. It's as they said it. They said it's Bernie Madoff math. That's what they said. That's what they.
What? No, hold on for a second. Back up, dude. First of all, check this out.
What?
You're on the panel with intellectual brothers. All right. Stop using talking points and explain yourself. That's all you gotta do. All you gotta do
I'm
is say,
reading.
like, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. What is the discrepancy? Where's the flaw in that logic?
I'm
Where's the
read.
flaw in that? That's what I
I'm
want to know.
I'm reading from the article.
Don't read me. No. Don't
Okay.
read
Well,
nothing from an
I
article. Check this out. Don't read
I
nothing
need
from an article.
no.
Explain it.
I need data. I can't. I don't just talk out
Dude,
of
you
my
just
butt.
got data. You just got it.
I'm reading from the.
You just got the data.
I'm
You just
reading
got
from
it.
the
You just got
facts.
the
I'm
data.
reading from the article.
Okay, read it.
The Democrats seized on the discrepancy. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon called it Bernie Madoff math.
Where's the data in that?
What does that
I'm just
have to
reading
do
from
with
the.
anything? What the hell does Bernie Madoff math have to do with anything, you blithering idiot?
Do it.
It's
Angry
just
man.
explain it.
I'm
Angry man.
reading
Jesus
from.
Christ.
I'm reading.
Valdez.
I'm reading from
But
the
we
article.
gonna give you another
I'm
minute.
just quoting.
You know what? This is gonna get contentious. Well, I've read your article.
Okay.
Everybody can wait. Everybody can evaluate it for themselves. We're gonna close this out because this is gonna get out of hand, and we're gonna talk about something else. Okay?
All right. All right.
Because
You have a good evening.
I read your article. I read your article. I read your article
I got you.
verbatim, and everything that you said that they were saying is not something that they did not say. They didn't say that. And they said most of the tax cuts, the tax cut that they were doing are going to be used to do what? Bring down the deficit, not pay for tax cuts.
Okay.
In other words, hold on a
Go ahead.
second. What
Go ahead.
I said in my hangout that you disagreed with, right? You disagreed with me. Okay, is that the Republicans were saying that the tax cuts, the basically the budget cuts that they were doing, the $400 billion of budget cuts that they were doing is to do what? Bring down the deficit, not pay for your tax cuts. That's exactly what they said in the article. Exactly, verbatim. That's what they said. Now, which is exactly what I said, why they're cutting Section 8, why they're talking about cutting Medicare, which is exactly the same thing that I said that you disagree with. Your own article proves my point. Period.
What
So
the
now we can go on to something else.
Okay, you can go on to something, but the title of the article said there's a $2 trillion mystery. That's the name of the article. So I guess you found the mystery use. I guess BTS saw it and the rest of the world hasn't.
Dude, it's in
I guess you saw it.
article. Okay, dude. All right.
Okay, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out.
That's enough. That's enough, man. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Okay, I'm done. Anybody else want to talk about anything else?
My apologies, BGS.
No,
I can't.
I understand, man. I understand. But that's why I stopped you before you did, because I know your frustration, man. Because I wanted to do the same thing. But go ahead, man. Go explain yourself. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to apologize to me. I know how you feel.
It's basic math. Like it's like the whole concept of what they were saying in that article. From what I haven't read it, I'm just taking from what you read.
Mm-hmm.
It's a basic equation,
Mm-hmm.
which is what they usually do when they're trying to figure out how to do something with the economy. It's a basic mathematical equation, and what I wanted him to do is explain. Okay, in theory, because technically, at the moment, it's a theory.
Yeah.
If we do this, this should happen.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. So what I wanted him to do is explain where is the flaw in that theory. Where is the okay? Well, he could have said this, and I would have been like, okay, well, that's possible. If he would have said, well, the flaw is just because these individuals get these tax cuts, it don't necessarily mean they're gonna do X, Y, Z. He could have said that.
He could have said that. Yeah.
He could have said that. But he's like, he's just using talking points that, God, I hate pseudo intellectualism. Like it really. Never mind. I'm not even gonna speak on it no more because it's just frustrating trying to comprehend it, man.
What I'm saying, I'm saying is I'm trying to shape it, trying to shape his logic to where he can get his point across. It makes sense instead of him blathering. Okay, blathering. Yeah. So I said, okay, we're gonna kill the discussion. We're gonna read your article verbatim, And so everybody can evaluate it. And what he was disagreeing with, because I had this long discussion with, I think it was Pure Butterfly Spirit, a female, right? She was bugging me. So I put her on, right? And I mentioned, because we were mentioning about the Section 8 cuts and that kind of stuff. And I said, well, why are they cutting? I said, they're cutting because they have to, because they have a $20 trillion deficit, and these cuts should have come long ago. I said, and I said, it's not nice, but the thing is, everybody knew that these cuts were coming. I said, Obama, I have to give Obama credit, okay, regardless what I think about him. He could have cut, he didn't cut nearly. Obama did we said, okay, Obama didn't do anything for black people. Well, maybe he didn't do anything specifically for black people. Okay. But shovel-ready programs in the urban center that hired black folks. Because I always say that if he had said, I'm going to do something for black men specifically, you know how far that would have gotten in Congress?
Yeah.
Nowhere. What I'm saying is he specifically put the shovel-ready programs in the urban areas. He specifically extended because you remember that he extended the unemployment insurance because it's supposed to be 6 months, and cats were on unemployment insurance for like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
He basically tripled. He tripled the food stamps, because the food stamps during right after the crisis was like it's like 17 million people were on food stamps during the before the crisis, man. Now there are like 47 million people on food stamps. So basically, he allowed the food stamp program to actually triple. There's a lot of things that he did that go unrecognized. But the thing is, he also, used a credit card, and it went from 16, I think it was like 10 trillion when he took office, and it's like 21 trillion now. So the thing is, he left Trump in a mess. I mean, I'm not saying that Trump has an easy job, which I had hoped Trump would be a good president, because Trump has a mess on his hands that he has to handle, and handle with delicacy, man, without the country blowing up. So I hope that Trump will be a better president. But
well, you know what?
Yeah.
This is what I'm noticing about this, because nothing has stirred up more controversy than these videos about Section 8. And what it's making me realize is there's a shitload of people who are benefiting in some way, shape, or form from Section 8 and welfare. That's the only reason that I could see anybody getting this passionate about it. Is if they benefit from it in some way, shape, or form. And you know how black folks is. Black folks feel like if they can shut the messenger up, that's gonna stop whatever's happening.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And, they accuse him, well, you guys don't care about, guys don't care about women, you don't care about children. We're not making the cuts. They're not listening to us. I said, well, you know all them dudes sleeping in those houses, and these women, they're taking care of them. They're gonna be on the street too. I said, we've been telling you that for. I'm not. They accuse me of being brutal about it. You've been saying that shit for years, man. You've been talking about Dirty Dick Rodney for years, laying up on with women on Section 8 and basically helping her pump out babies. You've been saying that for years.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. I told my ex, because she's one of those types that will try to get as much assistance as she can. And I told her, and I told other people that I know that get assistance, I said, yo, man, you're handicapping yourself.
Yep.
No possible way that if you know anybody that gets food stamps and gets Section 8, and you sit back and you do the math on how much food stamps they get, that's tax free.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then they're able to go get a freaking 3-bedroom house that's damn near $1,000, and Section 8 is paying for that. Like, that's not sustainable in an economy, especially an economy where the middle class has shrunk to the size that it is now.
Yeah.
There's no possible way. Like I had one of the things I could say I benefited from in high school. I had a I had an economics teacher by the name of Mr. Kukalski, and this dude was terrible. Like he actually had ran for public office. I think he had tried to run for Congress or something like that. But he was a high school economics teacher, and he was giving college lectures
Oh
about
yeah.
economics. And he broke a lot of shit down for me at a very early age. So like when I got older, I would look at certain shit and I'd be like, man, there's no way in hell that we're gonna be able to maintain. Because like in my personal opinion, that's the toughest part of the presidency, in my opinion, is the economy, is like trying to balance the budget and all of that shit. That's just my opinion, but you know.
Yeah, and it's I mean, like I said, like I was telling him, man, it took me a long time to understand this stuff. He said, "You just tell me to go read a book, and I give you an article." I said,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I said, "Do you actually listen to the stuff I post?" I said, "I give you a book for a reason. You ask me a question, I give you the book because you don't understand the way the architecture actually works." And
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
some people read stuff. I said, some people read stuff, they read the facts, but they don't even know how to analyze the facts. And I read his
Mm-hmm.
article, and what I was saying was right there. I said, dude, it's right there. They said, did you not read the article before you sent it to me?
Yeah. And
Because
and
they said specifically that the budget cuts that they are doing are not to do what? Pay for a tax cut. They said that
mm-hmm.
right there. Is to bring
Mm-hmm.
down the deficit, not pay for the tax cut, which is exactly what I was telling the woman the other night, that he disagreed
Yeah.
with.
Yeah, see, you know what? This is what it is with him and individuals like him. They don't realize that America right now is like the Titanic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They that they thought was never gonna sink. They just knew it was never gonna sink. And right now, we've hit the damn iceberg, and you got dudes like him that's running around the ship trying to grab as much gold and as much money as they can. And it's like, dude, what's the point of grabbing all of that shit or debating about it? You unless you can swim in fucking ice cold water, you know what I'm saying, and withstand hypothermia. What the fuck difference does it make? Like he literally said they're trying to get their money first before the system collapses. He said that.
Yeah, I know.
Cause like I was trying to get in, like as soon as I heard him say that, like,
Yeah.
dude, if the system collapses, the money isn't worth the paper cotton it's printed on.
That's why I didn't let you in,
You know,
man,
like
because the wolves would have torn it apart. So I didn't let you in. I don't know you guys were on in the background. I said I'm not gonna let. I said I'm gonna wait till he finishes. I'm not gonna let the wolves in because they're gonna tear him apart.
cause that's crazy. Like, man, it's just like if I were to go out and I got an island and I created some money. First of all, I would have to have something backing that money up, like something of value.
Hmm.
You know, and if I got my economy running and everything's running smooth, then I'm good. But if I'm a billionaire, if my damn economy collapses,
Yeah, because
it doesn't
because the whole system goes. Yeah, they know that.
exactly
Yeah.
like man.
Where they're gonna go to? They're gonna go beg the Chinese, please let us come make money from you too. He said, no, we look for our people first. So they
Exactly.
all they all know that. In fact, one brother posted. I have to give the brother kudos. There's one brother posted this this thing about capitalism 2.0 and socialism, and basically he validated everything I had been saying for a year. Everything I've been saying for a year.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it said, why is Silicon Valley basically spearheading basically the fourth industrial revolution and the universal basic income? He said because they're closest to the cutting edge of of uh, of what's going to happen. They already know what's going to happen. They know what if they don't do something, what's going to happen to the worldwide economy. It's going to get out of control. So they're already
Mm-hmm.
shifting. So basically, all I tell people, here on my channel. All I'm doing is making you aware of it. I said, because you never hear me trying to convince people that I'm right. I mean, I don't think so. Maybe, I sometimes I get pissed off. You don't make sense, but I don't really try to go out there and wave my hand like like I know everything, or I'm trying that the world centers. At least I don't think so, man. Maybe I'm looking at myself in the opposite way. I said I don't ask for money. I don't campaign. Basically, I mean, I say
Well,
not I mean, I'm saying not to, as I respect brothers like you and Obsidian, because I know how much work this shit actually does, man. And everybody shouldn't take a hit. Like I tell my other partners, you will go broke working for black people. You really will. So
yeah,
basically, you have to make some kind of
yeah.
livelihood out of it, because you would go broke working for black people. This is my mission. And I say, I always point to, even if I'm not making the money, you got Obsidian, you got Valdez, you got you got O'Shea. If you can't,
Well,
because my super chat's not working, hey, go donate to these brothers, because I've seen too many brothers working for black people, man, are destitute when they breathe their last breath. And I would never tell any brother not to, man. I would never say that. No, you need to have a livelihood, because
Yeah.
white people pay for this information all day long. Plus, white people always offer me money.
Go get that
well,
money.
I said this. I said this on my live stream the other day when Alan had called in.
Hmm.
I told Alan, I said, "Yo, man," I said, "this the information that you give over there is valuable as
Hmm.
hell." I said, "You and BGS."
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, I know BGS don't really charge for his information, but that doesn't make it any less valuable.
Hmm.
You know, in all honesty, I've listened to a lot of YouTubers break things down and talk about different things. And the truth of the matter, in the black sector, there's literally nobody talking about the things that you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
if
Yeah.
nobody
Yeah.
if nobody don't give you credit for that, I give you credit for it, because like to me, you're like the equivalent of like
Hmm.
because you know what I'm saying. Thomas Sowell talks about things that most people they never look at that. They never look at
Right.
that data. They never
Yeah.
look at it from that standpoint. And you know what I'm saying? Because everybody's talking about the same shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? For the most part,
Yeah.
nobody's really going in depth with the inevitable collapse of Western society and all of the other bullshit with it. You know.
Yeah. I came to YouTube because in real life, I mean, we've been doing this stuff for years.
Mm,
And I was on the MGTOW channel because I wanted to find out. I always said I wanted to find out how come black people were resistant to ideas. How come they were resistant to move? And that's why I came to YouTube. That kind of gathered this information, kind of figured out. I kind of figured it out. But when I came to it, when I came to it more, okay, Michael, you're gonna have to mute yourself. I'll mute your mic.
yes,
Okay. When I came to it more, I said, there's a lot of stuff going on that people are actually ignorant of. Because I used to do my hangouts and people ask me questions, I would give them answers, and they kept asking the question. I said, well, maybe I should start putting this information onto the channel itself, because there's a woeful
yeah.
lack of knowledge about how the world actually works. I mean, people in higher ups, they actually know this. At the heads of state, at the government level, they know this kind of stuff, but um, most
Mm-hmm.
people, even white people, most people don't even know how this mechanism works. And I over the past 15, 20 years, I kind of learned how the mechanism works, and that's why I'm trying to bring out even him. I said the reason I suggest books so that you would know how the mechanism works. He said, well, I don't care about macroeconomics. I said, you might not, but the thing is, you won't know how the mechanism works if you don't study this. If you don't know that there's $20 trillion of debt that they're trying to bring down, you won't know why they're cutting this stuff. And you will actually miss exactly what they're saying, because it was right in the article exactly why they were debating about this particular tax cut. He said
Well,
we can't give you a tax cut because everything that we're cutting in the budget is not for a tax cut. It's to lower the budget deficit that we're in. But go ahead.
Well, what I notice is black people have a real issue with facts. If there's a fact out there about something in particular that they don't agree with,
Yeah.
like they think that facts are subjective,
Yeah.
and which is crazy in and
which
of
is
itself
female,
because
which is female, because
yeah,
that's what I
which
pointed out
is
to.
feminine. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It is feminine. Because look, here's the crazy thing about it. Because here's where the contradiction is at. As if facts are subjective, but they also look at their opinion as if it's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, what you know what I'm saying? Like what? Like and I've been noticing that with a lot of like, because the other day I had a chick call in,
Yeah.
and she was like, what did she say? First thing she said is, "Why am I blocked?" And I thought it was somebody that genuinely got blocked, by accident or whatever. And then she went ahead to tell me that she didn't see the point of my channel and that I was a woman hater and a woman basher. I said, okay, well that's why you're blocked. But she's telling me that, men rule the world. And I said to her, I said, well, in reference to the conversation that we're having, yeah, men rule the world, but not in the way you think we do. You understand? Because she was like, well, women, we're at a disadvantage. I said, no, you're not at a disadvantage. I said, men don't rule the world in that way. I said, the men who represent the small population that actually do rule the world, they're not worried about our little petty grievances and the little day-to-day bullshit that we got going on.
No.
They actually are in the business of running the world, whether you view them as being evil or whatever the fuck. They are the ones who actually are shaping and molding the way shit is
Yeah.
playing out, or at least
Yeah.
trying to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And she just was going in, and I said, well, look, the average everyday guy like me or you, we don't rule shit. We don't rule nothing. You know what I'm saying? We're just out here in it like everybody else, just trying to make a way or whatever. And,
Right.
and that's the concept that unfortunately there's a lot of women, a lot of black women that have that mind state. And unfortunately now there's a lot of dudes that's like that. And the crazy thing about it is, in my personal opinion, it's worse when a man has a
Yes.
feminine
Yes.
mind frame.
Yes.
It's
Because
worse.
they're more aggressive with it.
Yeah,
What my teacher, my spiritual teacher, a long time ago, he calls
yeah.
that. He said there's two kinds of ignorance. There's simple ignorance and there's compound ignorance. He said simple ignorance is the lack of knowing. In other words, you do things wrong because you just don't know. And he
Mm-hmm.
said, but compound ignorance is worse because you don't know, but you think you do, and you act upon it.
Mm, mm,
That's compound ignorance. And
mm,
you swear up and down that you're right and you're two-footed wrong. That's compound ignorance.
mm. Yeah, man. I've seen it the past month or so, and I'm
Hmm.
still amazed at it. I'm still amazed that dudes are willing to get on your channel and try to debate you. I'm just sitting there watching it like, oh God, like just stop embarrassing yourself. Like what was the other dude? What was it?
Big J,
What's his name?
Big
Yeah,
J
Big
X.
J.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, and all of these dudes are mad about. That's the crazy thing. All of these dudes are mad about the same thing, and I just want to ask them, like, do y'all live with a chick that got Section 8? I just want to ask them that. Is that really what it is, man? Like, I'm sitting over here, like, I done listened to your videos and shit, and I'm sitting over here debating on which country I'm gonna move to when the time comes. Like, I'm sitting over here thinking about moving to freaking South America and shit.
Well, it's gonna get worse over there.
You
I know
think
your name
so?
is. I know your last name is Valdez, and I can't. I sometimes assume that you speak Spanish, but I can't. I can't swear by it. Do you speak Spanish?
A
Even though
little bit.
a
Not
little
now.
bit.
I'm not
Okay.
fluent. Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
Yeah, I
fluent.
thought you were Puerto Rican at first.
Nah, 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 not at all.
Yeah, my bad.
It's
'Cause
probably
you
a
know,
long
Brooklyn.
story.
Yeah, it's a real long story. It's a real
Yeah.
long story. But
with Latin America for
but
sure.
nah, I was sitting over here just debating. I was just debating like which like making a move sooner or later, cause your couple of your videos is like ominous as hell. I'm just sitting there listening, like, oh my god, that makes perfect sense. I'm
You,
like,
you, you know what they used to run from me at work.
oh
They used to
real.
run from me. They wouldn't talk to me because they said I scared them too bad. You know what? I had
Oh,
a
you about to
really
cool
good
it.
friend. She was a staunch Sarah Palin Republican, right? And I was
Uh-huh.
telling her about
Mm-hmm.
Social Security, man. And she was in her 70s and a real staunch conservative, man. And I talked to her for about an hour, man. She started crying.
Wow. Wow.
I said it's gonna be okay. It's not gonna crash tomorrow. You just have to
Wow.
see the truth.
Oh, man.
Yo, I used to have similar debates like that at one particular one spot that I was working at. I had like a little business in this little kind of like a little strip mall.
Hmm.
And I got to arguing with this one guy that was he was like a super, what I call a super Christian,
Hmm.
like super old school Christian. And
Okay,
I
hold on
was
a
having
second.
a debate with
Hold
him.
on, Valdez. If anybody has noise in the background, if you're not speaking, can you mute yourself so we don't have? Cause I hear somebody's TV in the background. So
I
I
hear
think
Yeah.
that.
crickets.
Yeah, I hear
Crickets
Oh,
and
crickets.
crickets I
everything.
can deal with. I can deal with crickets. I can deal with crickets. But if you're not speaking, and we got noise in the background, kind of mute yourself until you're ready to speak.
Is this still bad?
No,
No,
you
it's
keep
good
going,
now.
Mike.
No,
Keep
it's
going.
clear. Okay.
But finish what you talk about, Valdez. You talk about being at work and debating people at the spots you're at.
Yeah, I got into I started talking about Christianity and like spirituality, and I got into a debate with a guy that was a Christian,
Mm,
and we were going back and forth. I was pretty much holding my own against everybody. It was like it had to be like 5 or 6 people just coming at me from all angles,
mm.
and I was holding it down until he said something that didn't make any sense, and I said, Jesus Christ. And when I said that, he felt like he won the debate because I
Okay.
said Jesus Christ.
Okay. Okay.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
people
Wait,
people
you're dead
He's
ass
like, see,
serious?
people grasp me
I'm
for
so
anything.
serious.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
People grasp at anything. Okay, just like Covinaman. He grasped. Just give me my kudos. I said, dude, you can have your kudos. You can have your kudos if that's all that you wanted. We'll give
Nah, he won
you. We'll
his
give,
bingo.
yeah. Okay.
He
Because I
said,
said two
bingo.
trillion. The article said $2 trillion, and that's all he was trying to point out. He ignored the rest of the stuff. But
Mhm.
he said $2 trillion. Give me my bingo. I said, dude, you can have your bingo. Okay, because you're getting ready to make my head hurt. You can have your bingo. Because I sincerely opened this up.
Is anybody can hear me?
We can hear you.
Nobody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
We can
you.
hear you.
Can you hear us?
You can
I
hear
guess
You
you
can
and the
hear us.
crickets.
yeah.
We can
The
hear
thing
you.
is, you put your headset on so we don't. Okay, she can't hear us. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah,
yeah. I
woman of the
mean,
past.
I don't know, man. I can
I'm
never
telling
tell.
you, she from the ring.
I hope not.
No, she was about to crawl out of a well straight up.
Man, if she says 7
Wait, who
days, man,
was that?
I'm going on a plane. Her name was. It said Gigi. I don't actually know who she is. Maybe
Oh,
she'll
so
be.
you don't even know that shit?
I know. I mean, people's screen name, people's
Mhm.
scream names are different from their Google Plus name. So
Oh, all right.
like Angry Man
Mhm.
would be Angry Man on my chat, but he, he's Valdez in my Google Plus. So they're
All right.
different. So I don't, when I look at the screen, I don't know exactly who you are unless they identify themselves in the chat. Because she could be in the chat and I don't know, because she could be under a different name.
Yeah,
But
her handle in the chat is woman of the past.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna have to get a headset or something because we could hear her, but she couldn't hear us. But yeah, like I said, I opened this up so that we can have. I always, the reason I do it, and people say hate that I do it. I said if you really have a real strong point in the comments goes on 3, 4, 5, like on and on and on. I said, cut it off. I'll open up a hangout, or you can verbally get everything you want out.
Mhm.
Because if I don't do that, what'll happen, especially when I talk politics or finance, man, it'll be like weeks. We'll be going back and forth,
Mhm.
weeks, and I would like to, respond to people. I mean, I get, doing a good job, all that stuff, but people that really have something to say, I always try to respond, especially people that disagree with me. I try to,
Yeah.
I try to give them the courtesy of responding. Okay, you're trying to make a point. I'm trying to see what it is. As long as you're respectful, I will try to respond to you. And if it goes on too long, okay, you have a real major disagreement with me. Then we cannot clear up in the comment section. So I open up a hangout and you can clear it up. But people don't realize, okay, you gotta, if you don't make your point, this is public. Okay, you gotta have to hear this for
Mhm.
weeks. As I was trying to tell them, dude, this is public.
Mhm.
But that's why I do it, even though it doesn't
Mhm.
make sense to most people. That's why I do it.
Yeah,
I think it's
I
necessary.
I had a run in with him last year on my blog talk radio show, and at first he was cool. He made a couple of points. He was, he would never call in. He would always stay in the chat room and chat.
Mm-hmm.
And
Of course.
one day he just said something that was just so outrageous. I forgot what it was, but whatever it was, I do remember cursing him out. I remember
Okay.
cursing him out and blocking him. It was like he said something. I forgot what he said. It was something outrageous though. It was something so outrageous I just couldn't ignore it. But yeah, that dude is out there,
Yeah, I remember
and I'm
because
trying.
I specifically remember when he was saying that the university, they would never, and that the universal basic income would never work and they would never get behind it and blah blah blah. He said, I remember you saying that, dude. I remember you saying about the fourth industrial revolution was a farce because capitalism was here. He said a lot of stuff. I said, I remember you. I remember you saying that. He said, but now you agree with me. It's obvious that you agree with me now. Okay, you know, people think I'm doing
Oh,
doing this to be right. I'm not trying to do this to be right.
Question, BGS.
oh, I
Yes, sir.
forgot.
I'm still trying to not wrap my head around UBI. I just kind of accept it, but it's just like,
Okay.
how is it going to be with a person like myself who's a business owner, entrepreneur? Like, how will I be affected by UBI, or is it
Oh,
going to be something that I won't be on? Like,
no. The universal, in other words, the universal basic income is there as a floor.
mm,
Everybody's going to get it, so that nobody will go below a certain floor. It has nothing.
okay,
In other words, that's why it's universal. Everybody's going to get it. What they want to do is the reason it's universal and everybody gets it, that it won't be a disincentive to actually work. It won't be enough for you to prosper with. In other words, it'll be just enough to keep you alive.
so
It's,
it's like you won't be too broke. You just be somewhat broke,
you,
or
you,
something like
you,
that.
will, you will be impoverished, but you won't be starving or be out in the cold.
Okay.
So in other words,
Yeah,
that
so you'll have at least $200 or something like that.
they don't know exactly what the amount is. In other words, it's supposed to be enough where you keep yourself, each person keep themselves clothed, fed, and housed. And if you
Are they
want,
gonna do this on one currency system, or is this gonna be
you know
spread
what?
out?
They don't. The thing is, the reason that they haven't revealed exactly what they're actually going to do as far as currency wise is because they're still testing it. Because they
Yeah.
have no idea whether this is going to work or not. They have
In like India,
absolutely.
they're testing it, right, BGS? I heard
They're
about that
testing it in
somewhere.
India. They're testing it in. I think is it Ontario, Canada? It's not Ontario. There's one province in
Ottawa,
Canada,
right?
Ottawa. They're testing it in Ottawa, and then now they're
Yeah.
trying to test it on a partial basis in Silicon Valley.
Wow.
They're also testing it in some place in Europe. There's a few places they're testing it to see. But the thing is, they can't roll this out worldwide without having some kind of test. So that's what they're
Right.
doing now. Because when it rolls out and they actually roll this stuff out, it has to be bulletproof, and they have to do it quickly enough before automation has to come in and gobbles up so many jobs that they won't be able to do it. So at some point, everybody's going to be forced on it because nobody will have any choice. Because if 90%, and they're just saying 90%, it could be 95, could be damn near 99% of jobs could go, jobs that the state has planned could go away. So in other words, what they want to do, this is what they want to do. This is their plan, as far as I understand it, and they don't have all the details fleshed out. In fact, Klaus Schwab has actually written a book. I probably need to read it and see exactly how many details they actually have in it. But this is the overall view. Give everybody a floor to where they will not starve, and they will not starve, they will not be homeless, and they will not go naked. Everybody, right? And
More
so,
Hermits is like, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Interrupt if you want to. What do you say?
Oh, he's saying universal basic income will start massive inflation. Is it?
Yeah,
Do you
that's what
see
I was
that
worrying
happening,
about.
or
No, it's not going to cause massive inflation.
So basically they're trying to,
In fact, it'll be
for lack of a better.
In fact, it'll be the exact opposite. It'll cause massive deflation.
Really?
Yeah.
So basically, they're trying to create like a.
After Valdez,
they trying to create like a utopia where basically, because like if you know.
Okay.
Not in the sense of a true utopia, but if you notice, like in any of the
hold on a second, we can hear you, woman of the past, but women of the few past. I think women of the past, we can hear you, but you're gonna have to wait till somebody stops talking, and we will bring you in. Do you want to speak next?
No. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna mute myself and listen.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay. Go ahead, Valdez.
Yeah, like not in the sense of a true utopia, but the concept of a society where nobody is really fighting for superiority, where everybody just has a even a even balance. And like, would that really work?
No, they're not trying to create a utopia. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Can I put you in the chair for a second?
Go ahead.
Okay. We're gonna make you the not king of the world, manager of the world, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an automation arms race, and you know that 90 to 95% of the jobs will be eliminated in say 10 years, and that means you're going to have 7 billion people that are going to be out of work and no way of earning a living. What would you do?
I guess the only thing,
they're going to be starving, they're going to be homeless, because they cannot earn a living because will be no jobs. What do you do?
Oh, they're trying to avoid a revolt of some sort. We're
gonna get to that, Mike.
It depends on how much now, as the manager of everything, how much power do I have to change it?
Anything you want to change, you have absolute power.
The only thing I could say is I would have to redistribute the wealth. If we still have an intact economy, as far as having something of any value, I guess I would have to redistribute it.
So how do you redistribute it?
Basically giving everybody enough to where they could actually maintain, and possibly doing like shit. Now the automation. Here's the thing about the automation: is there no room in the for there to be any type of workers?
if you're gonna unleash automation, because what's going on in the background is that, and you probably heard me say this before. I'm sure you have, because you listen to my streams. In the background, what's going on is that Edward Snowden basically stole the keys to all the back doors, and basically the Western Europe and the United States have been slowly dispensing this technology out, a little piece at a time. And because if you released it all at once, it will start putting people out of work and it would disrupt your society, right? So they dribble this stuff out in increments, right? Very, very slowly, right? But if other people who are your competitors get the technology, the same technology that you have at the level that you have, now what do you have?
Shit, you got a damn problem on your hands.
You got competition.
So
right?
let me
Yeah.
let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this, because the first time I heard you say that, I didn't really. I think I heard you say it on a it wasn't a stream. It was a video that you had put out, and I don't think I caught it the way you just explained it. So basically, what you're telling me is that somebody actually breached in our security, and somebody was able to get certain technology that they haven't released yet.
Okay. This is what. Okay, you remember
That's
Edward
Snowden, right?
Remember Edward Snowden, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He was a contractor for the NSA, right? Okay. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you were following politics back then in like 2006, 2007. Remember when the NSA got caught basically copying and diverting all the data traffic, on the West Coast through San Francisco, through the pipeline in San Francisco. Remember that?
Yeah.
They were just down. They had just massively downloading all communications, electronic, email, phone, everything, right? Just downloading it and storing it, right? In other words, they found out that they had, in other words, they found out they had that they were copying everything, but nobody knew what the extent that it was, right? But when Edward Snowden jetted, right? When Edward Snowden jetted, he released everything, because I think he said they only released a confirmation about 15% of what he had.
Yeah, it was like the whole thing with the Cisco networking devices, backdoors.
Back doors.
Yeah,
They have. In other words, the NSA has back doors into everything and basically every computer in the world. The NSA
even
has
like
back
Cisco
doors.
ASA firewalls and everything, which is crazy.
Which is crazy,
Which
right?
actually caused open source software and firewall systems to actually kind of go on the uptick, because of the fact that their source code is already out there and easily viewable by so many, which was kind of a big thing in the community.
In the community, and he only released like 15% of what he had. So that means any research, say like if Michael had this awesome technology, like for a computer chip, or this awesome program, and he had it stored on a computer somewhere that he thought was locked down, right? All of a sudden, that technology is out there because Edward Snowden and the NSA has keys to do what? Open that stuff up and gather all they want. And the Chinese just came in and just raped the United States for technology.
So hold on. So let me ask you this. So all right, let's use this as an example. Let's use Apple as an example. So you mean to tell me, because this is something I suspected a while back, and if what you're saying is true, it confirms what I believe to be true. So basically, let's say we had the technology back in the day for the first iPhone. First iPhone.
Right.
So basically, what you're saying to me is that each year when they make an advancement on the iPhone, they already had that technology. They're just basically bird feeding us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I fucking knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
That's kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Who's first? Who's first?
Yeah, I was gonna
Genji
say
can
something
go.
about that.
Go
I
ahead.
was just
Oh, yeah,
gonna say I have
you-
one of my best friends was in the Marines for 6 years, and he said he's seen shit that he couldn't even talk about. Like they have things that are just
Yep.
they're like from
Yeah.
movies. Like he told me a couple things, like they have certain things with light technology, and that was all he could say. But
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, I was just
fucking
talking to.
knew it. Like,
I mean, like to
like
what like
Star Wars
Angry
is
Man
real.
is saying. Yeah, like to what Angry Man is saying. Like that's how they release it on such a like scheduled interval. Like it's damn near
Yeah.
every 6 months you get new technology, iPhone,
Yeah.
Snapdragon processors. I
Yeah.
was even talking to a customer today where his I think his son-in-law or his stepson is over in Bordeaux, France, and he's working with some laser technology to where it can actually make laser cuts without breaking the skin, and it actually uses the lasers also to act as laser tweezers, so that it can actually pull the skin apart for you and like do like real precise incisions that are real small, and then pull and like even pull the skin apart for you, or make these cuts without even breaking the skin. I was like, what the fudge?
Yeah. Subdermal lasers. The technology's been out for a while. They need the AIs to actually control them. That's the biggest. That was
and
hold up.
see, you know what? Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times I will be thinking about some shit, and you ever have a thought in your head, but you don't want to say it to people because you don't want to look like you're crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, especially.
Yeah.
Because then people will tell you, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, all of that
Get that
bullshit.
all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gonna tell you
Yeah,
boss and stuff.
but like, yeah, because like I remember like back in it was some years back, and I always get frustrated because like I feel like technology hasn't caught up to shit that I want to do. Like certain shit that, and I'm not talking about something outrageous, I'm talking about practical shit. But that makes a lot of sense because I feel like there's no ideas original. If I'm sitting here thinking about something in my head, somebody has fucking invented it somewhere.
Yeah, of course.
Like a few years back, I was like, I think when computers first came, when they really first became a household item, back when you would have to pay like couple $1,000s for a desktop.
Yeah.
You know, back in '98 or something like that.
Yeah.
When I got my first computer and I was sitting there messing with the computer and, you know, had internet, and I said to myself, I said, you know what? I don't even see the point of a television. They should just fix it so that you can watch television through your fucking computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Like, and then after that, then you have fucking YouTube and streaming services and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah. But you couldn't do it before
Yeah,
until
the
all that
bandwidth
fiber.
wasn't around.
Yeah,
exactly
because all
until
that
you
fiber was laid. I think I forget what the name of that company that went belly up. That helped lay all that fiber all the way around the world, man. But that's what finding a lot of.
Oh, is that MCI?
No,
MCI
no.
Telecom?
It was MCI. There was another company, man, that was laying fiber, man, that went belly up. MCI was bought out. I think it was bought out by AT&T, if I'm not mistaken. It was bought
Yeah,
out.
were they one of the
AT&T is
bells?
buying
Most likely.
everything.
No, MCI was actually believe it or not, it actually was a division of a railroad company. I think it was I forget what railroad company it actually was, and they were based. Their headquarters was in Kansas City, and they named the company after the airport in Kansas City, which is MCI.
mm,
Oh, okay.
And basically, I think it was Southern Pacific Railroad. That was the holding company of MCI. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to buy. They first set it up a communication network for their railroad, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were laying
mhm.
along the track because they had the right of way to all these tracks. So they started laying.
Yeah,
They
and they
started
still do that.
and they started stringing up. They started stringing up. They started
Oh,
stringing up.
somebody said WorldCom.
It was world. It was WorldCom, but
Somebody in the chat said.
yeah. And WorldCom would belly up and took like billions and billions of dollars with them of investor money. But the thing is, they left all the fiber there with them. But there was uh, uh, but it was MCI that laid fiber. It was TTTP. I forget what the name of the company was, and it was also the whatchamacallit, the people that have the gas pipelines. They were laying the fiber through the gas pipeline. But until these fiber lines are actually put in place, you couldn't have. No, wasn't enough bandwidth to have TV on your computer. But right after that, there's
Yeah, along with
YouTube.
the.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, see, along with YouTube and Skype and all that stuff, because they were talking about Skype and YouTube, man, back in 1998. But things
Wow.
didn't have enough bandwidth to actually do it. But when the bandwidth came, was completed, all of a sudden, all these things jumped up and was built on top of it.
Yeah, along with the actual technology, like I think it's like dense wave. It's like DWMD or something like that. But dense wave something multiplexing.
Multiplexing, yeah, basically using the bits. Basically, it's there's two
I think it's
things
like using
there's
different
two
frequencies
things.
of light, and then they're even using colored light now too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the technology gets better. Once you lay. But
Yeah,
to go
when
back,
did they?
go ahead, Valdez.
When did they? When do you know? When did they first announce and show the stealth bomber? You
Ooh,
remember what year that
Jesus.
was?
Ooh, man, it had to be the stealth bomber was. I think it had to be like in the mid '80s.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I was in ROTC, and basically the biggest thing back, when in the '70s was the newest thing in the '70s was the cruise missile.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the stealth bomber, the material science hadn't come along, because they had the design for, but the materials, the non-reflective materials that the stealth bomber was actually built by, material science hadn't gotten there yet. But I think it was like the mid '80s when the stealth
Mid
bomber was
'80s
actually.
when they announced it, when they showed it to the whole world, right?
Yeah, and I
Because
think
my
go ahead.
father told me they had the prototype for it back in the '70s.
Yeah, it probably did.
Like
It's
he
just
saw it.
but the material science hadn't caught up to actually build it, and it did. So
Yeah.
it
I
did.
hear what's it called? Yeah,
What?
the military has like technology that we're not going to see for like 50 years.
Well, that
Yeah.
used to be the case. Okay, well, that's what I was saying. That's the point. That's the point I was making to Valdez. Because he's still in the chair,
Yeah.
because he's still the manager of the world, right? Because Edward Snowden stole all the back door keys, so now that your competitors have access to all this technology, do you think they're going to wait to release it like you do?
No.
Nope.
What are they going to do?
They're gonna use it to
like
get.
you were
They're
saying
gonna
last
use
time.
it to get ahead. They're gonna use it to get ahead and knock the biggest bully off the block finally.
So now you have
Yeah, that's what China's doing.
So now you have a technological arms race, just like
Oh
you had
God.
with nuclear weapons
Cold
and with
War.
space race. You
Yeah.
have a race now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cold War all over again.
I know.
Do you ever think that they hold this technology back for our own good?
Yeah, they do. I mean, okay,
But see, let me
Because I know some technology can destroy markets.
okay, go ahead,
now
Valdez.
let me ask you a question about that, because
Okay,
that's something, and I don't want to get a little too
go ahead.
out
Go
there
ahead.
with it, but
Go ahead.
don't you find it interesting? Because I have a theory about this, about the technology that we have, like the microchip and different things of that nature. Where did that come from? Honestly,
Well, either it's a slow development, it's a slow development, and all of a sudden somebody has a breakthrough or an accident. Breakthroughs are actually accidents. Okay,
Right.
like
Just like medication, Viagra.
like the blockchain and Bitcoin was an accident. It was meant for something else. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you don't think that there's a possibility that
it
it
is.
could be alien technology?
There's a very good possibility,
Definitely.
but the thing is, it's just a
Because
possibility.
if you look at the history of mankind, you look at our history, and you look at how we progressed. We had fire, we got the wheel, we got the steam engine.
And all that.
Then all of a sudden, boom,
Yeah.
It gets to the point where we go from crawling, literally go from crawling
Hmm.
to flying through the air like Superman.
Because if you read Kurzweil's book about the singularity,
Hmm.
is that the reason you have this huge rapid acceleration? That's the one good thing about the Europeans and transatlantic slavery that actually
Hmm.
happened. That actually did. It was actually worthwhile, whether we like it or not. There's a lot of negative things about the transatlantic slave system, and basically the white folks going around and basically conquering the world. What they did do is they tied all the disparate technologies that were
Hmm.
around the world in their own little silos and actually put them all together in one place, and that accelerated everything.
And see, that's a conversation. I could literally have that conversation with you. There's
Hmm.
very few people I could have that conversation with because they'll get too in their feelings about it. But when you
Hmm.
start talking about, white people subjugating the earth, and I've said this to people before and they looked at me like I was crazy. I said somebody had to do it.
Yeah.
That's a
Because
fact.
it's part of human evolution. It's part of what's going on.
Hmm.
Like most people don't get that concept.
Well,
Like it somebody was gonna do it.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I find it like I just finished watching Daughters of the Slave Trade, so I got in kind of late.
Hmm. Oh,
Um,
really? You watched the whole? What do you think?
I watched. It was pretty good. It was really good, and then, like it brought something back to me. That even me and you, Valdez, like we was talking about that on another stream. Like we give
Hmm.
white people too much credit for being human
Yep.
sometimes, because
Yeah.
all they were just distributors,
Hmm.
and that
Mhm.
shit freaked me the fuck out. When at the end, towards the end, she was like, "Well, there were markets further and further inland, so you never knew where these slaves came from."
Hmm.
And then all white people did is like, hey, listen, all we are distributors. We're Apple streaming right now, or Title right now. That's it.
Hmm.
Like we didn't create this. All we did was just capitalize on it and distribute the product.
Hmm.
And I'm like, holy fuck! Like
Yeah.
Well, see,
Yeah.
and
Go
that
ahead.
really was
well, see,
that was a bit of humbling. Like holy,
well, see, the truth of the matter is, had had the dice rolled a different way,
Hmm.
it would have been another race that did it. It would have either been
right?
us, it would have been black people, or and to a certain extent, you can argue the
But we
fact that
did
at
do it.
some point black people did do it.
Exactly.
I
You know
mean,
what I'm
we were the
saying?
original, so I don't doubt it.
What I'm saying
Right.
is,
Yeah, so
well, the thing is, white. You know, why? What do you think they did to their own people in their own land?
Yeah, exactly. Hmm.
of
You
course,
know.
but see, that's a concept. That's the concept that a lot of people just do not like. A lot of black people just don't.
They
The,
can't
the
take
mo-
it.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, they can't
even,
take it. If you say,
even white people can't take it, believe it or not, because I crush them with that.
yeah,
Hmm.
if you say that if you say that white people,
Like,
there was a point that white people were slaves and white people have been slaves. Oh, that's not true. Like yes, it is.
are you
Like
serious? Yeah.
yeah, like
Where do you think
every
the name? Where do
race
you think?
on this
Where do you think
planet.
where do you think the name slave comes from? Slav,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yugoslavia. That's those
Hmm.
Eastern Europeans were slaves
Yeah,
to Russians and to the to the
it's
to the
still
to the to the middle to the west to
And
the west
they
it's
Western
still are to
Europeans.
a certain extent.
Yeah,
They
they
still
really
are
are.
to a certain
Right.
extent.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying, you know, um, that's why I love tragedy and hope, because it wakes you up to a lot of harsh truths, and those harsh truths weren't meant for
Hmm.
everybody because a lot of people can't take it.
Hmm.
That's why I love
A lot of the
uh,
shit you're
I,
putting
I
down
love the
is
hit
okay.
white trash, the foreign history of white people in America, because she tells hardcore truths, okay, and most people cannot handle it. Like the daughters of the slave trade, the women, black women, freaked the fuck out over
Hmm.
that. I
Yeah.
mean, they freaked
Of course
out.
they
They
did.
couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I put that on someone's Facebook post, and I was like, yeah, a lot of these women weren't actually raped by massa, and
Hmm.
and they were like, I haven't really gotten too many replies by it, but like other people were posting some other stuff. But when you start really challenging like people's just connection to this belief,
Oh,
it fucks them up. They don't know what to do.
do you do you know how much backlash I got for that video I did? I did a video. I took it down because of the whole YouTube being extra sensitive censorship. I took it down, but like was it last year? Towards the end of last year or the beginning of this year, I did a video called "The Black Woman Doesn't Belong to the Black Man" or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
I was just talking about how back in the day, you know, that whole concept that sometimes like black women did mess with white men to gain favor and to, you know what I'm saying, just to get some sort of control and shit, you know. Because I said, think about it, when you had these brothers back in the day that was getting lynched, you got to ask yourself, why was that happening? Not just see, a lot of times people can't look past the emotion of it. It don't
Exactly.
matter. It was just messed up. No, you gotta break it down for what happened. Like, was it because white people just wanted to be that way, or did some of the time did it have to do with, because it still goes on today. You still got sisters today that'll be in a household, and because they don't want to, they know they can't beat the man physically, so what they'll do is they'll call the cops.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the cops will come and check them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to ask yourself, how many times was somebody getting lynched? How many times was that a situation where some black mistress called a white daddy to come check them, and it went too far?
Yeah. You never know. You never know.
You know?
Yeah, you never know, because the only reason that more black men didn't go to jail for basically domestic violence, is because Mama knew that Daddy had to be out of jail by Monday morning so he could go to work. Otherwise, he would lose his job and the children would starve.
Yep.
That was constant, man. I remember that happening in my family. Pops get drunk on Saturday, payday. He might blow some of the money. He come home with half the check, and then there's a fight. In a fight, he calls cops. The cops come pick him up. He go too far, come pick him up. He's in there Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, right? But Sunday night, she's bailing. She's coming to get him. You can't stay there because you got to go work. We got to feed these babies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that it really fucks you up. Like when you learn that like slavery was just business. Like this is just business. And it's like you're talking about like my my ancestors' life. Was just business. And it's just like, fuck.
It's humanity.
That shit there make you sit down. Like just sit down in the chair.
What I'm saying, but the thing is,
here's a glass of water.
The thing is, you have to. That's why I said after doing this stuff for like 25 years, it seems like I'm cold. I get emotional every now. I get excited every now and then, but it seems like I'm cold and dispassionate. But after doing 25 years, you have to be dispassionate toward it, otherwise you won't be able to accept the truth. You won't be, because sometimes the truth is very, very ugly.
Yeah, and that's like a macro level view of it too, which is kind of crazy. Sorry.
Well, see, it's like if you remember The Godfather. You remember when they found out it was Tessio that had betrayed him. And Tessio, he asked Paul Hagen, or was it Paul Hagen?
Yeah.
Was that his name?
Oh yeah.
He asked him. He said, "Can you get me off for old time's sake?" And he was like, "I can't do it." And he turned to him. He said, "Tell Mike it was never personal. It was just business." And that's how, like, and you're talking about men that are murdering and killing each other, and they're saying that it's just business. And see, that's why I sit back and I look at how black people, how we get upset about certain things. Like today I did a show where I was talking about the whole Bill Maher thing. And everybody's pissed off because he told that joke, which I thought was a funny joke. But he told that joke and they're mad about it. And it's like, you know what? As much as we want to sit back, and we've literally turned white people into this deity.
Yes.
That they're all powerful and they're gonna always rule. And they don't realize, like, if you sit back and you look at history, everybody gets a turn to rule.
Yep.
Everybody gets a turn. And right now, the main thing that black people should have been thinking about is, okay, whose turn is it next, and
Yeah.
where are we in the line?
Yeah.
Because
Yes, man.
as long as we keep focusing on dumb shit,
Mm-hmm.
we gonna always be at the back of the line.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Man,
that shit kills me, man. Like
Valdez, I've been trying to tell black people that for about 12 years, the exact same thing that you just said. And black people hold on to, because they don't realize that saying the white man is the devil and white supremacy is evil and it's the devil, that they're making that white men and the white supremacy a deity, because the devil is not a human, he's a deity.
Facts.
Mhm.
and it's almost like they're delusional to say, no, we can't be like that. And it's like, bitch, are you serious? Like like Angry Man just kind of triggered me in a good way when he just said that. It's just like, yo, people don't understand. If we don't get off this bullshit where we just start looking at these white people as deities, blah blah blah, and there's so much information out there at our fingertips or at our thumb tips. I mean, you can just type in anything. It's just like, yo, how can you not really think of doing investments or buying silver? Like I'm big on that. Buying silver and land, buying properties. Like, yo, we need to give our kids a seat at the fucking table. Otherwise, like, they ain't going to eat neither. They're going to be in the same place.
Yeah.
Like, you're giving them shoes to walk to the table, but they can only walk to the kiddie table.
You
ain't even give them.
The biggest push. There's two things I get the biggest pushback from. There's two things that I get the biggest pushback from. Is that saying that white supremacy is just about over, and the other thing is that women do cheat on their husbands. Those are the two biggest things I get pushback from. Yes. Yes.
But you know what?
I say all women cheat.
You know something?
Men and women will jump all over me. In fact, there's one video I got taken of all the videos that I have up cursing and going in on people and going. The one video that they took down for community guidelines is why women cheat.
Wow. Holy shit, that's delusional.
Yeah, because that's another fucking deity right there. It's just women in general.
Yeah, the sanctity of,
and it's just like
women. Yeah,
it's just like, yo, yeah, exactly. It's the shit is crazy. It's like, yo, and the thing is, women know it and don't know it. It's like kind of ingrained and embedded in them to the point where it's like they don't even know they're doing it or acting like this deity, like they can do no wrong. Man, like you tell a woman, hey, you chose wrong, and she'll look at you like, I could never have done such a thing.
I can't help myself.
But I don't know if it's because they don't know. I think they just do that because most men don't keep going with it. Most men are soft and they just believe whatever they say. Like,
it's a part of the delusion. They couldn't have chosen wrong. They couldn't have put themselves through this.
Well, you know what?
The butterfly spirit was.
Go ahead.
Well, butterfly spirit was doing it over and over again. Well, these men need to wear a condom, and it's just like, so the chick didn't, like, what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I just feel like they keep doing that because they're so used to men just automatically accepting whatever they say. Because it doesn't make any sense. It's like, if you're not getting raped, how can you possibly blame the man? Oh, well, the man fucked. You
know what? It's women were meant to be the mirror, not look in the mirror. If you understand what I'm saying.
I get it.
In other words, even with my exes, even though we broke up because I accept that you're gonna cheat because you were doing it when I got with you. I know that it's gonna happen, right? Even after we broke up, even while she was doing it, right? After we broke up, even while she was doing it, it wasn't the fact that she couldn't accept her doing it. She couldn't accept me looking at her at that way, with that look. It's not that I know I'm a slut, but I can't stand you looking at me like I'm a slut.
Reminding me all the time that I'm a slut.
Yeah. Certain guys, certain men. Remember Pretty Woman when she didn't have on her costume. She couldn't stand homeboy looking at her like she was a prostitute. She couldn't stand it. It could, that's the way women are. It's not that they know what they're doing. They know that they're fucking up, but they can't. If they care about you, they can't. There's certain men that they care about. They can't stand you look at them like that. Anybody else can say what they want, but they can't stand you look at them, say, you know what, you're fucked up and you're a slut. They can't take that.
Oh, that explains.
I had a friend that recently she did that.
Yeah, go ahead, Valdez.
Yeah, there was a chick that I actually dated when I was a teenager. When I was like 18, and she was a stripper. And I'll never forget the biggest argument I ever had with a woman was I asked her to strip for me. She went the fuck off. Like she felt so disrespected. Now just think about that for a second, and think about the psychology behind that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
And as David Carroll would say, you have to study abnormal psychology to understand it. And even then, it's kind of like becoming the Joker. It's gonna fuck you up.
Well, you know what?
You're gonna end up wanting to kill yourself.
It's exactly like the Joker, because the Joker, his character, he's the only sane, he's the only in person, and it's a contradiction. You know what I'm saying? Like
Joker was the other half of Batman.
In other words, he was saying we're the same, but in other words, you're delusional.
Yeah, he's like, he's living in a world where like you gotta think about it. Like he goes around doing crazy shit, but he's not opposed to making a profit while he's doing that crazy shit. So you gotta ask yourself, like, there's got to be some sanity in there somewhere. You see what I'm saying?
Joker was Batman. Batman was Joker. Like that's why they always kind of kept each other alive. And I was even listening to your last stream, BGS, when you talked about Agent Smith and Neo. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, talking about with the MGTOW universe.
Yeah, I haven't finished that part.
I only heard some of that.
Well, the Joker and Batman. The reason why they're so popular, and they've been so popular for so long, they're basically their entire archetype was taken from the African deity Elegba, or Papa Legba, which is the god of basically the African deity of order and chaos.
Okay, yeah, which is basically going all the way back to not Rob, but not a tomb, before a tomb. Oh, good grief! Now I'm losing. But basically, order and chaos. Okay, that's it's written throughout everything. Okay.
Yeah.
The feminine for a very good reason is chaos, uncontrolled power, uncontrolled passions. That's how come even with the Jedi, okay, the Sith and the Jedi Order, okay, the light side or the white side, which is the masculine, and basically the Jedi are not as powerful as the Sith.
No,
they never have been. But
that's
the thing
what
is,
I was always wondering about.
Because the Sith embrace the uncontrolled power of the Force. The Force is the Force.
Yeah.
There is it's the way you use it. There's a dark side, which means chaos and disorder, wild passion, wild power, uncontrollability, and all that stuff, anger. In other words, untapped emotion, right? Which is powerful, right? Whereas the Jedi Order with the white side, the masculine side, is logic, order, discipline, tempered. Everything is tempered. Everything is controlled. Whereas
the moment you
go ahead.
Yeah, the moment you temper something, it takes away from it a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's not a bad thing, because when it's not tempered, it's not controllable, so it can end up consuming you.
Yeah. That's how come with the Sith Lords there can only be two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
it basically eventually every Sith Lord, every Sith Master know that his assistant is going to kill him at some point.
All right.
Yeah.
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 Have you guys
You
ever
can't take
watched
him out.
the Star Wars Rebels series?
Nah, I haven't
No.
watched it yet.
Is it
It's
good?
it's yeah, it's actually really good, and it's kind of like it's like another computer generated or CGI
Hmm.
series, kind of like the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
But in it, there was one being that actually he was just like, I'm neither good nor bad, or I'm neither dark nor light,
Hmm.
Jedi nor Sith. I
Hmm.
just used the Force, and he was just a Force wielder.
Hmm.
And he was just a big he had like a big almost like coral growth on his back, and he was found on this somewhat barren planet or barren of intelligent life. But he was one that actually used both sides of the Force, or he just used the Force, and
Hmm.
that was it.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
it was kind of what you're saying right now. Just kind of reminded me of that. I haven't watched it in months, so
Yeah.
I kind of let the series mature and build up. But like, it was kind of cool what he was saying. He was just like, I'm neither light nor dark. I just use the fourth as it wills me, or I will it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
He would be like a great Jedi. Somebody just mentioned that, but like he would be somewhat like a
Yeah.
great Jedi
Yeah.
if he was a Jedi.
If I could jump in on that, I
Jump
also just want to I also just want to point out while we're talking nerd facts, Mace Windu,
hmm
Yeah.
reason why he was so powerful as a Jedi, a lot of people unless you dig in, he actually utilized the dark
Purple
side.
saber and all that.
Yeah, he utilized the dark side in his combat style, but he was great because he managed to find that balance. Now, I just want to emphasize the point that despite being in tap with the dark side of his nature,
hmm
he managed to focus it and to touch back on it, temper it,
Yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to interject.
In the old canon, in the previous canon, it was Han and Leia's son. It was actually the most powerful. Had become the most powerful Sith Lord, and actually conquered the galaxy. And it was uh, it was Luke and his son that actually killed him. But he had become the most powerful Sith Lord in the galaxy.
Kylo Ren, right?
No, Kylo Ren is the new canon. They actually went away from
They changed his name.
well, the thing is,
Oh,
changed the whole history of. They rewrote the whole canon of Star Wars after afterwards. Like
Yeah, I thought there was something wrong with that because I specifically remember there being. It's been a while since I read a couple of books, but I remember it being different. I remember
yeah,
the books being a little different.
a lot different because they had the three children. In fact, um,
Because wasn't it twins? Wasn't
they they were twins, and then there was then they had a third one. A
Yeah.
third child, and then but the actually Kylo Ren and what's your name is supposed to be the twins. Kylo Ren, the Sith
Okay.
Lord, is supposed to be the son, and then Luke's daughter. We don't know if that's his daughter or not, but that's supposed to be the daughter of
that's the girl that got left on the planet and then found Luke at the end of the last Star Wars.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're gonna
yeah,
yeah
I
they're
see.
gonna make they're gonna make her his daughter. I see that shit coming a mile away.
yeah,
Yeah.
because actually he had a son. He didn't have a daughter,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
they're going to change things around.
Yeah, that's that old gynocentrism coming in.
Yeah,
But
that's Disney. Yeah,
yeah,
Speaking
but
of, I know it's random, but why is Mace Windu shit purple?
I don't know.
because
Because
it's a
I,
He's
com
of
black.
it's
the
a
red
it's
and
a
the blue.
combination of
Say it
you said
again.
what? Say
It
what?
says that's
Why is
because
this
he's
shit
black on some
purple?
grape shit.
nah,
I don't know. I don't
No,
think so.
because I think the blue represents the Jedi side of the Force, and the red
In the
represents the
red,
Sith.
Okay.
exactly.
So that forms
Combination.
purple. So like
Oh,
when
Yeah.
okay.
Lalantos was saying that earlier, that's like pretty much like
Oh, yeah,
that's why
yeah,
he's like the
okay.
only one to have the purple saber.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think that a part of that was the fact that he really wanted that too. So.
Yeah. But to go back to what BGS was saying about women, in the whole, like the most interesting thing that I read in reference to women was John Milton's Paradise Lost, when it was talking about the creation of Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And in that book it said that Adam was having a whole lot of problems out of Eve because she would just lay by the pond all day long and stare at her own reflection.
Mm.
Like she was more fascinated with herself
Oh,
than anything.
Mm.
is that
And
like
and
Lucifer being the person, the creator of the first sin, conceit in himself, becoming because he was the perfect angel, or
I
told
think
to
I,
be the
I,
perfect
I
angel?
think I think I think what he's saying is that's just he's describing the
the nature.
inward nature of the female, of the vessel.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah. They're just like they are literally their own
Pure
deity.
vanity.
They are literally their own deity. Like they still do it today. Like
Mm-hmm.
have you ever just looked at Snapchat and see
Oh
chicks?
yeah!
Oh, of course.
Oh
Yeah.
my
They still
god!
do it today.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've had chicks do that while they dance on me.
Yeah.
Dead ass.
And they're not, look, check this out. This is what you got to realize, because I did a video about it. And I
Mm-hmm.
showed a bunch of chicks, they got the little filter that puts
Mhm.
they even have the filter that looks like the pictures of Eve when she had like the flowers on her head and stuff.
The rose,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And what
And there's
they do,
butterflies and stupid shit flying around them.
yup. And what they
Mm-hmm.
But they
do
have
is like a lot of cats don't realize they're not doing that Snapchat for people to look at them. They're doing the Snapchat to look at themselves.
Yeah.
Yep.
Literally. Like
Mm-hmm.
it,
They can't help it.
but no, like the Paradise Lost. The crazy thing about that particular book is I had a lot of questions about the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And Paradise Lost basically filled in the gaps,
Mm-hmm.
which is crazy because a lot of people, a lot of religious people, they get mad at me if I bring up Paradise Lost.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be like, why are you mad? Because like it fills in the gaps of like certain things, like when you said something about Lucifer being the first sinner, like in there it talks about that. It talks about how he created the first lie and all of those different things.
Mm-hmm.
But
hmm
I found it interesting that people literally that are religious, they'll get mad if you bring up Paradise
Mm-hmm.
Lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The thing is,
Heard that
I
before.
always say they used to make Christians mad when they talk about when I say that Lucifer was necessary, and they get mad and they
Yeah.
say, "Why
Yeah,
is he necessary?" I said, how can you give human beings free will if they don't have a choice?
yeah, it's part of God's plan. Like
Yeah.
they got a show, the show that they have out now that's based on the comic
Oh,
book,
that's yeah.
the Lucifer comic book.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's an interesting take on it because it really explains it better. Because like a lot of people, like what you was just saying, like you can't have a omnipotent, omnipresent, all-knowing being and then say that there's someone opposing him.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right.
understand? Like that.
Exactly.
That's a
Exactly.
contradiction.
People can't handle
If
that sometimes.
No, they can't.
exactly,
That's.
if it
Oh man.
if it's like on that show, Lucifer says literally, he's like, I don't make people do anything. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
hmm
saying? They
Mm-hmm.
do
Yeah.
it themselves. And he's like, I didn't ask to be the Lord of Hell. It was a job that was forced on me.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right.
know what I'm
And
saying?
like,
And go ahead.
go ahead. No, you're saying too much good stuff. I apologize for being rude.
Because like there's one scene in Paradise Lost that's
Mm-hmm.
crazy to me. Because when I listened to it, I thought about it. I was like, when I read it, I was like, damn, that's crazy. Like supposedly based on what that says, it says that when Lucifer uh uh he got 1/3 of the angels to
Mm-hmm.
to go to war against the Almighty. He said the reason that he did it was because Lucifer considered himself to be the favorite son.
Mm-hmm.
and he considered himself to be the heir of the kingdom of heaven. But the Almighty created who we call Jesus, but at the time he wasn't Jesus. He was just a celestial being, and Lucifer was jealous of it. So
Because I'm supposed to be
because of
perfect,
that,
the one.
yeah. So because of that, they went to war, or whatever, and he got cast out. And when he got cast out, they said in the book that Lucifer decided to try to make a counteroffensive to go back, and the angels that got cast out with him, they didn't even want to fight no more because they was like, why would we go against him? He knows what we're plotting right now. You know what I'm saying? And I thought about that. I was like, so you got to ask yourself, was Lucifer really doing
Bad.
what he did? Because me and my homeboy had a debate about that, because an angel doesn't have free will.
They just follow.
They have to follow. So you got to ask yourself, how could Lucifer rebel and that not be part of God's plan? But see, when you start talking about that, just like BGS, just like you said, like they get mad about that, like
brain matter starts oozing out of their ear and shit.
That's because people, they believe more in the text than they do the Most High, and that's just a fact. They just go by, like, if you talk to someone and they're gonna tell you about like what the King James, then you can't tell them anything else because they're just, oh, my King James, my King James. So they're stuck.
Well, I mean, I've posed this question recently, even to myself, and I've said it before. It's just like, yo, was Lucifer wrong? And and then I've even seen on even on Facebook recently, because I just got back on there, and I think that it was like, I wish I could find the post, but somebody said, like, or it was like a picture. Lucifer was sent down. What if Lucifer was sent down to lead us away from being sheep, or I'm paraphrasing here, but lead us away from being sheep and lead us to actual free will.
Yeah.
Oh, that's you know what? That's an interesting argument, and a lot of people have brought that up because it gets associated with Greek mythology. Because you remember, it was what's the guy's name that gave man fire?
Prometheus?
It's Apollo?
Prometheus.
Sweet.
Prometheus. It's associated with that argument because supposedly Lucifer gave you remember Lucifer was the light bearer. He's always associated with fire. And he gave mankind knowledge. And knowledge is always considered a spark or a flame or something like that. So they associate that with Prometheus. They say Prometheus was punished because he gave mankind not basically fire or knowledge or whatever.
Right. Yeah, because even in the Garden of Eden, when Jesus walked through after they ate from the tree of knowledge, he says, "Why do you hide?" And he said, "We hide because we were naked," or something like that. And I'm shortening that, but it's just kind of like, how do you know you're naked? You've eaten from the tree of knowledge.
Yeah. And there's another argument that about that, and a theory about that goes a little bit deeper. But I'm not gonna go into that because people will get
No,
everybody listening.
no, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm telling you right now, everybody
No,
listening.
go.
Listen,
to
I'm
this
an
shit,
I'm not
Israelite.
asking you.
I
I'm
don't even
demanding
care.
you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fuel the anger. Do it now.
I've heard everything. Go right ahead.
You've heard everything.
Drive the
Okay.
fucking angry tank right through that bullshit.
Okay, so watch this. All right, so there's a theory, and it's not my theory. It's a theory I heard. Very interesting theory. The theory is that the Greek mythology of Zeus and the different deities is more accurate than anything, but it still connects with it still connects with Christianity, and it still connects with the ancient Kemetic stuff. It connects with everything, but it ties everything together. And basically what it's saying is that there are a multitude of deities. There are some older celestial beings than others. Well, they say that there was one celestial being that was one of the children of the older celestial beings. And that particular celestial being was able to overthrow the older ones, just like the way Zeus overthrew the Titans.
Yeah.
And that celestial being basically destroyed the older celestial beings by dispersing their energies, because you really can't destroy energy. So it dispersed the energies. And the way it dispersed the energies is it divided it up and used the creation of mankind to entrap those divided energies. So basically what it's saying is that
Like we're the vessel,
yeah, we're all vessels, and everybody, every
I
individual.
see absolutely nothing wrong with that.
But hold on, listen to what I'm saying though. It gets deeper than that.
All right.
See, this is where people are going to get pissed off about it. So basically, one of the deities tried to school us and teach us what we really are, and he got imprisoned for it. So that's supposed to be Prometheus or Lucifer or all of that. And the reason that this younger deity who claims I am a jealous God and take no God before me, the reason he doesn't want you believing in any other gods is because that's where he gains his power from. So if you believe in that particular deity, it makes him stronger, and the other deities will remain trapped. And basically the way they remain trapped is life is basically Pandora's box. So basically, whenever human beings pass away, they see two different choices. They see a light or they see darkness. We've been taught to stay away from the darkness. Then the darkness is the essence. So if your soul goes to the darkness, then it goes back to the original source and the essence of what the original deities are. And those
would
energies
disconnect with dark matter and the universe.
Exactly. And those energies connect back to the original deities. But if you go to the light, you get reincarnated.
Right.
So you go back through the cycle again. And basically that whole theory is stating that mankind is Pandora's box. It's human beings. Because if you remember, Prometheus was imprisoned, and part of his imprisonment was he had to carry that mountain on his back that was chained to him, and inside the temple in that mountain was Pandora's box.
Was that Prometheus or Kronos?
With Kronos.
It
was it Kronos?
I think it was Kronos.
Kronos. Yeah.
Okay, it was Kronos.
Yeah.
But the theory is interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, because I have a personal belief that.
Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead, bro.
I've and I've said this before, like I really do believe we are made in the image of God, because we can create life and actually take it.
Yeah.
So like hearing some of this stuff is kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense then.
Yeah, like, it's like when you hear, a lot of times you'll hear something make sense to you, but then sometimes you'll hear something and you'll be like, damn, that sounds about right. But it challenges what you believe in so much that it's like, it's frightening to think that may be what it is. Because like, no one wants to believe that, here we are, human beings, and what we have going on here, this struggle between different human beings and different tribes. Who's to say that the struggle we have here is not also going on in a higher plane of existence?
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or we're pieces on the chessboard, in a sense.
Exactly.
We're playing out the same plays, celestial play. That's why they say is above, so below.
What's above, so below. Exactly.
Yeah, so we're playing out the same cycle. That's how come I use it with women. Women, the masculine and the feminine, because we're just playing out the same cycle.
Right.
Yeah. But that theory, that's the theory. That's the theory that I brought up that day that made the dude get mad at me.
Well, that the crazy thing about what you're saying is all you did was, and not to downplay, but all you did was pull all these different stories together to a form of like, or like you made them cohesive. Like,
Like
so you
cross
connected a
reference.
lot of different things. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like
Mhm.
you pulled a lot of different stories together
Yeah.
and made it into like a story that like something that's believable. Like, holy fudge, you could be on to something right now. Like
Yeah.
DOD shut us down type shit.
I mean, that's normally you had to go to the temple, to the temples
Hmm.
to actually learn this kind of stuff. You would have to
Mm.
go to the Masons, or you have to go to the Jesuits or wherever to actually learn. And they don't learn just about their religion; they learn about all of them because they're all connected and they all tell basically the same story. Once you learn the similarities and how they're all connected, you learn the symbols, and you could recognize it. Like when I was telling what's your name, Butterfly Spirit, right? I said when I went down and went down to see the Mayan temples down in Guatemala. Me and the guy, we're sitting up there telling why these temples and why these buildings are in the shape that they're at. Why would they put them there? Why would they put them there? Because they're telling the same story. The symbols are exactly the same. They're telling a celestial story.
Mm.
You know, the funny thing is that usually people will start with like the Bible, Old Testament, or Christianity, and then they'll
Hmm.
get into like Gnosticism or something. But I
Hmm.
actually went the complete opposite direction. I
Hmm.
uh I was a Christian, then I was an atheist, got back into spirituality, then went through Gnosticism, and then went to the Old Testament. And what
Hmm.
you guys are saying mostly, that's why people get mad because, like I was saying, they believe more in the text than they actually do in the Most High. So it's like
Hmm.
if you try to tell them, like, obviously there are things missing in the Old Testament. Even the Old Testament says that. So
Hmm.
if you're trying to bring something new and you're just rejecting it, do you believe in the Most High or you just believe in the text? That's why when like I said I wouldn't get mad because I've heard that it's like they say he's the demiurge and all of that. That's fine, but you know what I'm saying? Like people just they're more focused on like their point, just like that dude, the guy you were chatting with. What was his name? Something man.
The
Um,
Covina
Oh,
man.
yeah,
Covina man.
Kavina man.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, he was just looking for the
Uh-huh.
bingo. So like a lot of people are just looking for like let's say that verse where they could just throw it in your face all the time, not where something that can actually teach someone some life lesson. They just want to throw it
Yeah,
in your face.
yeah. You're looking for scraps, not the whole steak type shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People you
Yeah,
gotta, read, see a lot of
there's
knowledge.
go ahead.
No,
No, no,
there's a
I'm
lot
done.
of
I'm done.
there's a lot of guys that come on and
Hmm.
yeah, and I don't mind being challenged. A lot of guys that want to prove, he didn't want to say it. He wanted to prove that he was smarter than I was. That's really what the whole
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
was.
Yeah, which is another feminine argument. The same thing every woman on there on here
Oh
comes and
yeah.
does. And
Yeah.
and I'm like,
Uh-huh.
and when I say woman, I mean like your big J, your black privilege, like
Oh shit.
all those women, like every single one of those broads, like every time it's the same shit.
Damn.
Somebody borged out. You were trying to say something, and your mic didn't quite pick up.
I said no, black privilege was just on a whole nother level because when I started watching your hangouts, the first woman that I found was City of Truth, and ever since then it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And it's just like
Yeah,
every time I think a black man cannot top another black man, there's always somebody that's worse. And tonight was bad. Like that Kavina dude, I don't even understand what the. I think there's lead in his water. That's what I really think. A lot of these black men they got lead poisoning because there's no logic. There's none.
yeah. You were saying somebody was saying that. I think that was you in the chat. He's
Yeah,
like
I'm
straight
dead.
up lead
But I'm being
poisoning.
dead ass serious because
And they
there
was.
was no rationale in anything he was saying. And you the end was classic because you used his own article and he couldn't respond. Like what the fuck kind of
And
shit is this?
yeah, you
Yeah,
couldn't take the L.
that's why I read the article to actually close the argument because you weren't making sense, and I couldn't tell him he wasn't making sense. Because I said, okay, dude, I said I know what I'm talking about because I had to study this right when it happened because we were studying right. In fact, before it happened, because um, like the biggest cry out was when Kramer actually said when I forget was it Bear Stearns was going under, and he cried out that there was something wrong in the markets, right? I said, oh shit. So man, I had to pull out all my Wall Street Journal articles, man. I was just studying about what was getting ready to happen. So I was listening to everybody. And so basically, man, from the ground up, because I remember I was doing commodities back in the mid 90s, right? And it was the same thing that brought down Orange County with Bank of America, and it was CS First Boston, Credit Suisse First Boston. Basically, they took Orange County for like $1 billion and wrecked their school system for like maybe 10 years. And I said, I couldn't believe that they were still using those instruments. And I started reading. I said, okay. So I basically know this from the ground up. So it's not something that I'm just looking back in history. I was actually in real time actually studying this stuff and trying to figure out what was going to go on and how are they going to fix this in real time. So when they said that when I said that these cuts were going to come and they had to come, I showed them where to go look and actually listen to the people that actually proposed this stuff. He's like, well, I give you links and you don't ignore. I said, dude, do you actually listen to the stuff and read the stuff that I actually put out? Because I talked about that. I had just talked about that, about why they were cutting the budget just in an article just before he put his up. So that's why I said at the end, I said, forget it. Let me go read his articles. I hadn't read it yet. Let me go read his article and see exactly what it says. And it said exactly the same thing I was saying. I said, what are you arguing about? They're telling you exactly why they're cutting the budget, which is what you were saying. He said, no, they're cutting for taxes. That is not what they said. They said, we cannot pay for your tax cut because everything that we're cutting from the budget goes to bring down the deficit. I said, it can't be no plainer than that. But, he wanted to win so badly. I said, okay, dude, you just take your win and go on because my head is going to hurt. And I'm gonna be like Valdez and start cussing you out. Valdez.
All you gonna hear is bullshit and stone tablets flying at your fucking skull.
Yeah, I can feel Valdez's fingers, man, reaching through the screen trying to get the shut the fuck up.
Like I deplore stupidity, man. A person could be diametrically opposed to what I'm saying, but if what they're saying is intelligent and thought, I will sit there and listen, even if I don't agree with it. But when I can immediately, like, I got a bullshit meter that is sensitive as hell. Like the moment somebody just starts, I'll be listening like, okay, because I'll be dissecting what they're saying and where they're coming from. And like the main thing I could tell about him is that he heard something somewhere and he was repeating it, and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that term? That term, the negative. You can't prove a negative.
You can't prove a negative. That's like atheist type crap.
It's a talking point.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's weird. You just like can't prove a negative.
I think that's
from.
Can somebody explain that term?
I think that's propaganda. In other words, you put it. In other words, you put it out. You force. What you're doing is you're forcing somebody to disprove a negative. In other words, they use that. Lawyers use it all the time. In other words, you gotta disprove a negative. In other words, something that you can't prove, like how do you beat your wife? Okay, even though you don't beat your wife, you have to disprove the negative.
Defend yourself.
You defend
yourself. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Well, a question for the chat. This came up especially since I watched the last two Hangouts. If facts aren't enough to change a person's perspective, how much can you actually do? Because I mean,
you can't unless you can get into their core belief, and that takes a lot of they have to do that over time. You have to change their worldview and change their core belief, and that takes a while. Not only they can.
Well, see, it's not. it's not about it. See, here's the thing. It's not about the fact. It's not about the facts. It's about the person's ability to it's about the person's humbleness, their ability to admit that they don't know something or admit that they're wrong. That's all it boils down. Like if you can't, if a person, like I have that problem all the time whenever I debate with somebody, and I'll give them numbers from the Census Bureau or the CDC, and they'll say, "Oh, well, those numbers don't mean anything because those numbers could be skewed, and those numbers." It's like, okay, so if I can't use that, then what can I use?
Yeah, exactly.
I always say, give me better numbers.
Yeah,
Right.
The women
Yeah,
always
you
say,
go out and count everybody.
yeah,
but
women
even if
always say, yeah. If in fact, I did. Who did I do that with? Because it was a chick that was on Solo TV's Hangout with,
Oh,
right?
I know what you're
And,
talking about too.
yeah, and she
All the
wanted to prove.
feminists.
Yep.
She wanted to have a point where she was right so badly that
Yeah.
she had she drew up she brought in a medical it was a poll, not a poll, but a study. They were studying the pay gap between uh, male doctors and female doctors, right? And she's quoted that the female doctors were getting paid uh, as much as the female professors were getting paid the same rate that associate professors of the medical profession was. And I said, okay. I said that you had to dig into the study and find out why that is. And basically right there in the study, they said they gave about 6 or 7 different reasons why there could be a disparity in pay. I said, there's the answer right there. I said, they're telling you why there could be a disparity in pay. They haven't resolved it. And we went on and on and on and on and on. We finally got to the paragraph, and they said the factor is that the associate professors publish more, they take on a bigger workload, they basically make more money for the bring in more receipts and make more money for the university hospital, and that's why they earn the money that they earn on average. And she just said, well, I don't accept that. I said, okay. I said, your study. I didn't bring it up.
well, see,
Yeah, it's the same.
well,
That's the same chick going off about Edward saying 70%, and in the I think in the article or whatever she was reading, it said 72%,
Yeah.
and she was like, "Oh wow, 2%," and like I just did the calculation. I did it on like 320 million, right, or 320.
Yeah.
2% of 320 is 6.4.
Mm.
Like that would equate to 6.4 million people.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the actual number because I think it was like black people, which would be a smaller number. But even
Yeah.
2% of 320 is 6.4 million people. It's just like,
well, see, here's the thing.
You know
Here's
how
the
much-
thing with
you know how much you're kind of like deflecting.
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, see, here's the thing with people like that. People, and I've told people this before. I said, okay, if I acknowledge that somebody I'm debating with is smart, I
Mhm.
tell them don't make the mistake that a lot of smart people make, which is to think you're the smartest person in the room because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
and if you're sitting there saying something like with him, like the dude, if you say that, oh well, those numbers, you can't verify those numbers. You say, okay, I may not be able to verify those numbers personally,
Mm.
but those numbers, even if they're off, even if they're even if those numbers are fudged or something like that, they still give you a control or a starting point.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In a scientific method of trying to figure something out, it still gives you because nobody's just gonna make up CDC numbers. They're not just gonna just say, okay, let's just make up. No, there's gonna be other scientific ways
Mhm.
of verifying whether those numbers are legitimate or if they're bullshit.
Yeah.
Right. And those numbers
You know
are
what I'm saying?
used to actually steer actual policy or even make policy and
Exactly.
steer
Yeah.
the actual country.
Yeah,
It's
she
like,
got
yo, those numbers better be right because that's what they're trying to that's how they're trying to like make
Yeah,
things
man.
happen.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly, but see these individuals, who
Right.
I call pseudo intellectuals, they don't understand that the shit that they're saying, somebody else has said that dumb shit before and got disproved. They just don't know that somebody else said that dumb shit. They think what they're saying is original.
Right.
That's the funny thing.
With all due,
Yeah,
with all due respect, Angry Man, I would like to boil this down. I know you've been going over those 48 laws of power, but I think whatever his name was, I was talking tonight, just violated the rule. Never outshine the master, right? Never outshine the master, man. Yo, for real, everybody listening, read up on that book.
And everybody gets mad because, oh, well, you're not the master teacher. I never gave, I said, I never called myself a master teacher.
right.
I never did. And I never called myself sensei, master teacher. I mean, I appreciate, you guys bestowing that on me. I'm humbled by it, but I never called myself that.
See, you never called yourself that, but then you prove it in so many ways to the point where it's kind of like, yeah, you don't have to call yourself that.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
People don't respect it.
Here's the thing, BGS.
Yeah.
You don't have to call yourself the master teacher. But if every young buck that shows up to your dojo get their ass kicked, it's obvious. Like, it's obvious. Like, and they keep showing up. Like, just the fact that they show up to try to disprove you proves that you're the master.
You know what?
I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that like you were talking to this butterfly lady, and by the end of the stream,
that was a long.
She was tame. She was purring. Like she was like, oh, okay, let me look this up. Okay, I'm gonna put that in my notes. And I'm thinking to myself, I was like, this motherfucker just tamed the lion in front of us. We witnessed greatness.
I had to
lion tamer.
I had to kick her off. The only person I'm shocked at. The only person I'm shocked at that had to humble himself is Valdez, because he said, "I will never ever do an 8-hour stream."
Yeah,
and I had to end the stream, otherwise Valdez was still being there. I said, "I am stunned."
I'm not. Hey, look. You know what? Here's the biggest misconception that a lot of people that had came to my channel had about me. I'm not I'm a very humble dude. Like, I'll admit to somebody, like, if I'm dead wrong about something, I'll be like, yo, you got me on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not one of them cats that's gonna be like, yeah, man, because I grew up around dudes that would talk at length about some shit they knew nothing about. Like, they would just sit there and just give you this whole fucking diatribe about some shit you knew they was lying. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, so I'm not even gonna get up here and tell you that I'm gonna do an 8-hour stream, because I'm not. It ain't gonna fucking happen. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it.
but you. I mean, I kept saying the first and said after 5 hours, I know Angry Man got to go. Angry Man, it's been 5 hours, man. I know you want to sign off, man. You want to say good night, party, and work. No, I'm good.
Yeah, exactly.
But see, that's because y'all was feeding me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I gotta do the live stream for like 8 hours and I gotta hold it down myself, I know I'm not gonna be able to do it. But if I'm somewhere where where it's like a bunch of guys that's intelligent and you're like feeding me, and I'm like feeding off of what you're saying, like, I could probably sit in there forever. Because I don't get to be around in all honesty, and this is not me trying to brag on myself, but I don't get to be around people who I consider my intellectual peers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, there's not a lot of people I can learn shit from.
Yeah.
Honestly,
which is unfortunate.
Most people here probably feel the same way, because I know I do. Especially finding with the black men who use their brain, it's really fucking hard. Really hard. I don't know, like, intellectualism is not valued at all, the black community at all.
Nah, it's not. It's not. And look, Look, SP Latino said he right. I've seen Valdez humble himself many times. I've caught it. And then look, Hooded one came right behind and said Valdez ain't humble. He blew up on his own followers for fun.
He will do that. He will do that. That's I had to check on on Covinaman. I said Valdez getting ready to
Oh, yeah,
rip
he's
his
getting
head
ready to
off,
shit
man. I
on
got to
this
calm
nigga.
him down because he's getting ready to rip his head off. Because I felt that way. See, I feel that way, but I know. Okay, I'm here. I had to remember I am actually trying to teach, and he's just a stubborn student. I had to remember that. Okay,
Yeah,
he
and I
wasn't
was waiting.
listening. Go ahead.
I was waiting for him to start talking about children and shit, and using like the
What about
freaking
the children?
I
Oh
care about the
man.
children shield and shit like that. I was just like, yo, he's gonna protect himself any fucking second. He's gonna pull the fucking sword. He's gonna pull the sword of welfare out and shit like that out of the fucking stone, out of the Section 8 stone.
You know what all came down to? He was trying to prove that the reason that they were cutting Section 8 and doing the cuts is because of white supremacy. That's really what he wanted to prove. And that's really where we went off. I said, no, that's not. It's not because of white supremacy. I said there's very concrete reasons why they have to cut the budget. I said even President Obama, which nobody brings up, he actually cut Section 8. He suspended Section 8 4 years ago.
He's the biggest white supremacist.
We can barely hear you, bro. Repeat that.
I said Obama's the biggest white supremacist of all, according to him. Then.
Well, yeah, he would be. And I'm trying to get. I know even with me, I had to kill that evil demon inside of me about white supremacy and actually look at it logically and look at what was going on. And once I looked up and I said, oh shit, okay, this sucker's going down and there's nothing they can do about it. Okay. And I said, I tried to get black people, okay, here's my evidence about white supremacy being over. Here's my evidence. Here's what I think. Here's why I think it's going down. Here's what I project in the future. Here it all is, and look at it and dismantle it any way you could. I'm not trying to challenge your belief. I'm saying this is what I found out. I recommend that you just look at it. And some people look at it and say, I still don't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Like he didn't read that stuff. He didn't read it. He barely read the article.
Well, if I may, BGS, I can rationalize the whole victim mentality. I don't understand it completely, but I think the reasons are pretty self-evident. But I don't know who said it before, but it was stated earlier that intellectualism or being an intellectual in the black community isn't valued. I'm not disagreeing with that. I was just tackling with the idea that maybe humility is something that we're not that we in the community aren't really looking at as a whole. I'm just wondering that
you know what I think that a lot of black people are afraid that if white supremacy, as they know it, goes away, then what will they do?
Yeah, the antagonist is gone.
Yeah.
Now we really have nothing to hold us back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No excuses.
It's truly on us. Yeah.
Well, see, that goes back to what I said on one of my live streams. Black people, we define ourselves by the struggle.
Mm-hmm.
So if the struggle is not there,
love being the underdog.
Exactly. So if the struggle is not there, because Obsidian said something on his show that was genius, and when he said it, I had to really consider it. He said, you know what? A lot of people don't want to acknowledge the fact or even consider the fact that maybe the civil rights movement actually worked. And when he said that shit, I was like, damn, that is something to think about, because if black people get out of their feelings for a second and really try to analyze our progress, right, and what we're able to do, if we really was about that shit, you got to consider, okay, are we really in the same position that we was in? Or are we in a better position? See, that's the conversation that black people don't want to have, because we want to keep looking for excuses
Right.
to explain why we're
Justify.
spending X amount of money a year and we're not building any infrastructure, or why our families are failing, or why, like, it's just like with the women. The women don't want to have that conversation. If you're the backbone of the black community and the majority of the black community has single mothers, why is the black community fucked up? They don't want to have that conversation.
Yeah, like when somebody says, "What about white supremacy?" and I literally want to say, "What about it, bitch?" Like, what the fuck about it?
But see, you know what?
Like,
Here's the
not
thing
to say
about
that
what.
it doesn't exist, and not to say that it happens. That like people aren't racist. There wasn't. There still isn't something over, so on and so forth. I mean, it's there. It was there. It may be diminished. It
But
could
see,
be
there's
powering up for another volley. But at the same time, are
but
you
see,
gonna
there's
let that
two.
stop you breathe?
But see,
Sorry,
look,
that went on long enough.
white supremacy is it includes two forms of racism. It includes two forms of
Mm.
racism.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, One of the forms is institutional racism. It's the systems that were already put in place that are tied in to our culture in America.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like it's like when you have a parasite latched onto an animal and it's been latched onto it so long that you can't pull it off of the animal without killing the animal. So
Right.
it's like it's tied into our society.
It's
So
become symbiotic instead of parasitic.
it
Yeah.
exactly it's become symbiotic. So
Right.
the other side of it is just the racism, the ideological racism, where people, feel certain white people might feel like they're superior, and certain black people might feel like they're inferior, because that's part of it too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
like I
and
don't have what you have because your mama and daddy gave it to you. That type of shit.
Yeah.
Even though you both could be fucking
exactly,
black, and
exactly,
like that shit's crazy.
exactly. And see, you have the concept of white supremacy,
Yeah.
because that's how I had to start phrasing it, the concept,
Concept.
because
Mm-hmm.
white
Hold
the
on.
concept.
Hold the thought for a
Go ahead.
second. Yes. Vector, there's a couple people that want to get in. Can you get the people that aren't talking? Can you guys kind of rotate out and come back in later
Yeah, I'll
so we can
bounce.
get a couple people in? Okay.
Yeah, Victor says he's gonna be back in 20 minutes anyways.
He's
Yeah,
okay.
he's got to do something. He said.
You gotta do something.
Yeah,
Okay.
and like people won't let go of that whole concept, and they just hold on to this shit. And I'm not saying it don't exist. I'm just saying, will you let that stop you breathing? Like,
Yeah.
like if white supremacy says stop breathing, like, will you be like, oh god, like like, oh man,
A
shit's
Well,
hurdle's a
see,
hurdle, right?
the concept of white supremacy,
Mm,
it's a parlor trick, and
mm,
it only works
mm,
if it's like Santa Claus. The concept only works if you believe in it.
yeah.
Yep.
Like as far as the institutional part of it, like the reason that black people don't see everything for what it really is because there's a lot of white people who truly believe in white supremacy to the point that they believe that white people always know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm,
You know what I'm saying? And it's never crossed their mind once that maybe they're just trying to figure shit out just like everybody else. And they're
right,
just, that on the job training. They're just making it up as they fucking go along. Like,
Yep.
they
yeah,
don't,
and black people, that's where they start to get into the whole deification of it because
Yeah.
even black people look at it like white people have to know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Because
they're
they
just, it's
conquered us.
just
Because they
yeah,
conquered
right, like
us. Yeah.
right,
They can't
yeah.
be human because they conquered us. They have to be something other than human because where would I be because I was conquered.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but you know
couldn't be
what,
conquered.
Dr. Ben said something that was really profound. He said he said when you go to court and you're standing in front of that white judge and the you that you got to go to jail for 10 years. He said the judge don't make you go to jail. He said don't nobody make you go to jail. You volunteer to go to jail. He said, you know why you volunteer? He said because there's a
That's
man
stupid shit.
standing over there called a bailiff and he has a gun. Because if he didn't have that gun, you would tell the judge to kiss your ass and walk out of the courtroom. And that's the reality of it. Like the reason that white people have conquered black people, there's a lot of different parts to it, but the main part is the invention of the gun.
Yes.
And gunpowder.
Gunpowder. Yep.
Yeah. That's it.
That's it. Yep. They were there first.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was just their turn. It was just their turn.
And like when I started to grasp that concept, I was like, holy shit, maybe it is just our turn to be at the bottom. Like, it's really fucked up. So then, like, that's when I started making my own little plans where it's like, all right, man, if it's my turn to be at the bottom, while I'm here, let me do one or two things for the people that are next. Like or hopefully my next offspring will be next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I told who was that? I think I told O'Shea that shit because we was talking about Tommy, and he was talking about how big Tommy is and shit, and it's the same concept. Like Tommy is that big because he was here first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he was one of the ones that kind of kept rolling and put an energy in this shit. But that's the only reason that he's on that level is because he was before a certain. Like if I'd have been around as long as him, I'd have been on that level.
Probably, yeah.
But he just was here first. Like a lot of people don't really factor in the luck of the draw. A lot of people don't factor that in.
I got something for that.
Everything is like 95% luck. Being born with the right place, right time, right parents, right resources around you, and basically having the right mentor. Even people that are born with all that stuff had a head start. Man, don't rise to those heights. It's just you have to have just luck, man. Like the guy that I put up about Bitcoin, man. Nick Szabo. He just happened to stumble across, happened to have an idea that just hadn't been invented yet. He wrote it for 20 years. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. You know who's a prime example of that, but in the opposite way?
Who's that?
Fucking Hill Harper.
Why is that?
I think this is just my opinion. And everybody may not agree with this. I think he is like the biggest waste of space on the face of the planet. Like,
wait, who?
Hill Harper.
Hill Harper.
Yeah.
I think he's like the biggest way because like he's mostly an actor, author or whatever. But if you know his history, he literally grew up in a Huxtable household because one of his parents was a lawyer and the other one was a doctor.
Yeah.
And he went to freaking Harvard. Wasn't he in Harvard at the same time as Barack Obama?
Pretty much. Yeah. No, I think he was there after, but yeah.
He was after him, but he ended up becoming a fucking actor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, dude, you're supposed to be one of the dudes that's running the world. Like, you literally had every advantage.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many actors come out of Harvard and Yale.
That shit is pathetic, man.
Angela Bassett came out of Yale, I do believe. And her husband.
Man, if I would have had those advantages and went to Harvard, I'd be somewhere splitting atoms.
Hey, BGS. Hey, BGS.
Yes.
Hey, man, you guys were touching on white supremacy, and I want to focus on ways to counter white supremacy. I think that
all right, let's not go too far in the weeds, okay? This time.
Go ahead. Well, I mean, the topic came up.
Get your money up. I think it'd be one way to do it.
Okay, before you start, let me give you my perspective first, so you know where I'm coming from. Okay, where I'm coming from, because I declared white supremacy over 10 years ago.
Yes, dead.
Oh, it's been dead for 10 years.
Yes, because when I noticed the white supremacy was actually over, it was when the African countries in 2006 walked out of the Lisbon Treaty Conference because they didn't like the deal. They just I knew it was waning because of the Gulf War, but the thing is, I knew it was over when they had when you had 30 African countries had the guts to pick up and walk out on white people with deals on the table and told them they give them the middle finger as they were leaving. That's when I knew white supremacy was over.
You know when I knew it was over? You know when I figured out it was over?
When?
When they let a nigga be president.
Yeah, pretty much. That's when a lot of people noticed it. That okay, they wouldn't put a brother if they wasn't in trouble. The brother wouldn't be on the throne.
Well, look, in my
That's a
opinion,
fact.
look, when it comes to Barack Obama being in office, he was put in office after George Bush had the world hating us. So basically, it was basically to make Obama, make the world love us again. So he was only put in office for that reason. But I'm trying to focus on
there was two reasons that they actually put Obama in office. There were two reasons. One is because they wanted the world to love us. We need a different face, and two is because the G20 asked for him. The G20 said, we want him. We don't want any more white guys because you just screwed us over trillions of dollars, and we do not like that. We do not trust you. So Hillary be damned, and the rest of your white guys be damned. We want him.
But go ahead,
Valdez and then war.
It's been numerous indications, and when you sit back and you look at all of those different things, you got to come to the conclusion that this country was built on the concept of white supremacy, and anybody that has sat back and watched everything that has taken place in the last 20, 30 years. You got to realize that it could not stand up under the weight of its own bullshit. Like it just can't. Like it's impossible for it to sustain itself with the direction. Like one indication, a big indication was that housing crash.
Oh yeah, there's a whole lot of reasons for that.
That was a big indication.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of reasons for that, but we go deeper. I want to give War a chance to talk because we can go deep in the weeds on that kind of stuff about why it was ended, and actually quickly predicted it back in 1965 that it would end. Go ahead, War, jump in.
Well, honestly, I'm just taking in a lot of the information I'm hearing you deliver, and Angry Man deliver. But when you guys touched on white supremacy, I'm about solutions and countering different things because as an individual man, I'm a go-getter. I take care of my business. You know what I mean? I'm not no victim type of dude. So it's like when one of your guests said, it's our turn to be at the bottom. No, it's not our turn to be at the bottom. If we were collectively organizing as black men and getting things together and not killing each other, we wouldn't be, white supremacy wouldn't be an issue. Okay. But see, I think that,
really,
listen, bro. I'm
gonna tell you this.
I want to hear him out. I want to hear him out because I know he's wrong, but I want to hear him out.
Well, look, the bottom line is this: there's no external force that can prevent black men from being a collective body and putting our money together and doing for ourselves. Okay, we generate enough money between ourselves.
Okay, we went through this. We went through this a week ago. You don't have to repeat your arguments.
Well, basically, I'm just saying because I get the vibe that you guys have a defeatist mentality, and
Hey, whoa! Don't start that. Don't start that this week, okay? Do not start that this week because I don't have patience for that bullshit no more. You feel me?
See, this is why I gotta watch porn when I listen to shit like this.
Because
like literally, I have to fucking watch. I'm like on Tumblr watching porn right now.
Hold on a second.
You can't get women because you can't get women. That's why you gotta watch porn.
That's it.
Because you can't get women. That's why.
I want to give you a solution. I think one solution you should do is probably raise your children around other races, even white races, especially white races, or white people, because what will happen is your child will start to see white people not as deities, but as people, equals, people that are beside you, not above you and not underneath you. I know a friend of mine that I grew up with in a white neighborhood, Curtis, who literally still lives at home with his mom and everything like that, and he's really bummed out. Like, he's so depressed, so on and so forth. You start to see, when you're that close to him, you start, like, I think it was Solar talking about how he saw them in their natural habitat like a couple streams ago.
Yeah.
But it's just like, like when you see them in their natural habitat, you'll start to see that they're just human beings. They're people, and
Yeah.
they get depressed. They're fucked up just as much as you are. In some cases, like it's just like
It's
you're
just
putting them above you, and like
it was
Can
you
I
don't need to.
it was
can I
just their
address
turn. Go ahead.
can I address war? Okay. First of all,
You want me to open? Okay, you address him, and then I'll open up his mic. Go ahead.
okay, this is the problem with what brothers like that are saying. We understand what you're saying about, well, if black people did this, then we could do this. The theory is sound and it makes sense, but the one part that you're not factoring in that theory is basic human nature. And what you got to understand is that even though you as an individual, you may say to yourself, well, if this equation should equal this result, and yeah, it should equal that result, but do you know the amount of shit that black people, the amount of rehabilitation, the amount of therapy, the amount of psychological conditioning that we would have to go through in order to just get to the place where we would be willing to even listen to that conversation? Because
Okay.
you're having this conversation with us on here, but we don't represent the average black people. We represent black people that have a little more, that are a little more in the know or have a little more intelligent and that's willing to listen to that type of conversation. The average black person ain't trying to hear that conversation.
Okay. You want me to unmute him? I'm gonna give him a chance to respond. But go ahead, Mike, and I'm gonna give him a chance to respond.
One thing I want to say is Tumblr has some crazy shit on there. Like I literally, this woman's eating this dude's ass out while jerking his. It's crazy.
Mm.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm
There's some crazy shit on here, bro.
unmuting.
It's fucking wild. Go ahead.
Tumblr is bugged out.
Yeah, it really is. I'm telling you, it's the only way I can listen to conversations like this. Go ahead.
Well, he's got himself muted. But what I'm saying is he's saying there's nothing that could stop us. I said that basically the Europeans rolled up the Yangtze River in China. China had been leading the world for 18 centuries. The Europeans rolled up in with their cannons and within 10 years decimated and conquered the whole entire country. Their civilization had basically stood unopposed for 1,800 years. And in one fell swoop, the Europeans rolled up with their weapons and conquered an entire nation and proceeded to conquer the entire world. Africa didn't fall until later. But that's the whole thing. It is what it is. Okay. Now try to sugarcoat it and say if we did this, which is absolute positive bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit today because they just destroyed two countries that had weapons and had their own governments, had their own weapons, had their own money, had their own army, and they decimated them without even blinking an eye.
Yeah, power has to be seized.
Yeah.
And a lot of cats don't understand what it means to seize power. For one, you got to be in a position to seize power. And we are not in that position. It's going to take, just like I said, right now we're last on the list. Part of the reason we're last on the list is because, like I said in one of the other live streams, we got the clock reset on us with slavery.
Yeah.
We got the clock reset on us. We're those of us who are in America who are descendants of slaves, we are up against other civilizations that have not had a break in their culture, which means they have certain practices and certain things that they believe in, that they've been believing in for thousands of years.
Yeah.
And you think you're just gonna bust that up with a few hundred years of us scraping and trying the best to figure out who the fuck we are?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're basically new people in a sense.
Yeah.
We're
You
not. We're
expect
not.
children to start like running the school?
What
Yeah,
I'm saying is,
exactly.
well, I keep saying,
That's
and that's what I'm saying. Black people keep holding on to white supremacy with a death grip. It is going to crumble. It's already crumbling. You're
I
looking
don't
at
think
it.
they would know what to do.
You're looking at white supremacy crumble right before your eyes. And you said, I can't believe that it's crumbling. We still have to fight it. So you're gonna run underneath all the rubble. I'm fighting white supremacy. You're gonna get crushed by those boulders. It's crumbling. A partner of mine just sent me he just sent me an article about Kenya. They're getting ready to build bullet trains in Kenya, going from
Mm.
Nairobi to
Uh,
to Mombasa. They're getting ready to put in. They're planning their first bullet train. Okay, we don't. The
wow.
United States does not have one. They're getting ready to build. In other
Damn.
words, well, they're on the rise already. White supremacy, the black people are already on their way up. Okay, they're already on their way up.
Mm.
Yeah, and we
And
sitting
you're,
down here like trying to
Some more shit
like
too.
hold on to this shit. That's
That that
crazy.
that's
yeah.
some
No,
more
Bullet
shit
train?
too.
what's that?
That's some more shit that niggas don't realize. The black people that's gonna end up getting in a position of power is gonna be the Africans. It ain't even gonna be
Yeah.
us.
No.
Yeah. And it won't even be the ones that are at a level of topness in a sense, because
Yeah.
when I see my family members come from Jamaica and shit like that, or even if I go back home and I go back to like where my mom and my dad were born and shit, like, yo, listen, these people are just getting electricity in some places.
Yeah.
Like, if you make the wrong turn or you go around the turn too hard, you're
Mhm.
going in the fucking gully,
Yeah.
and they're not
Mm.
gonna find you anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah. What I'm
My
saying.
parents don't even want to go back.
What I'm saying is, you have to temper that. Okay. Yeah. Yes, being under white supremacy, as we know, racism, white supremacy, as we know, is fucked up. But it's nowhere near what it was. I played a video. I played a video of Hezekiah News actually put up a
Yeah, that shit
documentary,
fucked
and you
me
had
up.
literally, you see how those children were starving and they
Yeah.
barely had
Yeah, I
anything to
saw
eat.
that.
My mother grew up just like that. But the thing is, my mother, her father had died. Okay. So my grandmother was in a sharecropping, fortunately cotton was still valuable then, was in a sharecropping area just like that, grew up.
What the hell?
You
What just
drop.
happened?
Somebody just muted BGS.
How the hell did they even do that shit?
The fuck?
What the hell just
Insolent
happened?
children.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
If it happens again, I know what's going to happen, man. I'm just going to boot people. Okay.
How
I'm
are you
do
even
that?
able to do that? How are you
because
even able to do that?
anybody in the stream can mute somebody else in the stream.
Oh,
Oh, that's wow.
that's
Yeah.
crazy.
So basically, if it happens,
That's absolutely
but my mother grew up in.
disrespectful.
That's how come I put it up, because how my mother describes her childhood is exactly like it was in that video. So I'm saying that's where we came from, and there's reason we came from places like that. It's exactly like that, and I showed it. I put it up there to show the continuum of where we came, because a lot of people think that the racism and the conditions we're under are worse now than they were then, and I showed them that's bullshit.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's not
Whoa.
even.
Who the fuck said that?
Oh, you hear
Yeah.
millennials say that all the time. That okay, people basically the folks that marched for civil rights had it good. They had it better than they have now, and they fucked up because they tried to they went for integration. Okay, because they could have. They could have had their own towns and whatever, and the conditions weren't so bad. In fact, because of what the because boomers did by fighting for civil rights and all that, they actually made things worse. And I played that just to say, do you think that those people back there that were starving and sharecropping and couldn't find jobs and all that kind of stuff thought that things are worse now than they were then?
That's
Hey,
ridiculous.
BGS, can you drop the link? Somebody's asking for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
had that same argument. I did a video where I said that black Black Americans are not Africans, and a lot of people was mad at me about that particular video. And keep in mind, in the video, I told them, I said, yeah, I have African heritage, but Black people don't understand. There's a huge difference between heritage and nationality.
Thank you.
There's a huge difference. So I'm sitting there having that conversation, and somebody said, "Oh, we're still slaves," and I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "Bruh." I said, "How are you still?" I said, "Yo, don't nobody make me do nothing. Like, I can get up in the morning and I can literally go down to the mall and just sit there and chill all day. And if I'm not fucking with nobody, nobody bothers me." And there used to be a time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it used to be a time where I would have to get up in the morning. I would have had to get up before the sun came up, go out to some fucking field or some shit and work until the sun go down, and didn't get paid a fucking dime, and had to worry about getting my ass beat or worried about getting killed and shit like that. And that's just not the reality today. You know what I'm saying?
The only thing I would say that we have to deal with, and I wouldn't even say more, but just because of technology, is a psychological warfare, because they have to dig in your brain with everything. Since we're not slaves, like you're saying, they have to make you think you're a slave. Because even as an Israelite, I follow other Israelites, and they'll use the Esau's the white man, Esau's the white man, because what it is, it's an easy excuse. But like you said, we can get up, spend our money where we want, and we just want to keep making these lame ass excuses so we could be in familiar territory.
But see,
but we're called defeatists for thinking like that.
But see, even the psychological, even the argument of psychological slavery is one that's easily debunked, because you could tell somebody, well, if you feel like you're psychologically a slave, then that means you're intellectually lazy.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Because you don't have to, like, that's not something like a lot of people will say, well, you know, mental shackles are more difficult to break than physical shackles. And back, if it would have been another time, I would say, well, maybe that's possible. But we live in the information age.
Yeah.
So how the hell is it you're not able to break free of psychological shackles when you have numerous people telling you? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's just like, that's what I was saying with like Covinaman. He's a prime example where he's just regurgitating psychological bullshit because he's just surrounded by it, and he's just going to keep doing it over and over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, racism still exists. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but it doesn't exist in the form or nearly the virulence that it did back when my mother was young.
It's not as concentrated as it was.
No.
Like that's like my nephew. That's like my nephew, like asking me stuff, and I'm like, "Yo, you literally just Googled how to do this or that, or YouTube video this or that. You can't Google or YouTube how to mop a floor, wash a bathtub."
But you know what?
Like, what?
You know what? Racism. I'm gonna use 2 Quentin Tarantino movies for this. This is basically what racism is now. Back in the day, racism was what was the dude's name that owned the spot? Candyland. What was his name?
Yeah. Mr. Candy.
Leonardo.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Racism was basically his character back in the day. But today, racism is that old general on the Hateful Eight. That's what racism is today.
Just sitting back watching so he don't fucking get killed.
Just mad because he can't fuck shit up the way he used to.
That's funny. That's actually really funny.
That's probably why a lot of them love to be a fucking cop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, you know, in fact, they're trying to actually eliminate those racist attitudes, because there's no way they can allow that to go on and force you into these neighborhoods. If they're forcing white people into your neighborhood and forcing you out into their neighborhood, you know, where you have to mix, they have to give you some form of protection. That's what I was saying with cops. I said you cannot allow this to go on if you're going to force black people out of their neighborhoods and into white neighborhoods. You can't do that. You're going to have to do something with these police officers. You can't, you can't be clubbing black dudes walking down the streets of their own neighborhood. You can't.
Mhm.
Yeah.
As an aside, I'm just curious, how has white? I'm starting to think of it as an ideology now. How
Yeah.
has white supremacy as an ideology gone on so long, and it at least doesn't have its own church?
It does. It's
I
called
think
a
it
Christian
does.
church.
And in that regards, I'm just wondering, like, how do you
Now
how
he
would you
really
go
trying to get his
about?
own stream shut down.
Well, how would you go about breaking people of that faith? Like, if you can
It-
convert a Christian to an atheist, how would you
because,
convert a white
well, because,
supremacist to the other?
well, because
Telling the truth.
Well, the
because
facts don't work, apparently.
well, economically it has to happen because the government is forced. Proximity kills a lot of that stuff. If you grow up going to school with a black dude, or you go to with a Chinese person, with an Asian, if you force these people together, and especially in the schools, over the generations, they will have to start accepting each other.
Yep.
You play together, you play ball together, you eat lunch together, you go to school together. So you cannot look at a black person differently than yourself.
And I was just saying that. Like,
Yeah, there's no
that's the reason you do that.
But today, in this day and age, compared to when I was a kid and compared to when BGS was a kid, there's really no distinction between like different races of kids now.
Mm-mm.
As far as the way they dress, and have you noticed that?
Yeah.
I was just
No,
about
that's
to allude to
absolutely
that.
true.
So it's you already are witnessing it happen. You know what I'm saying?
You look at the Bachelorette, man. What I'm saying is, in fact, I got to do. I promised one of my subs I would do the interracial marriage thing because Loving versus Virginia is going to be coming out, and I would say why is there interracial marriage? Is because this is the plan. This is the plan. In other words, what you're seeing is the plan actually go forward. They have forced you to mix. When I run it down, people blow a gasket when I said 1945. The plan was to force you to assimilate, to get rid of the so-called black race in America. You can't. You decided not to kill them, so you mix them in to where it will disappear. It will be absorbed, and it's being absorbed right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, you mix enough sugar, and everything will be sweet.
Everything will be sweet.
Well, I have a theory about that I wanted to share with you guys on why we're having problems. It's like we're getting to this last leg of the race of ending like these cultural forms of racism. It still exists in law enforcement and in some of these bigger institutions, but in a cultural sense, one thing that white Americans really haven't came to grips with. They're starting to get it, but it's just like the beginning of the last leg of the race, and this is where European Americans, white people, that they kind of think of it like I'm white, you're black, and it is what it is. I mean, it's nothing really more than that. And see, where the facts come in are that whiteness it's a political group.
Right.
It's also a group think. It's also a group think also. And so, if you look like to become white, you had to take all these different people from all areas of Europe and really all over the world with pale skin and a European facial features and break them down mentally and say, you were no longer German, French, Irish, Spanish. No.
Yeah.
You're white. And to do that's a psychological process and a group think to be able to do that to people.
Yeah, it's real simple. It's called the Prussian school system. That's why the first thing they did was do what? Break down the school system and send black children into white schools.
Right.
Well, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Well, just as the brother just said, there's a breakdown that's going on for them to form a new quote unquote uniform identity. Wouldn't that be more looking hindsight now that was done with rewards. They had reward
Mm-hmm.
for doing that.
Yeah.
And by what you're saying, the fourth industrial revolution, as jobs become scarce and just things begin to break down, the
Mm-hmm.
rewards will be taken away. And so that'll further its own demise.
Actually, it'll actually make it even easier because everybody will be making the same thing. Everybody will be making
The great equalizer in
the
a
great
sense. Then.
equalizer. In other words, it'll level everybody out. And basically, what they really want to do is turn it from a caste system to classes or a true meritocracy, which is what the United States, as it was founded, is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a meritocracy, even though it's never lived up to it. And they will eventually, what they want to do is basically level everything out. There won't be a financial, not incentive, but a financial class, whereas white people actually have more resources and finances and structures and all that stuff. When they level everything out, everybody will be equal. So everybody will probably mix even greater, because, and not just in the United States, but probably all over the world.
But I guess for right now, the only difference I was saying going towards that class based society
Mm-hmm.
would be their legacy of inherited wealth when compared to the typical Black American in general.
Okay. In a sense, under the old economic system, you will probably be right. But if the fourth industrial revolution takes off, material goods will be like sort of like Star Trek, where it's pretty much irrelevant. If they basically will give you the technology or loan you the technology. Say if you wanted to build a town, okay, at a factory or whatever it is, okay, the technology will be more readily available and cheap enough to where you could literally build your whole town electrified within a matter of 6 months and just
We'll be
bring
the
your
ones to distribute resources.
yeah. That's what the technology and the resources will be evenly distributed. That's the other half of the universal basic income. They're going to actually give you the resources to build your own future. So there won't so you have to deal with banks and deal with red tape or prejudice of doing something because it's in their best interest to do so.
Where'd you get that information at, BGS? Where'd you read that at?
One at a time. Who's first?
Well, I just wanted to ask you a question. Where'd you get that from? That information about giving individuals or like groups of people resources, infrastructure, like capital to be able to build that, like I guess like giant.
The very first video I put up about the fourth industrial revolution, that's the first thing that they said. Giving you a basic income to where you can survive, and then opening up the technology so that you can make your own future. They said that. He said that right in the very first video. And Klaus Schwab, I had to read his book to make sure that he said basically that has been their mantra. It's twofold: opening up the technology so that you can build your own future, and giving you a basic income, because basically it has been for good Lord, probably since the dawn of man, society's thing to make sure that all their members were productive and they all had jobs or assigned jobs. And basically under the fourth industrial revolution, society as a whole, as the governors of society, they can't do that anymore. They can't. The reason you have unemployment because they cannot find a job for you. There is no job for you. They cannot make a job for you anymore. So they're basically, everybody's getting out of the job making industry. So we're gonna give you enough to eat, sleep, and shit in your own house, your own hovel, whatever structure that you have, and give you enough food, basically eat, sleep, and shit. And basically, okay, what technology, what idea do you have within reason, and what technology do you need to pull it off? And then it's just whatever's in your head. Some people are going to be better at it. Some people are going to be worse at it. Some groups are going to be better at it. Some people groups are going to be worse at it. But basically, here's the basics, and your future is in your hands within limitations, of course.
So with that go back to what the previous brother said in regards to Black American men organizing, that if you're going to be given a set amount or finite amount of resources as the base. As
You
an
could.
as an
You could.
individual, it'll be more
Yeah.
harder, but not impossible. But it'd be easier if you were to organize
Yeah.
to get that done. So that's probably what meshes
Well,
what
yeah.
the last brother was
Well,
saying.
if you want a group of black people together, say in a community or like a small town or something like in a community, you could literally do that. Nobody would do anything because it wouldn't matter because you're not a threat or competition to them. But more than likely, what will happen is that like minds more than anything will start to congeal together.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
mean,
But nobody really knows. So I'm saying this is like literally like the new frontier.
what I've seen to work for black people to actually come together is usually you're just gonna have to build it first. If you don't see it around you,
Hmm.
become the person to build it, and
Hmm.
it's kind of like once you kind of build somewhat of a superstructure, it will attract others, and then they will start to like back you.
Yeah.
But I think what happens is people start to go for group first instead of making individual strides or progress,
Well, the
and
thing
then
is,
that causes issues,
the thing
or
is,
that causes failure.
most people think group. Okay, especially amongst
Right.
the black community, most people think group, but black people are really, really individualistic more than any other group that I've seen.
Hmm.
Okay, I don't know. I've been in this community for over 30 years, man. Black people are really, really individualistic. Okay, they really are. They're not as group think as you think they are.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, and
the
If
that's
you
why it's
interesting thing about
hard.
that
That's why you
too
don't
is,
see too many like black groups come together or even
yeah.
black business partnerships. And
Yeah,
it's actually one of those things where it's like when people do see it, they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
we only
Well,
really group think and ideology.
we got to speak up because we can barely hear you.
Oh, my fault. I said we only really group think when it comes to ideologies.
Mm.
well,
Hmm.
there's this double-edged sword with black people because on one aspect, like BGS is saying, we're very individualistic and we're out for ourselves and we're afraid to pair up and form groups so we can have more group success. But then at the same time, if you don't wear your pants the right way or you talk funny or you're seeing the wrong person, they'll say you're a coon or
Yeah.
you talk like a white boy, and it's like how we're
Or you're a
both,
thug,
yeah, we're
stuff
a
like that.
thug or whatever it is. It's real interesting how we have this self-defeating part of our culture like that.
Yeah, I don't. I'm still trying. I think it's because our culture's been shattered. There's a whole host of reasons. I think that is. It has part to do with we weren't all one people when we came here. We were brutalized. We had what little culture we had stripped from us, and I think our women have a part to play in it because it's a matriarchy and it doesn't work well in a patriarchy. There's a whole host of reasons why I think black people as a group are fucked up.
Okay, I
And
got a question for you, BGS.
uh
Because I know, I mean, we all do. We all know a lot of brothers and sisters that are out
mhm,
here fighting
mhm,
racism, and they're social justice warriors,
mhm,
pro-black. Let's end racism. And it's
mhm,
like I'm looking at this, and I used to be the same way, but as I've
mhm,
gotten older, I'm seeing why it's a losing cause. Because if I
mhm,
take that time and energy and put that into STEM or a business or
mhm.
in the economics, our success would supersede what small gains we've made in fighting racism. And
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
but
wondering, what are your thoughts on that heading
what?
forward?
Okay, the thing is that okay.
That oddly
Um,
sounds like BGS when you explained that you gained knowledge and then you started to see, like,
a different worldview, yeah, yeah. You
right.
expand your worldview, yeah. Basically, yeah. When you pass a certain age, we automatically start your worldview starts widening because you see the same patterns repeat over and over again. You know what not to do now. When you get out of your 20s, you know what I've done all the stupid shit. Now I know what not to do. So what are the things that I can do that are positive? That's what we start focusing on. But a lot of times black people will keep putting that stone in front of them. Okay. Okay. They literally go out and look for what racism and put it in front of them. Like Bill
Hmm.
Maher. I understand Bill Maher called himself a house nigga. Okay. That's what I guess that's what he said. He was describing uh he was describing the essence of being that, and basically, it was a long time ago. I forget who said it, man. Back in the '90s, man, there was a prominent pro-black conscious person that said that the United States was being niggerized. In other words, everybody. In other words, all
That
white
was
people included.
what's his name? Cornel West.
Was it Cornel West?
That's
Okay.
West.
They call it. It could have been Cornel West, or it could have been Dale. I think it was Dale Jones who first came up with it. He called it the niggerization of America.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Yeah, niggerized. I remember. I've heard West say it. I see.
Yeah, it was Dale Jones that. And you guys need to, when you want to do this cultural appropriation and stuff like that, go back and look up Dale Jones's. Look up Dale Jones on YouTube and see him give that speech, because he was the first. He wrote 2 books called Culture Bandits, how black talent and black culture was being appropriated by white people for monetary gain. We used to call them culture bandits, and that's where the cultural appropriation actually came from.
Culture vultures, as they call them now.
Yeah, culture vultures. Yeah, but he used to call them culture bandits back in 1992 or 93 when we first heard him. But I'm trying to figure out where I was. But black people will literally focus on racism so much that they will actually go find it, pick up the stone, and put it in front of them as a barrier. It's like, okay, can't you find? Okay, we know he said it. Can't you kind of like rebuff that and keep walking straight ahead and focus on the stuff that you can do? Like nobody, there's very few people that focuses on basically doing business in Africa or doing business globally outside of the United States. Okay, the white man and racism won't let me do it here, but nobody focuses has the guts enough to go someplace else and do it. That's why I applaud LeVar Ball. Okay, I applaud him because he sees technology, he sees manufacturing globally. Okay. Basketball is a global game. If I bring enough attention to myself, if nobody in America buys my shoe or buys my T-shirt, I still got 7 billion people that might.
Oh, okay.
It's almost a no-lose situation for him.
Basically, yeah, because it is a no-lose situation, because somebody who is explained it was a brother here on a sports channel, because on a sports channel, I can't remember his name, but he said because he had to do logos, because he produced logos and T-shirts and stuff like that. He said literally because of the just-in-time manufacturing process, literally the shoe is made when it's ordered. When it's ordered and paid for, that's when the shoe is made. So literally, there's no cost, no inventory, no nothing. The shoe, as the shoe is paid for, it is made. So basically, whatever minus the cost of the shoe, that's the profit that comes in. So if he sells 500 pair of $500 shoes, I would say like 80% of the profit goes to him.
Oh, I love what LeVar Ball's doing. I mean, we all know he has this toxic appearance. He appears to be toxic, but it's so interesting. Like he's almost, it's like a meme. He's very iconic because we have this brash, ballsy black man who's doing things differently. And he's thinking so big on a global level to expand his business. And like,
is it toxic or refreshing? Like,
let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, because that's why I say it appears to be toxic, because that's where the controversy comes in. Because they say, well, what are you doing? You can't say that. You're going to crash and burn. You're bad with your kids. So I don't know if he's toxic, but it can appear that way depending on your perspective. But when I look at this, and I've talked to people, I'm talking to my friends, and I'm saying, well, how else do you think a black man who came from Compton, California, is going to make a multi-billion-dollar corporation? Do you think he's gonna put on his Brooks Brothers suit and do it the way that everybody else has done it, or do you think he's going to use his mind and his power and everything he has to make this happen? And for black folks, a lot of times, like BGS was saying, and what we already understand is that like doing business overseas almost seems unreal, and that we don't have the ability to do that. And because there is a white supremacy culture in the United States that programs Black people to make a lot of us believe that we have to be small, because if we could be big, other people would have done it in the past.
Take us down. Oh,
yeah, and so a lot of times we have a self-defeating mentality. So when I'm seeing Brother Ball out here getting ready to explode, I'm looking at this very closely and saying he's laying the blueprint down for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you think that that white supremacist culture is akin or somewhat like slut culture or like hoe culture? It's one of those cultures that like you look at it and it doesn't make any fucking sense. In today's and now,
it still makes sense because it still holds white people together, and they still form power. Because if it wasn't for, it was not for the white supremacy or whiteness itself, they would never been able to bind all those particular peoples together in a uniform manner. And that is the beauty of whiteness or white supremacy. Basically, Garvey saw the same thing, so he decided if white people can do it with Europe and the United States, it become white all over the world. How come we can't become Black or Africans all over the world? So that's where the basically the Pan-Africanism actually came from Garvey. He saw it and said, okay, how come Black people cannot do the same thing with Africa that white people are doing? In fact, he said that Africa for the Africans. In other words, just like Europe or even white people have a homeland no matter where they're at, how come African people or Black people in America can't have a homeland from wherever they're at? So basically, that's where the idea of Pan-Africanism comes from. Even though you are culturally, probably biologically not African anymore, but the thing as a Black group, that Africa as a continent becomes your power base.
Okay.
Do you think though, with the Africans or with the African nations starting to make bullet trains and starting to actually notice their wealth even more and utilize it more, do you think they will look at us like fucking fools in a couple of years? Like you guys have been on.
They already
not really,
do.
because
Dude,
Like,
no, they don't.
we look at us like we're fools, man. I'm just saying.
This is true.
What they don't understand,
But like,
what Africa,
they'll look at us like the lower class of Black people pretty soon.
no,
We'll be the American booty scratchers.
no, what they don't understand is well, because they're not here, they don't know the grips that basically not only legal white supremacy but also mental white supremacy has on us. They don't understand that everybody is coming to Africa making money, and the only people that we trust really want over there is people that look like you. How come you guys aren't here? And they constantly say that. How come y'all aren't here? Everybody's coming over here except you. How come you guys aren't here? They don't really grasp that. They said, okay, you
like
guys,
the mental PSD type deal, like, or the PSD of slave culture.
well, because they were never under it. The colonialism and slavery are two different things. Okay, the colonialism is a control system, but slavery shattered Black folks. Okay, shattered us and mixed us up and basically broke us down. And they don't understand the what we have to go through. Even the Black folks in the UK do not understand the culture here, the Black culture here, and what it's been through. And like Angry Man said, you know, and my partner has said it. You know, he's been conscious, man, because he's in his 50s, man. He's been conscious since he was like 10 years old. So he's been doing this, man, for over 40 years. He says he's been telling me the same thing for 20 years. And he said, because every Black person in America needs to be laying on somebody's couch getting their head examined. Because our psyche is that fucked up, and he's absolutely 100% correct. And that
you
is,
notice it a lot too.
Yeah. I mean, you see it. I'm not, and I understand where war is coming from. Okay, you're so focused on that rock that you keep putting in front of you. You
Right.
don't notice that you've been picking up that rock and putting it down. You don't notice it's starting to chip away.
Well,
Starting to
BGS,
crumble. Yeah,
I
go
got a good way to kind of describe why I feel
ahead.
like,
Go ahead.
because in the system that we have in our culture where they're white and we're black,
Mm-hmm.
like, so they call white people, they don't like, most white folks ain't white supremacy, like, we love white people and
Mm-hmm.
fuck black. They're not like that generally, right? That's like the exception.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so they're just like white people. But when we're black, like, I
Mm-hmm.
know how I was raised. I go,
Mm-hmm.
Mom, how come we call ourselves black people? And I
Mm-hmm.
already knew the answer. I was probably 7 years old. She goes, we're black because we are in a racist system, and the reason I call myself black was because we had to fight racism and white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of our culture to even
Mm-hmm.
be black is really rooted in this fight. That binds us together more than anything is our fight against racism. And
Mm-hmm.
even though like racism it has been receding, throughout over the decades,
Mm-hmm.
our fight against racism seems, is still pretty strong.
And because it still exists. It still exists. I'm not saying, I never said it doesn't exist. It
Right.
still exists. And the thing is, if you acculturated two different groups to basically think this way over the period of 300 years, you ain't going to get rid of it in those 70 years. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, BGS, a quick
Yes, sir.
question. Even with the UBI coming,
Mm-hmm.
and I recognize it as a drastic change in the culture, in the
Mm-hmm.
environment.
Mm-hmm.
My particular worry is, even with that change, do you think black people in America will carry on that extra baggage? Do you think black people carry that disease, that mental disease on, even though the environment has changed?
That's a damn good question. I sincerely hope not, because
I got an answer for it.
okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead, man. I don't have an answer for you. Go ahead.
I think they will. If they don't, I think they will. And the reason why I say that is because it's been proven that psychological issues can be passed down genetically.
Mm,
And until it's just like somebody that's a rape victim.
mm,
If a woman or a dude gets raped, and the only way that they can really, like, they can get over, like, it's hard to get past it. It's something that's gonna scar them psychologically,
uh-huh.
and it's something that they got to live with for the rest of their life. But
Mm,
in order for them to get past it, one, they have to actually go seek psychological help. And part of that is acknowledging that it happened, acknowledging that there's really nothing that could have been done about it.
mm,
It's just something that happened. So you acknowledge it, and then you go through the therapy in order to move on, and you move on with your life. The problem with us as black people, with the whole slavery thing and the racism that we go through, is if we view slavery like the rape,
mm,
we've never gotten over the rape. I mean, we've never gotten past it.
Hmm.
Like, we still sit. Don't you know, a lot of us still sit around having debates talking about some, well, if I would have been back then, I wouldn't have, they wouldn't have been able to make me a slave. That's basically saying, that's trying to acknowledge that's trying to dismiss it, as
mm.
if I'm not going to acknowledge that it happened to my
Yeah,
people
right.
psychologically. You know what I'm saying? So, and then on top of that, look at nowadays. Nowadays, we still have television shows and movies that depict that era and the shit that we went through, and we try to make them as
Right.
authentic as possible. So that's just like taking somebody that got raped, and they're trying to move on past it, and every couple of years
They keep on
somebody
reliving it.
comes out with a
Yeah.
movie that's the actual footage of you being raped. How the fuck are you gonna get over it?
Yeah, that's why I haven't
Right.
seen a slave movie in I haven't seen a slave movie in about 6 or 7 years. I think
I hate
Django.
slave movies.
I think I saw maybe 20 minutes of Django, man, and I actually I turned it off, man. I said, okay, I can't watch that. I haven't watched a slave movie since. So there's been tons of them that have been out there. And I haven't watched one, and even though, in real life I'm supposed to be reviewing this stuff, I just, I look at it and say, I can't go through. I remember the movie The Help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was a scene. I had walked in on a scene, right, where the mistress was walking to her car and the maid was carrying a cake and put it in the back seat. And I saw my grandmother, and I immediately walked out of the room. I said, I can't watch this shit, man. I can't watch it.
Yeah, I mean, slave movies. I really don't even like slave movies. Django was just funny to me, but like that's what took me so long to even watch Get Out. Like, and that wasn't even a slave movie. Just like talking about the racism, and that shit fucked me up a little bit watching that movie.
Get Out, yeah.
But yeah, some of those movies, man, like I can't really watch them. Like I just can't.
You know what I would like to see a continuation off of the what was it? I think it came right before Help. It was a slave movie. 12 Years a Slave.
Mm-hmm.
It was brutal,
mm-hmm.
but I watched it. I would have loved to see a sequel to that because I figure it'd be something along the lines of The Hurt Locker, just PTSD, just the whole mental thing after the dude went through that shit.
Well, the book ended, so that was all he wrote because it's a true story. That's all he wrote.
See, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something about that particular movie.
Mm-hmm.
We would have been, we as black people would have been in, if 12 Years a Slave would have came out instead of Roots. I feel like it would have put us in a different position because that movie actually showed that brother wasn't a slave.
Mm-hmm.
He was educated.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It gave some truth to the way things really were. Because that, to me, that was one of the most authentic slave movies that I've ever seen. But the other ones where they have us just like we're docile and we just accept it and,
no complexities.
That was the bullshit. Yeah, that was the bullshit.
Hey, Angry Man, you gave some great insights too when you said why black people, when we do get UBI, when UBI gets distributed, and you said that we'd still have these issues. Like, you did a great job of describing why. And really, to me, that also sounds like triggering because, like, it's the movies or it can be these events that trigger us, and it's like these mini nigga wake up calls. Excuse my language.
Let's see, Queen Rashida is talking about it. Stop saying race. Stop saying white supremacy is just racism. Queen Rashida, if you want to come in, we'll make room for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, also too,
but there's a difference.
Can I share a story with you?
But go ahead. Finish your thought, Ross.
Well, I had this. Okay, I was getting some wood for my wood stove. This guy over by my uncle's house had I don't know, maybe 20 yards of Douglas fir tree, big big trunks of wood. And so I went over there to go talk to him to go get it. And I went there. I was cutting it up, and the dude was cool. And his parents were in town, and his parents were looking at me kind of sideways because you could tell they'd never been around black folks before. And so they were like staring out of the window the whole time I was there to make sure I wasn't doing anything funny. Like, there's no reason you should be in front of your front window that long. And so my chainsaw broke, so I left. When I came back the next day, that wood was gone. And I was like, that wood had been there for like a month in a row. As soon as I go there to go ask for it, to go get it, it had a free sign. It was like they got it. Their parents took it away. And I was like, damn. Like, they didn't call me the N-word. They weren't rude. They were, pretty cordial. But they saw my skin color and was like, man, he might rob us. We need to get rid of this wood. We can't trust people.
That's been socially taught, because that's what they've been taught. But go ahead.
And you know what? I gotta address that shit, man. I
Mm-hmm.
can't I can't help it. That shit Queen Rashida just said. Now she just now watch this. She said, "Stop saying white supremacy. Just say racism." Now, do you see my point about what I was trying to tell the brother War? Like, how can we get to the point where we can basically sit down the way Jewish people do and come up with all of these different protocols for our race so that we can be productive when niggas want to argue over semantics?
Mm.
Just think about that for a second. Like, what difference does it make if you say white supremacy or racism? Like, why is that like a? I'm sorry, man.
Do,
That's
Well,
hey,
crazy.
I think the difference is in people focus on it because black people use it interchangeably.
Mhm.
I think the difference
yeah.
is full. It nearly Fuller defines the difference between racism and white supremacy. Racism is the action, the effect. Okay, well, white supremacy, which is the structure and the protocols that are put in, is actually the cause. So that,
Hmm.
in other words, it's one's a cause, one's an effect. White supremacy isn't just white people being racist to you and calling you nigger. It's the structure that puts it, that actually the control structure that is actually put in to make sure that white people stay on top. That's
Well,
that
Hmm.
that Neely Fuller said that is the difference. Even though black people use it interchangeably. So
well,
Yeah,
because
but
white,
see,
I've said
go
in
ahead.
the past myself, like white, what's it called? Uh,
White supremacy. Uh,
slavery was just business. Racism is just fear, and it's just like that's their that's their fear of us. So they have this like fear that's ingrained in them. For them to
or superior because it's superiority because a long time ago they didn't fear you at all. In fact, a single white man would come in and terrorize a whole group of black folks. So they
right.
didn't fear you
but
back.
but
They didn't.
see,
Yeah, go ahead.
here's my point about this. Like,
Mm-hmm.
not so much focusing on those particular words, white supremacy and racism.
Mm-hmm.
You could have a brother come out and everybody could say, "Oh my God, there's this new brother who is a genius. Like he's scored off the charts, and he
Mm-hmm.
says he has the cure for the black condition, and he's
Mm-hmm.
gonna give a press conference, and no, he's gonna do a speaking engagement, and he's gonna lay out the entire plan. Don't you know that he could get up there and give this perfect plan that if we followed it, we would immediately, within 10 years, get out of the condition that we're in. And there would literally
Right.
be niggas in there that would, if he missaid a word or stumble over his word or said one little thing that they didn't agree with, they would zero in on that shit.
Right.
And that would be the focus of everything. And they would just ignore everything else that he said.
Or they'll say like, well, I'm about solutions. I'm looking for solutions.
Oh yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's a solution. Like that
Yeah,
shit
because
kills me every time someone says that.
Oh yeah. Because they don't want to define it. They're tired of hearing and defining the problem because
Right.
yeah,
it's
Like
but
it's just
hard.
like, yo, here, like we're telling, like BGS multiple times, even in that last stream with Pure Butterfly Logic or whatever it is, Pure Butterfly something, but like he said solutions, and then she kept on asking for them.
Yeah.
that's a deflection. That's a deflection. Like
That shit kills me.
it's I'm gonna tell you what it is like in I broke this down when I was talking about polite one time.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about how the reason why a lot of brothers sell out. And I said, do you realize that you will have somebody like say Dr. King? Dr. King. All right, so Dr. King, he ends up rising above everybody else because, he's great speaker, charismatic. Like there's a lot of different factors as to why he rose above other men. And I honestly believe that black people just have this inherent inferiority complex
Yeah, they
that
do.
Yeah.
They do.
they just can't wait to tear a brother down. Like they're
Yeah.
just sitting there waiting for you to fuck up
Yeah.
so that they can say, aha, You see what I'm saying? Because they have this thing where it's like, you know what, I'm not doing shit with my life, and here you have this brother that's actually doing something. I gotta bring him down to my level.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Because we're individualistic, more individualistic than white people are. Because if you have a white man that's at the top, a lot of most white people will follow him, trying to replicate what he's. They actually will kiss the hem of his garment, trying to get where he is. You know, whereas black people don't. You know, which is which. Well, it took me a long time to understand. That's how come I really had to deep down and really break down cultures to understand why black people did what they did. And it took me a long time to understand it, because white people don't, or their culture is the exact opposite. They follow. I mean, white people will follow like lemmings. Okay, they get a leader, they will follow them like lemmings. They'll have millions of them follow them into war just because our leader said so.
Well,
So this is
excuse
cultural.
me, for this BGS, but I'm starting to doubt. You said that black people are more individualistic, but
I say completely, but more.
More, but you know, I'm starting to doubt, because even with whoever that was that just commented, even with the guest you had earlier, the white supremacy thing, I'm just wondering, it seemed, I fear that a lot of black people in America actually subscribe and believe in this. And I'm just thinking, well, if they were more individualistic, they'd take a stance that Michael expressed. So what? I'm just going to do my own thing. None of this matters. There is a group think.
Well, there's going to be a group thing. What I'm
Culture.
saying, as far as within the culture, organizing, actually doing things together.
Okay.
And I'm not saying, I said more individualistic than white people are.
Okay.
That's how come white people hang on to the idea of white supremacy so high, because it is a group thing. As you can see it, as it is breaking down, they are literally killing themselves. They're literally killing themselves because what they thought, what the group thought that they had, is basically coming to an end, and they don't really know how to handle it. Whereas black people, we don't have. I don't know if it's, you know, even Africans, man. For whatever reason, it's very difficult to get brothers to flow. Okay, because one brother always wants to test the leader. Okay, it's almost like Klingons. Okay, let's always say black people are Klingons, because at any instance, basically any person on the crew will challenge the captain of the ship to mortal combat.
It's basically the big man complex. It's basically, you know, and I hate to reference slavery, but you know, during slavery, they always were putting. It's just like on the movie Life. If you remember on the movie Life, you know, the white guard, he had the black guard as like his proxy to be over the other Negroes. So when that Negro has more privilege than the rest of the Negroes, it's like ingrained in them that I gotta be that dude. So that I get more, I gotta rise above the fray so that I can get more privilege, because that's the only way to, you know. Whereas white people, they had to, given the fact that they're the youngest race, and when they started to try to, you know, rule some shit, they had to stick together.
Yeah.
They had to stick together. You know what I'm saying? But they pretty much programmed us, the descendants of slaves, to always view one Negro. They still do it to this day. You look at the NBA. They always have one nigga that's the face of the NBA. You know, back in the day, it was Michael Jordan. Then it was Kobe Bryant. Now it's LeBron James. You know what I'm saying? It's always the, you know, and then they'll have like oh, this actor is the best actor. So it'll be one dude. You know, there's never a coalition of men. You know, or they'll pit them against each other. Like you look at somebody like Dr. King and Malcolm X, they try to make it seem like they were opposed to each other.
Yeah.
Or they didn't like each other. You know, it's that same
Do
old
you not
bullshit, man.
do you not think that tendency will carry on even beyond the UBI?
Yeah, well, culture is very sticky. So Angry Man's probably right. It has to carry on because it's been passed down from generation. It takes a long time for generational change.
We accept the absurd as normal, like with sports and basketball, with these iconic black men being the leaders in the NBA. That's like one of the symbols, and then another symbol is all these black NBA teams with white coaches, and we still to this day look at this as normal, and it's really a symbol of white supremacy.
Yeah, well, it still is. But the thing is, sports. The reason that sports is so important. I mean, so we think sports is so important. That is the one level playing field that is allowed, has been allowed in the United States, where it's just you and your talent against another person and another man and their talent, like Jack Johnson back in the day. Okay, they didn't gang up on him. It's me and the white man, one-on-one in the ring. May the best man win, and that's why sports heroes and icons have been so important to us, because that is the one level playing field that has existed in the United States for black people.
Let me ask you a question about that. What do you guys think would be the difference if black men weren't so successful in professional sports? What do you think race relations would be like? Because at one point I figured that race relationships would be a thousand times worse if it wasn't for professional sports.
That's true, because it changed the ideology of white people, because they had white men believing that all black men were inferior, and white men were superior in every way. And when Jack Johnson gets in the middle of the ring and whips your champion's ass, I mean, it's one of those. It goes all the way back to the tribe, way back into tribal warfare, even amongst remember the story of David and Goliath, right? Back to that story, okay? Whereas both sides would line up, okay, and then rather than go into this big battle where we're going to kill everybody, what would they do? They each one sent out their champion, right? As a proxy war. And then and then whoever won, basically the other army would rout the other one. They would just flee, okay? Because if that guy can beat our champion, we don't have any choice. You see that playing out in hockey a lot. Hockey is a good proxy for that kind of thing, where two hockey teams are in a tough battle, and all of a sudden the two biggest guys will get into a fight, and they always say if they beat the other person in the fight, it takes the winds out of the other team's sails, and it's just a rout. So basically, that's what it is. That's how it changed. There's two things that changed the mindset of how white society looked at black men and black people in proxy. Is one in the sports arena, and the second thing on the battlefield. It was the battlefield that convinced Eisenhower that black people were worthy of being assimilated into the collective, because they really wanted to get rid of us. I mean, really wanted to get rid of us.
If I could touch upon that question, and forgive me, I know you just said culture was sticky, but I'm curious. What about restrictions in music? How do you think that?
About restrictions in music? Come on again? What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Well, just running off the stereotypes, black people predominantly lead the way in sports. I'm just wondering about music, like the Drakes, the rappers. I'm just wondering if we had the restrictions in music like America has had in the past, if that just kept on as far as the musical aspect, what alterations or changes could you see in the culture?
There's a professor out here that said all American music is black music, including country, because country music comes from basically white people listening to their nannies sing hymns. That's where the country music comes from. All American music, classical music is debating on whether the Moors had any influence in it, but the Moors brought in the stringed instruments into Europe, but inside the United States, outside of classical music, everything after that, after classical music, is black music, country music, rock and roll, gospel, jazz, rock, hip hop, pop. All that stuff is based on black beats, based on black music.
I
Could you even say that
understand.
about classical music as well? If there was like a black influence, like the
Well,
Moors,
because the Moors brought in stringed instruments into Europe,
right?
And they said that there's a he did the I'm trying to remember his name. I can't remember the professor's name. It'll come to me. But he used to do where I learned about it was way back in 1990, right? When he used to do African Liberation Weekend, and he would just play because he's an expert in black historical music, right? He's that was his thing, and a few other things, right? And he would just play tapes from all the great black historians and black authors for 3 days, just nonstop for 24 hours. He would just play it. He would just play it, nonstop for like 48 hours. He just play everything, right? And he was the one that said, I can't prove. He said that Beethoven was a Moor because he looked at the death mask.
Yeah, he was.
I think I heard of that.
Yeah.
Beethoven. Beethoven was a Moor because his most famous composed song was basically a song about the fact that he wasn't able to be with the woman that he loved because he was white.
Because she was white. Yep.
Well,
and
Beethoven
could have been
was
one of those kids from the Ivory Coast. Who knows?
I don't know. Well, we're saying that is a story, and that's something that's gone around. I don't think it may never be proven in our lifetime, but that not especially by white people, they would never admit to it. But they have been suggested that Beethoven was a Moor.
Well, they actually
are you looking at the chat?
There's actually it's written in some text. I forgot where it's written at, but there were white people who described him as a Moor historically.
Yeah, I see the chat, man. I'm gonna if he says something else, I'm gonna say goodbye to him.
What happened?
It's war stories, He's
It's funny.
Yeah, it's like
where'd he go? He was talking a minute ago.
No, he's in the chat. I mean, he muted himself, man. I tried to unmute him, but he's out. He's still in the. He
posted out the chat.
Huh?
Oh.
He's in the chat, man. But it's saying he's still in the whatchamacallit. I didn't boot him. I muted him because he was talking reckless and he was talking over people, man. I told him the last time that that's not acceptable in my hangout. And
I did kind of trigger him, which is funny. I did kind of trigger him.
I understand, but I'm saying is, we went through this, and you come back in repeating the exact same thing that we went through last week. Okay, I thought that's why I have people on. So whatever issue that you have, you can come in, you can talk it over, you can we spent 3 hours hashing it out. I thought the beef was squashed. He comes back in with the same thing. It's like I'm not going to do this again. We just went through this.
I do that shit himself and see what happens.
We're supposed to believe that a brother like that that's in the chat room acting like a woman is actually going to lead the black community to prosperity. Like, come on, man.
That's what I'm saying. Because like being on YouTube and talking to the brothers and seeing a lot of stuff, one thing that I've noticed is that, and it's been touched on before over the years, is that we know that the black amalgam, as I say, is a gynocracy.
Yeah.
And that a lot of the male, like I said, a lot of our male culture is based on how we're raised in a broken matriarchy.
Yeah.
And you see that manifested in how certain brothers act and behave.
Yeah.
And I'm like, which one would you rather have? The end of white supremacy or the end of your bitch assness?
Fortunately, unfortunately,
in your delivery, sir.
Fortunately, unfortunately, it's both are probably going to happen. Okay.
Those two things,
because yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say the same thing. Those two things actually go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Interdependent.
Yeah.
Hey, BGS, I had a question, man, because
yes, sir.
I had heard of universal basic income before I started watching your videos, but it was kind of something I ignored. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then you made these videos, and I'm watching. I'm like, damn. Oh, this is really coming down the pipeline.
Yeah.
So I'm reading about that. I'm reading about quantum computing, about automation, and it's like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
And so now I'm talking to my friends about this. I'm making Facebook posts, and everybody ignores me. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Like, I'm trying to put it out there, and they ignore me.
Because
they
don't want to hear it.
Because you guys, okay, you guys are on the bleeding edge of it. Okay, you literally what I used to do back, years ago, and I still do it from time to time. Our think tank would literally put things out, or put scenarios out, right? And have people just get up in arms about it, get flustered about it, knowing that 3 months, 4 months, 5 months down the line that the headlines will start showing up. So in other words, we say something like we say something like white supremacy is going to end, or we say something like that white folks are getting Europeans are getting pushed out of Africa or something like that. And people would get all up in their arms and spin on their heads and faint on the couch and whatnot. And then literally 6 months later, a headline will pop up. And then another one, and then another one, then another one. And then there's an avalanche, so people can't ignore it anymore. And then they come back with questions. Okay, how did you know?
I got two more questions. Let me ask two questions.
Yeah.
Is there a connection between universal basic income and the deportation of Mexicans? And then the second question is, what else is coming down the pipeline that I don't know about?
No. Let me answer the first one first. You got time. You don't have to rush me. This ain't a call-in show. Okay. This ain't Angry Man. It gives you more time than that. He has a call-in show.
Okay. It's a hangout.
Hey, Angry Man being on these hangouts, Angry Man is getting more patience. I noticed that, man. He's getting more. He's more tolerant of fools now on his call-in show. Now, maybe the experience of being here with us, man, has kind of rubbed off on him a little. But anyway, yeah. If you have to think like a manager, right? If you know the universal basic income is coming, right? The more people that are inside your country as citizens, guess what? The more people you're going to have to do with pay and support, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, this is just a theory because it may or may not be. Okay. What you would want to do is start doing push people out, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to have to. If this truly is going to come and come very soon, the less people you have, which is the reverse. The less people you have, the better for you, because you won't have to figure out how to feed them, how to take care of them, and how to give them technology for them to do their own jobs. How, in case there's disruption and what we're gonna do with these people because they got trust and believe, man. Because that's the stuff that I didn't put out. And Valdez probably remembers this shit, man, from the old Alex Jones stuff about the prison trains and the coffins and stuff like that. That shit is actually real.
Is that real?
Yes, it's very real because if they were planning on, especially right before the banking collapse, right? Because they didn't know. They knew it was coming. You know, they saw it coming back in 2006. They saw it coming. They said, just in case this stuff goes south, we need to do something. And basically, that's what the coffins and the bullets. I saw a video, and those things are real, and they were real. Those camps are. In fact, they did. There was a group of. I'm trying to think. Valdez, you're in North Carolina. Do you remember? I don't know if you were there then. Do you remember maybe like 2010 where there was a group of homeless people in North Carolina that just got on a bus and nobody ever saw them again? Was that is that in North Carolina?
Yeah.
When they
there
round up all
there was a period.
Go ahead.
There was a period because I was here around that time. There was a period where there were like a lot of homeless people like just floating around or whatever, and then just out of nowhere they just disappeared. Like the homeless population just diminished. Like I noticed it.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
because there was rumors that they were putting these the homeless people on buses and stuff and shipping them out to camps, just like
Yeah.
out to these not re-education camps and stuff like that. And Alex Jones actually did something on that. I said I thought that it was in North Carolina, if I wasn't mistaken. No, I mean this has been years ago, and it's just off the top of my head because somebody asked me about it, and I had to research it and said, "Oh, yeah, this is true." And I said this, and in fact, they would say they were there was a line of carts, used to be a line of carts with no owners, all lined up against in certain spots where they had to get on the bus and leave their belongings. But they do have in case of a collapse, they do have a plan for you for basically the survivors, say in a big urban area, the people that actually survive. They do have a plan. They have a plan for both of them, really. Okay. The ones that survive, we're gonna take them and we're gonna put them in certain camps. The younger ones go into the military, the older ones go other places. And for the bodies, they actually literally had these plastic coffins, right, where they put the bodies in, and they had crematoriums where they were actually gonna start burning bodies. So, so that stuff was true, and they do have a plan for that, and that's the stuff. That's the stuff that we used to talk about a long time ago. I haven't talked about that stuff in a very long time. But in case the UBI doesn't work as well as it should, they do have a place for you to go, and they will round you up, and they will ship you off someplace. And the folks that happen to get killed or there's mass racial disturbance, they'll just close you off in, and you guys can do whatever to each other. And at the end of the day, the survivors would go off to the camp, and the people that didn't survive, they go in the little plastic coffins and off to the crematorium, and
So,
Hey,
so
hey,
if that happened,
BGS.
wouldn't that like open them up to outside forces?
that is always a risk. But the thing is, internally, what are you going to do? If order breaks down, what do you have to do? You have to, you don't have a choice. You have to maintain order, because if you don't, there's going to be outside forces that's going to come in anyway, right?
Yeah, because another thing too, when you mentioned that about the crematoriums, like they would have to do something like that, because if you had a situation where there was like a collapse or anything like that, and then there was like shortage of food and people started dying, you would have all types of diseases
Exactly.
gotten rid of coming back.
Yeah.
Typhoid and all of that type of shit just from the dead bodies.
Yep. I mean, they have a plan for it. I'm saying, because at the time, at the time, especially most white folks, the patriots, they used to think that, okay, they're gonna believe it or not, white folks always think their masters or their overlords are gonna come back for them and put them back in submission as serfs again. That's like I'm gonna keep the guns, but they were afraid that the United States was gonna come in, round them all up, and actually put them in camps and put them into virtual slavery again. But I didn't think so. I said, okay, there's not enough military to actually do it. Why are they planning this stuff? What do they have this stuff in a contention for? It's because in case order breaks down, you can't set these things, put these things in place afterward. Okay, you have to put these things in place before. So they're putting these stuff in place before, like the vacant military bases and stuff like that. That's, they have a plan to send certain people certain places, and that's in case the general order of the United States breaks down. But the brother had one more question that he wanted to get in.
Yeah, that was
no, somebody else had, no, the brother previously, he had one more question, and we kind of long-winded his second question. He had one more that he wanted to get in, if he's still listening to us. But if not, you can go ahead. Let's be frank.
No, that that was my question.
That was your question.
Yeah, it was universal basic income is something that you brought up and you kind of forecasted it. What else is coming down the pipeline that I don't see, that I don't know about, or we can expect in the future?
The technological. In fact, that's the question that we kind of went off in the weeds for. I was asking Valdez what we do. We're going to have a automation and technological arms race. In other words, the rate of technology and coming out is going to be so fast, it's going to make your head spin. That is the second thing. And the thing is, does human culture have this the psyche to keep up with it? Before, I remember MGTOWs were talking about the artificial womb was like maybe 50 years away. And I said, it's probably not. I said, it's probably already here. And it'll probably be revealed in 5 to 10 years. And they all laughed at me. I said, no way they can make it that fast. And boom, it's so simple. It's like a bag. It's a material. It's not even a tank like they think it is. It's actually, they've gotten it down to where they actually put a fetus in a bag or a zygote in a bag and have it grow. That's like a woman's womb.
I saw that. Yeah, it looks like a medical bag, a very basic technology.
Yeah, very basic technology. It's just made out of material. It's some certain kind of material that they developed through material science. And I said that kind of stuff that you're gonna see at such a rapid pace is gonna make your head spin. Like the things that they're wrestling with. The last thing they're wrestling with is how long should they let people live. So if you want them to live to their maximum lifespan, which is about 120, 130 years, or someplace in between, because you're going to have, how do you wrestle with the increase in population? Do you basically neuter them so they can live and only allow a certain amount of people to breed? How are they going to figure this out?
To add to your point too about technology, I was reading an article about Australia, and I think they were leading the world in, was it farm automation? It was some type of robotic automation that they were leading the world in. Yeah. And they actually had a lot of technology over there, and they said the number one problem is that they didn't have business owners who were who knew how to use the automation and were really fearful about doing so. Like it was a psychological problem.
Remember in the movie Logan, and Valdez probably remembers this. Remember in the movie Logan and the driverless trucks that almost ran them down in a row?
Yeah.
They're giving you a peek into what it's going to look like.
And that, like, it was real simple too.
I'm gonna say this again, and I know everybody gonna think I'm crazy for saying this, but I gotta say it. I just keep seeing everything is pointing to the damn Terminators.
Yeah.
Like everything
in fact,
oh yeah, they're coming.
In fact, Valdez, they were just talking about that. I mean, I didn't post the article, but they were talking about the rise of the Terminators because they were talking about They were talking about the technology that they had. Believe it or not, the technology they have of grafting human skin, living human skin system onto an android, onto
Oh my
a
God! See,
yeah.
why is it we just can't escape? Yo, I'm gonna tell you something right now. The scariest movie when I was coming up
Mm-hmm.
was Terminator 2. Like Terminator 2 Judgment Day scared the shit out of me as a kid. And the reason why,
Mm-hmm.
I actually saw that movie before I saw the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I noticed about that movie is Judgment Day was just unavoidable.
Mm-hmm.
They just couldn't get, no matter what they did, they couldn't avoid that shit. And
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like in real life, the shit is unavoidable because these jokers, they are just determined that at some point they're going to create artificial intelligence. Like they just,
What I think will happen is remember the movie 12 Monkeys?
yeah.
That's what they're really afraid of happening because, and in fact, they were just talking about it. They said the technology to build not necessarily nuclear weapons because you need the material, but biological weapons that can actually do something like that is getting so cheap, like the CRISPRs and stuff like that. In fact, there was an article talking about um, ISIS versus CRISPR, right? In other words,
Hmm.
when the technology gets so cheap that ISIS can have a CRISPR, they can design their own biological weapon. What would that look like?
Yeah.
What's a
And see,
CRISPR?
that's the other thing.
A CRISPR,
The fucking zombies.
a CRISPR is is basically what they as a machine that actually slices DNA. So basically, you can actually design organisms DNA to the CRISPR because it can actually remove um, actually put in or remove the DNA sites on the chromosomes.
The fuck?
So it can cut
The
chromosomes on or add
the
chromosomes, so you can design an organism.
basically the island of Dr. Moreau.
Yeah. Oh, well, worse than that, man. It's not. It's worse than that. A big organism is one thing, but the most deadliest thing is a virus you can't stop. In fact, there's there was this rumor going around, this myth that's going around that it was what stopped the Germans in World War II was not a military. What stopped the Germans in World War II was basically the United States in finding the bird flu that
Mm.
killed so many millions of people. It killed like maybe 15-20% of the population on the planet. It was so deadly, and they were saying that's the reason that the Germans were halted in World War One, not World War II, but World War One,
Mm.
because they stopped right outside of Paris, and basically the German army just collapsed.
Well, see, that's you know what?
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing. See, that's the other thing that frightens me when they start playing with biological warfare. Cause like a lot of people will look at shit like the Walking Dead and they be like, oh, well, that would never happen because nobody's coming back from the dead. They may not have zombies in that sense, but a lot of those zombie movies, it's not people coming back from the dead. It's people that's infected with
Yeah.
some
Yep.
sort of virus, like
Yeah,
on
they're not actually dead.
28 days later.
Yeah.
28 Days Later, that rage virus and
Yeah.
shit.
That
You
movie
know what I'm
was fucking
saying?
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like
Just to
it's
add an
almost like we are
extra
just,
Just to add an
huh?
extra layer of fear for you, Valdez. Terminator's already here, man. They're in your bedroom. That sex robot technology is coming up. They're talking about adding the
Oh,
AI, and
shit.
you're gonna see that
I
shit,
ain't got,
man. One of those days, your sex robot you've been fucking is gonna get smart enough to
I
ask.
ain't got, I ain't
I'm
got
just
one of
saying.
those, man. I ain't got one of
Yeah,
They're
but
those,
coming,
man. I
man.
got,
They're coming. They're
look,
here.
Okay,
look.
Terminator's
I don't,
here.
Research team.
I
I
don't
got another question
look,
for you guys. I got a
look.
weird
I don't
question.
let Valdez finish, and then you
look.
can come in with your question.
I don't need a sex robot to kill me. I got an actual woman in here.
A Satan woman.
That might be worse.
Yeah, but go ahead, ask your question now, bro.
Well, it's like speaking with the esoteric
Mm,
and hearing Angry Man's point about about technology and the future, and it just kind of seems to me, from my understanding of life, the way the universe works, is that what man thinketh, man doeth. Whenever I watch a science fiction movie as a kid, it's that technology always seems to come about in real life. So so the thought about zombies or whatever coming into the future, like that seems like almost likely, just going off what I've seen. And then I wonder, like, what are your thoughts on this esoteric, where, like, if man can think of it and puts action towards building it, he will eventually make that happen, because that's how the universe is built.
But that's how man is built. That's how man does, because he carries, in my religion, my belief, that man carries the essence of God. And what is God? God is the creator on the grand scale. So man's mission is to do what? Create. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Sometimes you get the angel Michael, and sometimes you get or Jesus, you get Lucifer.
That's my
It is what
belief.
it is.
Yeah.
Well,
man is creative.
Well, I'm not gonna go too much into this particular theory, but you do got them fucking idiots over there in Sweden freaking with that particle accelerator,
Oh yeah,
doing all types
aren't
of
they making a
crazy
bigger
shit.
one in China?
I don't know, man. I hope they don't, man, because it's like,
Got enough land.
What is it?
it's
The
like,
particle accelerator, the collider, the hadron collider.
yeah.
That's what they call. There was a bigger one planned for Texas, but they wouldn't fund it.
Well, what's it do?
Yeah,
Break it down for me.
Basically it's a particle smasher.
You said, what does it do? Oh, let me break that. Like,
Go ahead,
okay,
break it down
like,
to him.
all right.
Some people don't know. Some people don't know.
So imagine if you had the power. Okay, here's a prime example. You know when you watching movies like Back to the Future, and remember when Doc was telling Marty that you don't want to change anything in the past because we could tear a hole in the space-time continuum,
I
and
remember.
that type of shit. That's basic. They're trying to tear a hole in the space-time continuum. Like, they're taking particles and they're accelerating them at a rate, at the speed of light, to see what's gonna happen
when they smash together.
You understand what I'm saying?
It's like a little
And
kid playing with
smashing
toy
together.
cars and just crashing them.
Yeah, once you get to the speed of light.
Oh my God, it's worse. It's worse.
Yeah.
It's like a little kid. It's like a little kid getting his hands. It's like a little kid who knows quantum physics, and somebody's gave him funding to. It's basically Dexter's Laboratory. Like they made it. Okay, they sat down and they came up with this concept and they created it. And they turned it on. So far, I think they've turned it on twice.
Angry Man.
And the funny thing was,
have you heard of D-Wave, the Google quantum computers? Their CEO. I listened to a lecture by a CEO, and he said in the lecture, my jaw dropped when he said it. He was serious. He goes, "We want to. We believe our quantum computers are going to be able to help us find where two parallel universes meet." And then we want to crack into that so we can go into another universe. And
Oh man,
bring them back into our universe.
This is
that sounds like
so it's a
His
wrap.
worst fears have been realized.
It's a wrap.
why? Like,
It's a wrap.
did any of you guys see the movie Howard the Duck when you was a kid?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that movie? You remember that fucking creature that came out of that parallel dimension when he opened that shit up? Like, yo, man. We are literally like, we don't know like what the universe has to offer. We literally don't know. So it's like we're intrigued about what we're able to do, but I don't think we realize the gravity of what we're capable of doing.
But I'm not gonna
You know what I'm
lie,
saying?
Angry Man. Like, I've heard you talk before, and you're Mr. Like, we shouldn't be fucking with this. Like,
we shouldn't.
It's a fact, though.
No, we should not.
Like,
No.
you defend that shit so hard. I mean, listen, like, yo, Angry Man really don't want to fuck with this shit. Like, he's like, yo, listen, we good right now. We Gucci. Like,
I don't.
we don't have to do this.
I don't. Check this out. Like, I don't.
Like, let's just go home.
Like, I'm a simple man. I'm very simple. Like, I'm a very simple dude. And see, here's the thing. Like, I've already noticed certain shit that ain't right. And when I noticed that it wasn't right, I'm not gonna go into it. I'm not gonna say what it was. I'm gonna keep that to myself. But I noticed certain shit was not right. And when I started doing my research, I found out that it's got something to do with that shit they're doing over there in Sweden. And I'm like, yo, man, like I don't want to acknowledge it because I don't want to give it existence. But all I gotta say is this. Whatever the fuck they're doing, they need to stop while they're ahead. That's all I'm saying. That's what I feel about the shit. Cause you know, you could find something on accident that could be the most wonderful thing in the world. Like they could have used that and figured out a way to create the teleporter from Star Trek, which would be awesome.
Yeah,
it would be awesome, you know, if they found something like that. But at the same time,
yeah,
they could fuck around and open a damn portal to a dimension filled with fucking parademons, like on Apocalypse.
Well, that's dimension full of sex robots.
Well, that's not the worst thing that could happen. Okay, if what they were actually afraid of, a lot of physicists were actually afraid of, is that if you did that, you hit that spark, or basically spark the God particle, you basically have a reset switch. You cause another Big Bang, and basically the whole universe will be disintegrated and have to start over from scratch.
And
that is what they're afraid of.
They're still playing. Like, it's just like, okay, do y'all remember?
That's kind of scary.
Do y'all remember? Y'all seen the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember when they took the freaking thing, the orb, to the collector, and he opened it up, and the woman grabbed it, and it did all that damage, and then they came out and they had it in his hand, and Rocket was like, "Why do you still have it?" Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I feel. Like, why are you still playing with that? Like, leave it alone.
Be careful, Angry Man. I'm gonna start calling you Rocket. That's perfect. Rocket Raccoon don't fuck with shit, man. He don't fuck with shit, man. I'm gonna start calling you Rocket.
He was like, yo, you were carrying that around? Like, no, we can't, man. I'm telling you. Like, when I first heard about the huge collider or whatever they call it, and you know, I know a little something about quantum physics and shit. So when they was explaining it, what it was and what the purpose was, like, I was sitting there with my jaw on the floor, like shaking my head, like, no, why are they doing that? They need to stop, like, right now. Like, they literally need to stop, because that shit is scary as fuck. Like, one day it could just be gone. Like, the whole universe could implode.
Yeah,
literally.
Yeah, it's possible, because we've been playing with stuff we have no idea. We're playing with the building blocks of the universe. Literally,
and that's just like that. That's just like BGS. Have you ever written code for like a website or anything like that?
A long time ago. Yeah.
Okay, so you know the concept. So when you're writing code for a website, you know, like I know. All you have to do is have one character be off, and it will mess up the entire website. So
not run.
It's just like your computer registry. You don't play with that.
Yeah,
they're playing with the registry of the universe.
That's true.
He's starting to put it in terms that I understand right now.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah.
They're playing with the registry of the universe.
They're playing with the 132.
You playing with
Yes, and we're
no,
not.
you
And
playing
guess
with you're playing with the BIOS of the universe. That's the
Yeah,
BIOS.
Yeah,
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 exactly,
exactly.
exactly. So you can't
yeah.
do no
They
you
sparked
can't
the guard.
back that up. You
They
can't back
sparked the
Yo,
guard particle. They might flash it for real.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
hit a
god.
reset. You will hit a reset.
Uh,
And that's
hey, gentlemen, I'm out of here.
okay. Yeah,
All
Talk to
right.
y'all
Hawkins
later.
actually
later.
said that. Yeah, it's almost that time. So we're gonna
Yeah.
we'll run another 20 minutes and then because Angry Man will stay up all night, man. His woman is gonna cuss me out. You've been fucking with BGS again. She gonna cuss my ass out. You gonna get me in trouble, Angry Man.
Nah, she done knocked the hell
She
out.
not.
Yeah, but that shit, like I was telling her about this shit, and I had called her up on the phone because I see some shit that was bugged out, and I started talking about it, and she was like, and I was pointing out things, and she was starting to notice it too, and she was like, "Why would you say this to me over the phone?" I said, "You're right. I'm hanging up right now."
You start creeping her out, huh?
Yeah, like that shit is crazy, but they play around with too much, like, and I get it, like they wanna explore and push the limits of science, and
Mhm.
but that shit is frightening as a motherfucker, man.
Oh yeah, and
That's right.
they're literally mad scientists. And Stephen Hawkins did say that, man. He said he was like Rocket. Why would you play with that?
Oh, Stephen Hawking said that.
Yeah, he said that.
Wow.
He said you're playing with the basically the bias of the universe, and you could cause you could hit the wrong particle, and that particle could cause a big bang because that's how the Big Bang started in the first place with one particle.
Mm,
You
mm, mm,
literally could
mm.
reset the whole universe for everybody.
And
In
then,
fact, remember Slaughterhouse Five, where the guy where the alien was saying that he was coming back from the future, and he says in the future, and he said so how many millions of years that one of their citizens was going to push the button and the universe is going to disappear. And he said, well,
mm,
why did you let him? He said, because that's time. He always does it. We always let him. But he was saying exactly the same
mm.
thing where they reset the whole universe.
And see, you know what? And see, this is why I'm gonna tell you why it frightens me. It frightens me because there's a lot of TV shows right now that are actually discussing that whole concept. Like, and I'm
Hmm.
not talking about just regular TV shows. I'm talking about movies, television shows, even cartoons
Hmm.
that's talking about the destruction. Like right now on Dragon Ball Super, they're talking about the destruction of a universe.
Mm. Okay.
On freaking uh in the comics in DC Comics, they're talking about the universe being messed up because Dr. Manhattan did something to it and shit. And he was a physicist.
Yeah.
And like it's so much shit that's pointing to it. It's like, man, they need to just stop. And then you got that little genius kid that be on YouTube. I don't know if you ever seen him, the little white kid.
I
The
don't
one
think
that was
so.
talking about like 4 dimensions and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, him. He was talking about the shit, and the shit he said creeped me out. And I'm just sitting there like, man, that shit is fucking frightening as hell, man. Cause there's literally nothing you could do about that shit.
Nope.
Literally nothing. You just sitting there waiting for it to happen and shit. And
You'll never know about it. We could have already happened, and the universe has been rebuilt. We don't know.
and you know what? That's the crazy thing, because that's what the little genius kid who's supposed to be a genius. That's what he was talking about. He said it already. He said the first time they turned it on, it messed something up and it shifted us to a different vibration,
Hmm. Could be. We
which is
would never
bugged
know.
out. And it's bugged out right there, man. That's bugged out.
Well,
But
well, if there was ever a,
I had a joke.
go ahead.
Matter of fact, I had a joke. I had a joke for that. I had a joke for that. Like I had this theory back in the
Hmm.
day. I told I forgot who I told that to, but I had this theory about the universe and how it was created. I said I think that the creator, or what everybody calls the Almighty or whatever, I said it's possible that he created the universe and created life, and then left to another universe or whatever to create life or whatever. And we're just here. He just kind of let you know how you plant something, you just let it grow. And based on that theory, I said, what if we did do something and messed it up, and he had to come back and fix it?
Fix
Like
it.
what the?
Leave him
Like,
alone for 5 minutes, huh?
like
Kids.
what the hell happened? That shit is crazy, man. I hope. I hope. The only thing that I can hope though is that that type of technology would actually open up some possibilities instead of like condemning us. That's the only thing.
Well, the thing is, where they're trying to understand how the universe works, and the only way to do it is to break stuff. We've always done that, man. As little kids, if you want to know, you have to take it apart to see how it works. And
Yeah, that's what
and
scares me.
nothing but little kids.
Yeah, that's what scares me. Like, what's the dude's name? Damn, I can't think of his name. The black physicist. I can't think of his name for shit. It's on the tip of my tongue.
The astrophysicist, or
Yeah.
oh, good grief,
Uh,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil. Yeah. He said something that was very interesting. He said that, you know, we talk about the possibility of there being other planets with life and other and extraterrestrials. He said the funny thing is we're so arrogant in our ability that we think that there may be a possibility that we can actually communicate with
yeah.
alien race. He said, but we can't even really communicate with the animals on this planet. And there's only a little bit of difference between the animals on this planet. And he said just that little difference creates a barrier. Because when he said that shit, I was like, you know what? He's 100% right. We don't really communicate with the other animals on this damn planet. And we're supposed to be the most intelligent. Like, I think the most we've done is given a gorilla a fucking way to sign language or some shit like that. Able to really communicate, you know, that barrier is still there. Like, we can't really communicate. Like, the animals communicate with us more than we communicate with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So,
because our brains are bigger, so we can kind of recognize what they do. And they basically communicate on more than with all five senses rather than just one, which is our ears.
mm, yeah, but that, like, I thought about that. I said, yo, if an alien race did come here, like, how the fuck would we even, like, the same way we can comprehend what the animals are doing, but they can't really like really grasp a way to I think it'll be like that. I honestly feel like we wouldn't be able to grasp communicate. It's just like that movie that just came out. What was that movie? Was it what was the name of that movie? I can't think of the name of it, but it was like this movie with this big, huge alien ship that just looked like a big stone, like sitting in the middle of the air. And
Oh, you talking about Arrival?
yeah, Arrival.
Okay.
And the lady was trying to communicate with them and
Right.
shit, and she was actually able to figure out. I doubt that would happen. Like, I seriously doubt that would happen. Like, I seriously,
They would have to figure out how to communicate with us rather than vice versa.
yeah,
If that advanced.
yeah, yeah. Because
And
if they were able to actually travel here, they would be way more advanced than us. And that's another thing. I told my girl that I said if you really broke down the science, I mean the space program, it's basically us putting a man in a metal tube that has dynamite attached to it.
Yeah.
And just liked it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what will happen in the future, you'll because of because because they're gonna start putting implants into our brains, and I think that will be the as the Christians say, the mark of the beast. I don't think it'll be something on the arm; it'll be an implant in your head. You have technology in your head,
Hmm.
and then you will be able to control literally drones. You won't be putting a man in the just like the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Hmm.
They never left their planet. They sent
Yeah, you
drones out
talking
on.
about the gold looking people, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Basically, that's what you're
yeah.
going to probably what's going to happen is that say they're going to basically literally be able to put you in another body, or you control another body from a distance. But then the communications will have to speed up, which they're working on. In fact, there's one guy. He's kind of crazy. He's a crazy photographer, Ken Wheeler. He was saying that another one of his buddies that deal with not on quantum physics but quantum forces. He said using quantum forces, you can actually um, accelerate communications beyond almost instantaneously, being way beyond the speed of light. So I don't know how true that is, but I'm saying it's if that's possible, then it'd probably be better to send a drone up than a human being's body.
Hmm.
With if you have if you have what they call cerebral implants that actually do it.
Yeah, that's like they've been showing a lot of they showed a lot of that stuff, a lot of different technologies in what's that show? Black Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
they were showing a lot of stuff on that. Like one of the interesting ones was the implant that basically turned everybody's eyes into like a camera that was recording
Mm-hmm.
everything.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, they're already kind of trying to do that. Like you notice now they're pushing for the like the virtual reality goggles
Mm-hmm.
that
Yep.
connect to your phone and shit.
Yep. 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 That's step number one. Get you used to the technology. Basically, you got basically your generation was probably first generation because you were a generation Xer.
Yeah, X.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, you guys were first because you guys are the first ones to come up with the computer games. Start playing the
Yep.
computer games. We didn't grow up on them, but you guys did. You got during your transition, you guys were basically raised on computer games. Not quite as much as
Yeah.
the millennials are, but yeah, you guys were the first generation. So technology is like secondhand to most of you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, and something I noticed. This is something I noticed that frightened me a little bit. I
Hmm.
was at last week. I went to go see the Wonder Woman movie, and it was like
Hmm.
it was basically like a screener.
Hmm.
So most of the time when you go into a screener, uh, they tell you they either take your phone
Okay.
or they make you turn it off.
Okay.
And I'm sitting in there waiting for the movie to start. And when you're
Hmm.
bored, you pick up your phone or you grab your phone or whatever.
Hmm.
And I kind of went through a little bit of like I felt it. There was like a little bit of anxiety,
Mm.
like with
Okay.
like withdrawal.
Okay.
And that shit scared me a little bit because I was like, wait, like you know what I'm saying? I thought about it. I said, yo,
Yeah.
I don't have to have this damn phone. Like it bugged me out a little bit because I thought about it. I said, damn, am I getting attached to this damn technology?
Y- Yeah, it becomes a part of you. Yeah, it really does. It doesn't take that long because because they build the technology to be an extension of you. In other words, it doesn't work against your natural instinct; it works with it. So you
Hmm.
adopt it. Um, you know, you you adopt it automatically. And I'm sure it's worse with your generation because you're used to it. So in other words, if you're
Yeah.
bored sitting someplace, because you probably had the little little Nintendo games, little handheld things.
Yeah,
When you
Game
were
Boy.
younger,
Yep.
yeah, Game Boys and stuff like
Yep.
that. So you
Yep.
you basically you got used to it way before most people do. So
Yeah,
it's
we had the
natural. Yeah, go ahead.
had the well, shit. It started with the Nintendo,
Hmm.
because that a lot of us. I remember that. I remember that when I was a kid. A lot of us got really addicted
Hmm.
to. We got to the point. A lot of us got to the point where our parents would try to make us,
Go outside.
would
Huh?
literally make us go outside. And I remember a lot of, like, a couple of my cousins and shit, they would get in trouble, and their parents would literally have to take the game from them and,
Hmm.
like, put it in the closet and shit.
Hmm.
And but you look at it nowadays, shit. Nowadays, my parents don't give a shit. They just play and play and play and play.
Yeah, because it used to be the TV was the babysitter. Now it's the iPad or the iPhone or whatever it is. Because I remember I went to my daughter's graduation, and a
Hmm.
little Asian woman, Asian woman, she was there with her baby. Her baby was like maybe not quite a year old, right? And
Hmm.
and she wanted the baby to be quiet, so she just handed the baby the iPhone.
Hmm.
Okay, so basically you're training them before they can even talk.
Hmm.
So I said, "Oh shit!" I said, "This culture is really deep." I said,
Yeah.
these kids are gonna be something as they grow up."
Red
And
or blue pill,
they had
gentlemen?
a,
Huh? Excuse me.
they had a,
I said, I said the red or blue pill. Which one are you gonna take?
We already took the red pill.
shit, red. Took the red
I'm
pill
just
already.
saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. You're gonna have to face that fear, that anxiety. You're already learning way too much than you should, Valdez. Just be content with your iPad and your Game Boys and your automated McDonald's hamburgers. Just take the blue pill and don't worry about it no more, man.
I can't. I
Um,
can't. What did Morpheus say? He said it's like a splinter in my mind driving me
mm,
mad. I can't. I
mm,
can't help it.
No bullshit.
mm-hmm.
I've always thought about that. If you could, would you?
What's
Would you
that?
what?
Would you
Jump
like
Take
the
go
bait.
back to the blue
uh
pill?
well, some people aren't built for the blue pill. I never
Yeah,
was. So
Yeah.
I never was a blue pillar. Like, I was that kid. Like, I grew up in my grandmother's household, and she's a old school Christian. And I would have to go to Sunday school. I was that little kid that would be in Sunday school asking the minister or the teacher questions they couldn't answer.
Hmm.
Like, I used to
mm,
get in trouble.
mm-hmm.
Like, I used to get in trouble. Like, it would get to the point where I couldn't even sit in the Sunday school class with the kids. They would make me go, and they would basically take me to my grandmother because they didn't want
Okay.
to hear the questions that I asked.
Okay.
It's like they get this stuff.
You
And
literally you always have been a smart ass, huh?
yeah, yeah, basically,
That's like
basically,
my grandson. He's always been a smart ass from the time he could talk.
yeah,
Mm,
yeah. Like, oh my God, I was in biology class, and I had a debate with we had a biology teacher. His name was damn, what was his name? It was a girl name, but it was a
mm.
common name that guys used to have back in the day. Uh,
Tracy.
what was? No, it wasn't Tracy. It was something more feminine.
Mm,
Uh,
okay.
Damn, I can't think of
Alice.
it. But no, it wasn't Alice. But it was one of those names that's like a real feminine name, but guys used to have that name too.
Mm.
And
Ashley.
when it, huh?
Ashley.
No, it's not Ashley.
No, Ashley's a girl. Yeah, definitely a girl name.
Leslie.
Leslie. Okay.
Somebody
Yeah.
put in the chat room Leslie.
Okay.
So whenever we got mad at the biology teacher, we would call him by his first name, and he would
Oh.
turn red and
Ooh.
send us to the principal office. So that would always end the debate. So we would be sitting in there, and he would be telling us something, and me and one other guy, we always would challenge him because he said one time he was talking about he said he started talking about us evolving from apes, and the moment he said it, I was like, that's BS. And he was one of them teachers. Oh, well, if you know more than me, then why don't you get up here and teach the class? But I would literally do it. I would get up there and start talking and stuff, and we would get into a debate in front of the class. And when I finally got tired of debating him, I'd be like, "You don't know what you're talking about, Leslie." And that would be the end of the debate. He would send me to the principal's office.
You know,
Go to the principal's office.
he had the last word. Go to the principal's office. Bueller.
Yeah. But I always had a sense of satisfaction when I left, though.
I know. Yeah,
Because I knew I got under his skin.
I already got about 5 more minutes, guys.
But no, okay. But no, like I always wanted to I could never be a blue pillar, ever. It's not possible. I think some people just aren't built for that.
No, we question everything. And I think most guys in here question everything. Because the ones that don't, man, they don't stick around very long.
Key words, most guys on here.
Yeah.
Not the total.
No. I have a very my hangouts have a very core group. I'm surprised Edward must have a date or something because he didn't pop on. Normally he's right. But it is a Monday, so he's probably not even looking. He's probably gonna be pissed. He said I missed it. Everybody's gonna be happy. Oh, Edward, it was one hangout that Edward wasn't on.
Edward is the man, though.
I like Edward. I've never complained about Edward.
Edward goes ham.
He goes
ham.
Edward goes ham, man.
He goes ham. But it makes well, people don't like it, but it does make a good hangout. When you have a good flow and you got passion and stuff going around, and those make the best hangouts. People always say other than when we have Obsidian on, we're talking about pussy for like 2 or 3 hours.
Oh my God!
The pussy's on the menu of Obsidian's in the room. It just is.
Oh my God!
What does he say all the time? He has to bust a splendiferous.
Oh my God, he had new possibilities on his Were you on there, BGS, when he had new possibilities on there?
No, I wasn't on that particular hangout. No,
No, it was Alan. It was Alan Roger Curry. He was on there.
Yeah.
And so he was going back and forth with new possibilities, and it just got to the point where I guess he got tired of going back and forth with him, and he started asking him. He said, "New possibilities. You mind if I ask you?" Like, Alan was going in on new possibilities, and just Obsidian had got quiet. And so out of nowhere, he said, "You mind if I ask you a question, new possibility?" He said, "What's that?" He said, "When was the last time you busted a huge splendiferous nut?"
And the route was on.
And he just kept asking him. And then, by that time, because towards the end of his radio, his blog talk show, he just starts joking like that.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else will start chiming in. Yo, that dude was mad as hell. He's like, "Look, man, I think I'm about to go because I came here to have a serious conversation." He said, "I'm asking you a serious question."
He's serious about it too.
Oh yeah,
nothing more serious. Nothing more serious than bending someone over my couch and blowing a huge splendiferous nut on her backside.
Oh, but do you see how the women, they get upset with him and they be like, "Why do you have to bend women over your couch?" Like, why not? Oh my God. Yo, that dude is funny as hell.
Yeah, he is, man. Yeah. and women, he just catches women off guard, and their mouths just drop open. And I remember one woman who was interviewing, I was on the call, right? And she said, he's not serious. I said, no, he's really like that. That he's not kidding. He's making a joke, but he's not kidding.
Nah, he ain't joking about that shit.
I ain't joking about that.
You mean that shit.
All right, folks, man. I'm gonna go to bed, Valdez, man, before your woman
man,
slaps you upside the head.
Yeah, I'm about to brash, man.
What you got planned for tomorrow, man? Anything you want to announce?
No,
you don't know?
I don't know. I probably, other than doing a live stream, I ain't got too much going on. Probably do a
Okay.
live.
Okay. I mean, any topics that we need to look out for?
Oh, I'm probably gonna talk about Covinaman and these effeminate men. That's what I'm gonna talk about. Like,
for real? For real?
Yeah, I gotta talk about it.
I don't think I've ever seen you, man. Not on my hangouts, man. Get ready to go in like that, man. So, let me put the brakes on this real quick,
man.
Because you going to get ready to go in, man. I mean, dig all the way into his guts. I said, no, let me put the brakes on this.
And see, part of it, like I knew part of it was he was trying to, like I could tell he was just trying to antagonize you too. That shit was pissing me off. But
I don't get it. I mean, I can't be I can be antagonized, but if I went in on him, it wouldn't be pretty. And I'm trying to. O'Shea, I don't want to hear O'Shea's mouth. He said, man, you don't need to do that. You don't need to. I said, sometimes you gotta dig in those guts, man. Every now and then. Last week, man. I have, that's why war, man. I tried telling him, I don't have patience for that anymore. I said, I don't, man. Come in, say what you got to say. And, just because people disagree with you don't mean you can start just slinging around names, man. No, don't come in with. Last week I tolerated it, but I said this week, no, you're not going to do that because people don't agree with what you're saying, and your logic. You can't defend your own logic. If you can't defend your own logic, don't come in the circle.
Yeah.
And then start calling names like a little girl. Then I expect that from him. That's what I was telling, what's his name? He said, "Oh, you just called names." I said, "I just went through the exact same thing with a woman just last night, and here you come with the exact same rhetoric, dude. Stop." Stop acting like, stop using woman logic because you don't have anything to defend it with.
Yeah, they stuck on it, man.
And stuff. Go to bed, man. Go to bed, y'all.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man.
All right, man. Good talk, man. I'll see you guys Friday or Saturday.
All right.
All right. Peace.
Later.
Peace.